we talk about encryption today, we're talking about end-to-end encryption. And that means that, when a sender first sends a message, it gets encrypted and sent as ciphertext. And then the receiver has to decrypt it to read the message in plain text. And so with end-to-end encryption, even the tech companies that make encrypted apps actually do not have the keys, as they would call it, to break the ciphertext. But more on that later. Most commonly, when we talk about end-to-end encryption for the average internet user, we're talking about messaging apps like Signal, Telegram, and WhatsApp. But there are different variations of encryption. So HTTPS, for example, protects websites and website activities, and even some devices are fully encrypted by with passwords and passcodes, like an iPhone, for example. And encryption has actually been debated from a policy perspective really since the beginning of time for 20 or 30 years, as authorities have sought access to encrypted messages and devices. This access is commonly called a backdoor, and authorities or law enforcement agencies that have advocated for backdoor access often will say, we just want access to some messages on a case-by-case, restricted, small-scale, targeted allowance. In the past, of course, tech companies argue that doing so would have pretty substantial risks to encryption as a whole, because the creation of a sort of master key, which doesn't exist today, would be really hard to control from bad actors, inappropriate government uses, and just generally weaken encryption. Opponents of backdoor access say that, of course, law enforcement can't really be trusted with this type of access. Plus, it's not really how the technology works. And additionally, strong encryption is necessary for human rights advocates, journalists, and free speech more generally. Historically, the UN has actually sided on the side of the opponents of backdoor access, saying that encryption backdoors are contrary to the freedom of expression. So in the past, we've seen the encryption debate pop up really during times of crisis, when law enforcement agencies are looking for a particular piece of intelligence in a high-profile case like the San Bernardino shootings in the US, or the Paris bombings, both of those in 2015. But currently, we're seeing this debate crop up in the form of online safety and content moderation, most commonly. There have been a handful of bills in the US and globally, US at the state level, but also Australia, UK, places, Canada, that we'll talk a little bit about today, that are threatening encryption. So we're going to talk about all of this today in light of also the growing use of surveillance technologies by governments around the world and what we might do to strengthen encryption protections. So as a reminder, we will have some time for questions at the end. So please do think of them throughout our chat so that you're ready to shoot them out to our lovely panelists at the end of this. So now that we're kind of all on the same page about what we're talking about, I want to pass the first question to Roger, which is, Roger, why do governments, law enforcement agencies, anybody really, want backdoor access? What are they getting at?
Yeah, so that's a broad question. I mean, the fundamental conflict here is between society being safe and national intelligence, law enforcement, governments wanting control in these cases. So the way that I look at this is the question is about privacy, and by privacy I mean control or choice about your information. So if you are successfully having privacy, and one of the ways to get that is through this encryption that we're talking about, then you get to choose who learns things about you. So that's my definition of privacy, and one of the interesting characteristics of it is vulnerable populations need it more, find it more valuable. So if you already have a lot of power, if you're a nation state or Russian mafia or whatever large powerful group, you already have power. It's not so important for you to have an extra layer of privacy. Whereas if you're a minority, LGBT, journalist, human rights activist, and so on, then it's much, then this is one of the most important things for you to retain control of your own safety.
Yeah, and Roger, kind of sticking with you on that point, when governments or law enforcement agencies, whatever party is in control, asks for backdoor access to encryption, from a technical point of view, why is that a slippery slope? Like, why is that such a risky request?
Yeah, so there are several problems here. One of the big problems is math doesn't know what country it's in. Technology doesn't know what country it's in. So if you, let's say you have a country with perfect rule of law. I don't know where you'd find one of those, but let's say you have one of those. And in that situation, the judicial process gets to decide who can break the encryption and whose messages we'll look at. That same tool is going to be used elsewhere in the world, and there are other countries who are going to try to reuse the same mechanism for breaking the encryption. So even if in the US we had a perfect judicial system, which we don't, what do the tech companies do? What do the tools do when the judge in Saudi Arabia asks for that same access? So the fact that there are different countries in the world is one of the main challenges to having this whole backdoor concept make any sense at all. And I guess the other way of saying that is this notion of a backdoor that law enforcement keeps asking for weakens society as a whole. It makes everybody less safe. And that's not a worthwhile trade-off.
Mm-hmm. Rond, I want to pass it to you because you work with protecting free expression and people on the ground who are doing human rights work. How have you seen encryption being used to protect activists or even citizens who are just expressing their voices?
Thanks, Tate. I think one of the main things that comes up when it comes to encryption and protecting or safeguarding or enabling even fundamental rights is the fact that it is one of the biggest technologies today that is the foundation of security and safety and trust online. And so it's enabled activists, lawyers, human rights defenders, dissidents to securely communicate, organize, and protect their freedom of expression and assembly. And so if we go ahead and undermine encryption, we are thus undermining their ability to do so. And we need to place this conversation within the context of an already pervasive surveillance industry where even with strong encryptions and even when we do have data that is now encrypted and safe, we already have a large billion-dollar industry that is working day in and day out to find vulnerabilities to exploit and already survey these individuals and place them at risk, and thus putting them in harm's way and even causing and enabling grievous human rights abuses such as enforced disappearances, extrajudicial killings. And so the conversation around safeguarding encryption needs to also be aware of the already existing surveillance capabilities of governments and malicious actors.
Yeah, I think that's such a good point. And one thing, Sharon, I want to ask you about is even from an economic perspective, encryption is essential to data protection activities at normal businesses, right? So yes, as Roger spoke about, you have these grave power, imbalances between activists and states, but also you have, people at their jobs who are protecting sensitive information who rely on encryption. Can you talk about that use case as well a little bit?
Absolutely, and you're right. It's not just the human rights people and the advocates, but it is every day people in business. And the one area that is seldom mentioned is also the lawmakers themselves. Whether you are a lawyer who has to maintain client confidentiality, or you're a doctor and you have to maintain confidentiality of your patient information, if you're a lawmaker, a strategist, a policy analyst, and you're in discussion with your colleagues, you don't want somebody else being able to infiltrate and figure out what you are strategizing. So everybody has privacy issues, whether it's for personal privacy or for business and economic and actually for national security reasons. Maintaining encryption is absolutely fundamental.
Yeah, and I think, Rond, I want to pass it back to you. We're in a room, I'm sure, with some policymakers at a policy-making conference. How do you think we should respond to governments who, want backdoor access to encrypted technologies, and who kind of stands to gain and who stands to lose? Do you trust them?
I think to piggyback on what my fellow panelists just said, I mean, undermining encryption is also a national security issue. And so when you look at it that way, no one stands to gain. It will place, national governments at risk, the same governments that want to or are advocating for undermining encryption will be themselves at risk. And then, democratic processes are included within those risks, because when you think about journalists, activists, essential people that uphold democratic processes being at risk, or having to self-censor because they know that they could be surveyed in such a way that is mass scale, really, when you talk about undermining encryption, then that whole process is lost. And so I think from my point of view, there is no one left to gain except individuals or malicious actors who want to survey those people and who want to gain access, and who want to exercise population control, because essentially that is what undermining encryption will do. It will make surveillance so much cheaper. It will take us into pre-Snowden revelation days when there was mass surveillance from governments and companies. And so there is no one to gain. There is no one that is going to gain, and we shouldn't be trusting backdoor accesses or any sort of pretexts that really are not even technologically sound.
Yeah, and I feel like you're picking up on one kind of key tension that has been in this narrative for a long time, which is, are security and privacy opposing things? Can we have both? How do you achieve both? And Roger, I wanted your perspective on that. Like, to what extent is this binary of security and privacy real?
Yeah, so security and privacy are the same thing in a lot of ways. Imagine you give out your financial data and then somebody does identity theft on you. So going back to your example of encryption being a national security thing, I was at an FBI conference years ago, and I talked to a bunch of FBI people, and some of them use Tor and some of them fear Tor. And one guy was saying, surely you have some sort of backdoor, right? Surely you have some way to learn what people are doing on the Tor network. And I explained to him, I pointed to his colleagues and said, these people just told me today that they use Tor and rely on Tor every day for their job. Do you want me to have a way to learn what they're doing on the internet? So from that perspective, it's a national security, it's a security, it's a privacy. They're all the same. They're all the same sides of the same coin.
Yeah, Sharon, do you want to expand on that?
I have to agree with Roger. It is all connected, and it's all too often that people will talk about one aspect or another without relating, without connecting the dots, and you absolutely have to. But the problem I've found through my career, and that's been dealing with governments and policy people and corporations, there's been very little education about these things. We use the internet, we use computers, but a lot of people, unless you live it, unless you're a Roger and you design these protective mechanisms, most people just use them. And that's a problem because they know how to use it to a very small degree. They don't understand the implications of what they're doing quite often, and that also falls over to the lawmakers and the people who prepare the research and the briefing notes for the lawmakers. If they don't understand what the technology is about, what the risks really are, and the unintended consequences of the legislation they draft, then they are building something that is going to create a world of problems. And for that, I look to things like various pieces of legislation in Canada. Some have just come in, some are still on the books being debated, and the so-called Online Safety Act in Britain. They're all being promulgated as necessary to protect children, and doesn't everybody want to protect children? That's the argument. Of course we want to protect children. They are among the most vulnerable. But if you undermine encryption to ostensibly protect children, other people will also be able to get through that back door and endanger not only the children, but everybody else. And it is the very children who will be endangered, because the way the laws are being written, the content will have to be scoured automatically, proactively, automatically reported to police if it is suspected as potentially, maybe, possibly being child sexual abuse material. So what happens when a child has been abused and wants to report? Their content gets stopped and reported, and they are the ones who become the suspects. In Canada, a child is chargeable under the Criminal Code of Canada as of 12 years old. Imagine the possibilities and the unintended consequences of breaking encryption.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you brought that up. And I want to get a little bit further into the specifics here, because I think, this is where we're hearing a lot of the encryption debate. If we have a lot of encrypted messaging, if we have a lot of really secure portals for communications, we can't moderate those spaces. And we know that internet users are increasingly moving to private spaces in this current, moment of social media. And so lawmakers are saying, hey, what can we do about all this abuse information? What can we do about, all of this, bad, harmful content that's being passed through people that tech companies themselves and governments have no visibility into? And you brought up the UK online safety bill. This was obviously a big one. Australia, India, the US, we've also seen some discussions of, providing either technical or real backdoor access to encrypted messages. I'd love to know, Sharon, can you tell me something kind of specific about some of the bills in Canada where you see, an unintended consequence or a misunderstanding from lawmakers of, the technology or the ramifications?
Absolutely. And really, I don't have the imagination to make up the stories, the examples that I will cite. I had a conversation with one of our current members of parliament about a year ago. We were talking about this because the legislation in Canada was just being formulated. And I said, but if you break encryption for some, so that all the content can be monitored, and she stopped me and kind of went, break encryption? No, I don't think that's how it works, and changed the subject. She, like many of our current members of parliament, come from journalism. They're educated, they're worldly, that's great, but they don't get it. Now you might have heard of Bill C-18 that just became law to update the Broadcast Act. And that sounds wonderful, except it now includes not just radio and television, but it includes governing the internet globally. Canada has taken it upon themselves to declare that they will govern the content. Combine that with another piece of legislation on the books, Bill C-26, and we refer to them by their numbers because, unlike the United States, Canada has a history of creating legislation with very lengthy, hard-to-say names, not nice, concise, easily said acronyms. So Bill C-26 is another piece of legislation, and that one is going to amend the Telecommunications Act to create the Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act. And like the others, it'll infringe on privacy and freedom. All of these will narrow identified gaps. They do, if you look at it from a certain perspective, have a legitimate application, protecting children, preventing terrorism, preventing all the ills and harms that we see so often, the very same things that were going on long before the internet became a thing. But the problem is, everything is going to be surveilled, as Rand said. That is a problem, particularly because when everything is surveilled and the various pieces of legislation say some content we will have our separate agencies deem as misinformation, disinformation, unwanted content, the government will not be the one to do the censoring. The law will have the platforms do the automatic, routine, mandatory, proactive screening. Those are outside of Canada, outside of the reach of Canadian law, of course. So it's actually a very interesting way that they've created it, because similar to the Americans who have constitutional rights to freedom of speech. We have Charter protected right to freedom of expression, and the Charter protects Canadians against overreach by government. So it's not going to be the government committing overreach, it's going to be the companies that the Charter doesn't cover. The companies will just do as the law requires. And that affects everybody, including everything from children to the elderly in every walk of life, including the politicians themselves.
And on that point, I mean, luckily for us, we have someone on this panel who runs a tech company. Roger, how do you think about balancing privacy with content moderation? I mean, I know this is not the Tor project's, bread and butter, but we do know that there have been the proliferation of, child sexual abuse material on some private messaging apps. So, is there an approach that balances these two things? Can you achieve some level of moderation and encrypted privacy?
Yeah, so fortunately, Tor is a communications tool, not one of these platforms, so we don't have content to moderate in the way that Facebook and so on have. But so everything Sharon said is right, but it's worse than that, because you were talking about if the technology behaves in a perfect way, then it's still bad for society. But the reality is, for example, in the UK online safety bill, they're imagining there will be magic AI machines that perfectly just look at pictures and perfectly decide correctly if they're bad pictures or not bad pictures. And the reality is AI doesn't work that way. It's not perfect. You're going to have some false positives. And let's say you have 2% of the time it says that's a bad picture and it shouldn't. And there are 10 billion pictures being sent each day, then 2% of the users are going to get reported each day for being criminals. And maybe they can drive the false positive rate from 2% down to 1%. So now it's only tens of thousands of people being misreported and having their lives ruined because the math screwed up a little bit for them. So it's definitely a challenge here because the politicians want this reality to be possible, and it isn't, but they want it to be possible. And there are all sorts of for-profit tech shark scam companies that say, oh yes, 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 give me millions of dollars and I'll build a magic thing for you and it will be magic. And the reality is it's not going to work, it's not going to do what people want, but the politicians really want it. They would love to have a technology solution to be able to give people privacy while also surveilling all of them. But the reality is that the tech does not support the things that they're wanting.
Yeah, and just some context if people aren't familiar, these are, I'm sure you're referring to a handful of technologies. Some are, message franking, client-side scanning, server-side scanning, and really the idea behind these types of technologies, they are different. So I'm sorry for painting with a broad brush here, are technologies that basically allow a machine to evaluate the content underneath the encryption so that there's not a person, reviewing necessarily the content of encrypted messages, but there's a machine checking and saying, oh, this might be child sex abuse material, for example. And in the UK law, it was a stipulation of the UK online safety bill that, technically feasible, I think was the terminology they used, had to use those type of technologies. And then it was recently, just a month ago, repealed because the technologies do not exist or changed. That part of the bill was changed. And I really like, Roger, how you said, let's talk about reality today. And Rond, I want to pass this back to you. So talking about reality today, what sort of protections do human rights advocates, journalists need right now when it comes to, protecting their own privacy and protecting themselves against government surveillance?
So I think there are two main subjects to this kind of answer. And when it comes to protecting themselves from government surveillance, it mainly takes us into the idea that, even before we get into undermining encryption, we already are in a space where spyware is largely used against human rights activists, dissidents, etc. And with the most recent reports that Amnesty put out, it's become even cheaper today. For example, a predator infection costs 9,000 euros only, when years ago it was much, much more expensive. And so the technology is proliferating and it is off the shelf, it is unregulated, unchecked, and governments and who knows what other actors are just using it against human rights activists, lawyers, journalists. And so the first thing that we need to tackle, or the governments need to tackle, is firstly ban spyware vendors and technologies that have already been used to enable human rights abuses, and then talk about establishing the safeguards that are needed in order to have a more human rights respecting framework to use certain digital surveillance technologies in a way that does not infringe on human rights, if that framework exists. But we first need to be able to have multiple safeguards that would ensure that even if these technologies are used, there is a mechanism to access remedy, a mechanism for investigations, etc., which largely, even in spaces that it exists today, is not respected. And we see that where there are multiple democracies where there are legal frameworks that deem the surveillance illegitimate, but it is still happening. And so the conversation around the protections, the legal protections that we need, should also look into why the technology is proliferating in such a way, and the pretext behind why it exists, or the need behind why it exists. And the pretext that law enforcement needs this kind of technology today to ensure that everyone is safe is completely false. We have not seen any evidence that this technology has helped in any way to maintain national security or make anyone safe, but we have plenty of evidence of it making people less and less safe and infringing on their rights.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really interesting point. And Roger, I want to pass it back to you. I mean, so what can tech companies do, and how are tech companies responding to both, I would say, increased surveillance, increased demand for access to citizen data, and also to this kind of policy moment? I mean, tech companies are beheld to the laws that govern them. So what are you seeing from the tech side?
Yeah, so tech companies is not a monolith. There are a bunch of different sides to the technology world. In terms of the huge companies like Apple, it's interesting to notice that Apple is mostly on on society's side in this, where their users want safety, and Apple wants to give them safety, and it's actually in Apple's interest to give them safety, because if Apple had the ability to watch everything that they're saying over messaging, then they're a target for people trying to break in and harm the users. So in this sense, we're aligned with groups like Apple. On the other hand, we haven't said the word crypto wars yet, but we have to look at history, and we have to look at the fact that that governments have been asking for weakening security over and over for years. And for example, in the West, for internet routers, like the backbone pieces of the internet, each router has a port called a lawful intercept port. And the idea is you go to a judge and you say, I want to be able to watch all the internet traffic going along this part of the internet because there's a bad guy and I want to be able to watch him. And the judge thinks about it and says, okay, sounds good. And then you plug into the lawful intercept port and you get to listen to all of the internet traffic there. And I was years ago talking to a group in the German Foreign Ministry, and they were trying to figure out, should we regulate, as Rand was talking about, should we regulate these spyware tools? How do we decide what counts and what doesn't count? And there was an engineer from Dubai Telecom there who's like, you guys put the lawful intercept port in, and when my prince in Dubai asks what's that port, and I say, oh, that's the lawful intercept port, and he says, plug it in. Like the jurisdiction is wildly different, but the tool works the same in Dubai versus the US versus Europe. So part of the thing, to bring it back to Tate's question, part of the things that the tech companies need to think about here is this is a recurring theme where governments keep asking for more and more access, more and more weakening, and there are side effects such as having lawful access ports on backbone internet routers, which can be used well and wisely and are often not used well and wisely. So every time we think about weakening safety for society, we need to think through where that's going to go in the future.
Yeah, and we're just about ready to take some audience questions, but Roger, I wanted to ask you to just expand on that last point before we bring in any audience questions. So have your questions at the ready. But, you know, when it comes to thinking about this globally, as you said, you know, technology doesn't know boundaries. There is this kind of competitive market for both spyware and privacy technology. How do you think about, you know, how might we foster a global approach to encryption protecting framework for governance? Again, a big question for you.
Yeah. So the answer isn't to make all of society less safe. That cannot be the answer, and it is frustrating that the US and the UK and Europe are so excited to do that. And it's especially frustrating at the same time as each of these countries is signing the Freedom Online Coalition, the Declaration for the Future Internet, the Global Compact, all these acronyms we're hearing about at IGF this week. We've got countries saying that they value safety for society, yet here they are trying to pass these laws each year. So yeah, how do we, I guess, so it can't be mass weakening. A lot of countries then look at the targeted attacks, the ones that Rand was talking about, where they go to some Israeli company and they buy the ability to break into their specific target's phone and bypass encryption and other mechanisms. And in a sense, that's better. At least it's not mass attacks. At least it's not harming everybody. But the reality there is we keep seeing these targeted attacks being used against not just journalists and bloggers and activists, but French politicians and the parliament members in Germany and so on. So that's, I'd like to live in a world where the targeted attacks are the better answer, but that seems like a pretty bad answer also. I guess as a technology person, I'm good at explaining why things won't work, but the best solution that I have is we need to maintain strong security for all of society, meaning we need encryption to work well. And as Rand was saying, we need to start regulating and deciding what small arms dealers are allowed to do in the software vulnerability exploit space. And I mean, yeah, we could go on and on about this, but I'll pause for other people to jump in.
And I'm going to do just that, because I think for the people who are going to create the regulations, if they don't have a proper, correct understanding of what it is they're regulating, what the impacts of not regulating, regulating in a certain way, regulating completely, if they don't get it, then regulating is going to be a Band-Aid approach. The long term that should have started many, many years ago is education from the youngest grades, not just in how to use a computer, how to use these wonderful devices that do provide convenience for the good among us and the opportunists among us, but educate people about everything from how are laws made, what is democracy, what are different types of political structures. Give them the education so they can make critical decisions and grow up to build systems that don't provide the very same problems we're tackling and struggling with now.
Ultimately,
Yeah.
we need to normalize what encryption is. So one great success story is HTTPS. It used to be that governments and law enforcement said, but if everybody has encryption when they go to websites, society will collapse. Think of the children. What would happen if we aren't able to watch what you do when you connect to a website? And now Whenever you do your online banking or you log into the IGF website or any website, you use HTTPS. It's normal. They fought that fight. We won. Let's look to that as an example where we need to somehow figure out how to make society safer for the next round also.
Yeah, and I want to pass it over to Ron too, to get your perspective on this. Like, what can we do to take a positive step forward globally?
I think the answer is actually quite simpler than many policymakers would like to hear, because they would want to know that it's a complicated manner and so use that to not pass progressive laws. But really, the international standards that we already have are quite strong. We already have many rights respecting laws and rights pushing laws. And so when we look at international standards for due process, for fair trials, for freedom of expression, etc., they already render surveillance capabilities, as invasive as they stand right now, illegitimate. Surveillance in the sense that would be promoted when encryption is undermined is basically assuming that everyone is guilty until proven innocent, which is the opposite of what should be, what should happen. And it brings to the consciousness of the state people who are not guilty of anything. And so it already is sort of an unlawful kind of attack. So really what we need to do is be able to enshrine in an international framework what surveillance and encryption means, inspired by the spirit of what we already have, which is strong international protections for our rights as they stand.
Yeah, and I feel like the infrastructure approach is something that is increasingly, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but it feels like that's a similar approach that you're advocating for that has also been applied to areas like anti-censorship technologies that space as well. So I want to pause and see, are there any questions either online or in the room? If it's online, you can just add them to the chat, and in the room, please make yourself known and Al will take care of you.
We've got some hands in the room. So go to the microphone and
go to the mic and get in line, please and thank you. Please introduce yourself before your question. That'd be great.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, hi. I'm Handan Uslu. I worked for Google at the Trust and Safety function in policy implementation for a while, and then I founded Turkey's Internet Observatory Gözlemevi. So what I want to ask is I actually have questions for three of you. So for Roger, firstly, so when we talk about protecting human rights activists, I feel like the conversation is sometimes assuming a functioning democracy and the functioning government that kind of is really willing to protect the citizens. So that really doesn't apply outside of Western Europe and outside of the US. So what we see in here, for example, in Turkey, we see that people are, so when there's any encrypted app found on someone's phone or someone's computer, that can be used as evidence to support a case that someone is doing something illegal. So if Tor project, if I'm using Tor on my computer, that can actually endanger me. So it might be more safe in terms of surveillance, but it's not safe if we talk about the tools of oppressive governments, for example. So I was just wondering if you're discussing, if you're talking about human rights activism and if you're talking about protecting democracies, is there any context or any information that you ever get on how autocracies work? Or because the problem is these countries, they learn from each other. So any law that pops up in a country is likely to be transferred. And so, for example, as someone who works in technology and human rights and democracy, we do not suggest some of the Telegram or Signal. Yes, it is encrypted. Yeah, yes, it's open source, but it might put you in more danger because of this. So that's my question to Roger. I also have a question to Tate, actually. So when we see about because I've been following MIT Tech Review, and we do have a lot going on in Middle East and in other countries, and what we see is that these are not being reported often. So there might be an issue in the US, and it will get a lot of news and presence, but when the Turkish government or some other government or any government has a big tech request, and this big tech company complies, or some other stuff happens, these things would get a lot more, I feel like, coverage if it was happening in other countries. But like I said, when problems happen in a country, it's not just for that country. is probably going to be replicated. If there is a law popping up in a certain country, for example, against encryption, it is very likely to be replicated in a similar geography. So I was wondering if you have any insights on maybe improving the coverage, on just going beyond the Western look on how human rights issues and human rights activists could be protected. And for Sharon, yes, I'm bad in remembering sometimes. But my question is, because you mentioned that you do talk a lot with the government bodies in your interaction with them, is what percentage of your work is actually focusing on holding big tech companies accountable? And if that is a perspective, because again, big tech compliance in autocratic governments is growing a lot, and these companies, they really want to earn a lot of money, and they are willing to give up every single human right. And so, for example, Messenger is encrypted, but we have learned from Facebook officials that they do actually give information, chatting information, once it's requested. And these are not requests based off of security reasons. So it's not a request to identify someone who has been missing for a while. They're mostly politically motivated. So these are my 3 big questions to you. Thank you.
Should we try to answer them now, or should we take more? What's the right way to? One at a time. Okay. So you're absolutely right that that there are not as many functioning democracies in the world as we would like. In fact, if you know a good functioning democracy, please let me know. In terms of the safety of having tools like Tor installed in dangerous places, there's actually a really interesting synergy, because Tor is not just for resisting surveillance, it's also for resisting censorship. And in a lot of countries like Iran and now Russia and Turkey and so on, there's a lot of censorship. So the average Tor user in Iran is using it to get to Facebook because they blocked Facebook. And that means the average Tor user in Iran is an ordinary Facebook user who's just using it to get around the censorship. Yes, there are some political dissidents in there, but the average user is an ordinary citizen. And that ordinariness is an important security property for having these tools. And similarly, as the whole world moves to not just Telegram or Signal, but WhatsApp and iMessage, and as more ordinary tools get real encryption, it becomes a normal thing that everybody has, not a sign that you're a political dissident. So that you're absolutely right, and the tools need to become pervasive and ordinary in order to be safe.
I can briefly answer the question, and also just a reminder so that we can get to all the questions. We can all try to be brief in our responses. Thank you so much for that question. It's a very important question. I don't know if I can give you a very satisfying answer other than it shouldn't be that way. And I, as an individual reporter and us as Technology Review, are constantly trying to be better about this. I think, frankly, like, you get into all of these issues with journalism and local journalism and journalism business models right now, and racism and where people pay attention and who people pay attention to. I think those are all parts of the answer to your problem, but certainly the press can and should do better at covering countries outside of the West. And so thank you for encouraging me to do so, and feel free to send me tips at any point as well, and I will do my best to cover international stories more.
I appreciate your question. Do we deal directly with the tech companies? No, we tend not to. We deal with putting on the record what is going on. So when we spoke to the Canadian Parliament about facial recognition or about spyware, we put on the record the billions of dollars, the statistics from industry as to what sort of contribution those industries, cybercrime, spyware, what do they contribute to an economy, and often it's larger than some nations' economies, and we put on the record what the impact is. And of course, it's very simple. As you said, companies are not interested in your privacy or mine. They are interested in providing the greatest return possible for their shareholders. That is their raison d'etre. So for them to say, and this isn't specifying one company or another, for them to say, we take your privacy seriously, we will protect it, I think that's a promise that nobody should try to make because it's inevitably going to fail. We need to see governments recognizing what the problems are, realizing that the tech companies, yes, they certainly do provide employment, innovation, and for perfectly legitimate and wonderful purposes. You know, using AI for medical advancement, that's great. Using AI so I can pay whatever the fee is today to spit into a vial and have my DNA analyzed by a company in the United States that says in their so-called privacy policy online, we will protect your privacy, and then they are breached. This just happened. And millions of people's genetic identities have been spirited away. You can't change your genetics. You can change your password. Do governments understand? Do the bureaucrats and the lawmakers and the policymakers understand? No. When it happens to them, that I find is when things might start to change. So we do a lot to increase their awareness of these risks.
Thank you for these questions and answers. Why don't we get a question from this line here?
Good morning. I'm Masayuki from Japan. I'm academic. This may be a bit extreme, but it's kind of related to the previous question. Do you have a plan of action for when the backdoor is somehow, encryption backdoor is somehow mandated? Since we finally avoided the, worst with the UK online safety bill, barely, and I think the fight will be continued, especially in Japan or anywhere. So, thank you.
Yeah, so do we have a plan of action for when the backdoors are really, really required? Is that the question? We will never put a backdoor in Tor. We will never undermine Tor's security. I don't care what the laws say. So we're going to have to wrestle with whatever the political policy implications of that is. We've got EFF, ACLU, a bunch of legal organizations in Europe and the US and around the world who want to fight these things, and I hope they succeed. We will never weaken Tor's security.
If I can add to that, I think the most important part is that people are now becoming aware, and I don't mean just people in technology or in the privacy realm or certain policymakers. I mean the general public has gotten fed up with seeing their personal information monetized. They are starting to ask questions. I'm working with some people who are developing systems so it will completely change the dynamic. No longer will you have to submit to whatever the so-called privacy policy is on a website. You will have control over whether, when, how much, to whom your personal information goes. You will be in control to flip things around. Companies aren't going to like it, but when the people who are their bread and butter now say, we've had enough, they will have to change how they do it. And that's going to be a plan of action en masse.
So we have 4 more minutes. I want to try to get both of these questions in, so if the answers could be brief, that'd be great. This line next.
Hi, thank you. Andrew Campling, I'm a consultant on internet standards and a trustee of the Internet Watch Foundation. A couple of quick comments, and I'll try and be brief. In the discussion, the title is about human rights, and it's mainly been about privacy. We've largely, until the last answer, ignored surveillance capitalism, if we're going to talk about privacy. We're focused on evil governments, and it seems to deflect attention from what the tech sector does itself to users, and arguably that's a lot worse. We've ignored the rights of the victims of CSAM to focus on the rights of others at their expense, and I think we need to acknowledge and talk about that. We're sort of treating privacy as an absolute right, whereas certainly in Europe it's a conditional right. Other human rights are absolute rights. And often now we're protecting the conditional right of privacy at the expense of the absolute rights of people whose other rights are being infringed, such as the CSAM victims. We need to acknowledge that when we have the blind use of encryption, that can weaken privacy. So when you apply encryption to internet protocols, that can actually weaken cybersecurity. And if you don't have good cybersecurity, you have no privacy, even when you think you do. And I think that's a significant problem. We need to acknowledge that most of the tech companies, and I accept it, not the ones here probably, they're not defending my human rights, they're defending their revenues because they're encrypting the data that they're extracting from my endpoint when they surveil me, and they don't want their competitors to access that data. That's why they want the encryption, not to protect my rights. That's an interesting byproduct to justify the encryption. And then finally, and acknowledging the comment you just gave on Tor's position on backdoors, almost all of the big tech companies absolutely compromise their approach to privacy in order to have market access in some of those very problematic states. So you don't have private relay in China because it's illegal. But they will cheerfully ignore the laws in democracies, but will comply with the laws in more autocratic states. And I think that's pretty problematic as well. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, we could definitely have a session on surveillance capitalism and the evils of large tech companies and how they're attempting to primarily maximize their profit rather than actually caring about their users. One of the points that we tried to make here is there are some synergies, some overlaps where, at least in this case, Apple is interested in privacy, first of all, because it's good for marketing. People ask for it this year, but also because it helps them have less surface area for attack so that they don't have as much that they have to worry about for people trying to attack their users. But you're right that that doesn't make Apple great, and it's also an excellent point that that many tech companies choose to design their approaches with China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, all the other interesting big markets around the world, India in mind, and that causes them to do bizarre and dangerous things for their users.
I think we have like 1 minute left, so if you could ask your question, hopefully we can fit in an answer.
Bending down. I just want to build on the first question really and ask about the mechanics of advocacy in different countries and parts of the world. So take one of the examples you mentioned was India, and I'm just wondering whether there's a sense in which you need to adapt the messaging and the arguments around this to different parts of the world.
Ron, do you want to take that? I feel like you have a good perspective, better than I would, certainly.
Yeah, sure. I think that's a very good point. Of course, using the same narratives within different contexts doesn't always, or isn't really fruitful. It's not as productive as you would hope. Of course, when we are trying to do any advocacy within autocratic states that have no regard for human rights, we cannot be using a human rights kind of based argument, which is when you kind of talk about national security and how that is also kind of in the interest of the state, or also use economic advantages or economic kind of arguments to say, there is business espionage. How do you protect kind of the economic advantages of certain companies, the competitive advantage of certain companies? And that's when, other companies come on board and try to, as Roger was saying, and try to become allies in this space. And so it is definitely incredibly important to make sure that we're using the appropriate narrative within the advocacy spaces that we are using, but also to be very mindful that, the advocacy avenues in some contexts are just not there. It is really difficult to talk about, a rights-respecting framework for the use of surveillance technologies in autocratic governments or even in democracies these days, which is why we need to look at it as sort of a more global or international framework, because you cannot depend on, the jurisdiction where this technology is utilized. The technology doesn't, the infrastructure is there, and so we cannot control how well or how bad it is utilized. And so that's why we need to look at a more international framework for the use.
Okay, I just want to say thank you so much to everybody for all of your questions, for your comments, to all the panelists and Al for the participation in today's panel. I hope you all learned something. I certainly did, and I hope you have a great time at the rest of the day's events.
I didn't hear your introduction. I'm arrived just at the end. I don't know who are you. Privacy and Access Council. Thank you. Thank you. I see. I'm also in the right sector. I'm part of Hermes Center, part of EDRI. EDRI is part of the network as well. And we do some activity of minimum policy lobbying in Italy. Mostly is EU, yes, but then rely on active.
We signed on to some of your initiatives, and that's great. The problem we have, and we are not an advocacy organization. We will advocate on behalf of our members. That's also really important. Because if we were advocates for lobbyists, this
For regulation of the organization, I see.
want that.
You are no profit.
We will advocate on behalf of our members so that when they do their work in the promotions of policy, it's easier then for them. So, if you're going to put in laws that undermine encryption, and you're going to have the platforms decrypting and seeing all the content, how can the privacy officer, the data protection officer, do their work and comply with legislation?
You don't have to convince me.
So
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and for those online, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This session is on e-learning, and the title is Accessible E-Learning Experience for Persons with Disability, Best Practice. And we are having a few little technical difficulties, so I apologize for starting late. My name is Gunilla Astbrink, and I'm moderating this session, and I am chair of the Internet Society Accessibility Standing Group. And here next to me on site is Vidya Y, and she will be speaking about her experiences of e-learning in India. We should have online our other speakers. We should have Swaran Ravindra from Fiji National University, who is the organizer of this session, and Zakari Yama, who is a co-organizer of a session. He is from Morocco. And also Vashka Bhattacharjee from Bangladesh, as well as Jackie Huggins, who is joining us from the Caribbean. So while we are waiting for them to join us online, this session is really about how persons with disability can get best access to e-learning platforms and the importance of the e-learning to be available to persons with disability across the world, and how can we make this possible? So it's going to challenge, we're going to talk about some of the pressing challenges pertaining to technology and accessibility that persons with disabilities face when accessing online content on major e-learning platforms. And we in the Accessibility Standing Group actually have personal experiences of that. We're going to talk about supportive legislative frameworks and how we can adapt strategies to assist from the academic, the private sector and government institutes, so that there's much more inclusion when creating online platforms, because we know that if any online service is created accessibly from the start, it is much more effective and efficient, and also a lot more cost effective. So I'm going to pass over to Vidya Y and talk about a little bit of her personal experiences, both in the past as a young blind person navigating the education system, and also talking about the current situation with e-learning through the Internet Society. So I'll pass on over now to Vidya. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be talking to you today. Thanks to the organizers for having me here. And thanks to Gunilla. About e-learning platforms, I would like to talk a little bit about my own experiences with e-learning, and also what I see working with children in India. So I run a non-profit called Vision Empower. We make STEM education accessible to children with disabilities. So I will be talking mostly from their perspective, and also my own challenges growing up with a disability, specifically on the e-learning platforms. I was born blind, so initial few years I didn't have access to technology as much because of lack of awareness. There were technologies, but I was not using them. I got access to a computer only in grade 11, and since then, as we all know, it has huge opportunities. Till then, if I had to communicate, I had to ask somebody to, if I had to even send a WhatsApp, if I had to send any message, it had to be, if I had to have a written communication with a person who can see, then it would be someone else typing it for me, or I could never have a written communication. So for the first time when I used email is when I got access to written communication. That was the first time someone could read what I had written. Otherwise, it had to be in Braille, which most of the persons who can see do not know. So we know how huge the impact of internet is on a person with, on the life of persons with disabilities. Even if you have to browse something independently, it's all through the internet. And e-learning is not an exception, because already classrooms are not very accessible. So a lot of things you'll have to come home and refer. For example, when I was studying computer science, I just would go to the class and then come back home, and that's about it. I had to find my own, find volunteers who could help me after classes. Now, when you talk about e-learning, firstly, there are few challenges, especially in subjects like STEM. You know, a lot of the times, the content itself is not so accessible. Like, everything is designed in a way that a person with sight can understand. Now, when you take school textbooks, for example, so a lot of things are like, look around, there's a lot of greenery, or this is in the shape of a mountain. So a person who has never seen it, they wouldn't know what they're talking about. Content itself is written in a way that persons without sight cannot understand it easily. The second challenge is with issues with regarding when I'm talking about STEM. So you have a lot of, now if you have to read a math equation, it has to be written in a specific format, like your LaTeX format and other things, which a screen reader can read. But a lot of times, if you just give a PDF, if you upload PDF onto your LMS platforms, they're not very easily accessible. It just reads something like, if you want to write 2 square, it reads something, 2 superscript something, or subscript something, things like this which you don't understand. So if it has to read well, you have to write it in a way that is accessible. And thirdly, there are accessibility issues with the web platform itself. Sometimes there are unlabeled buttons, sometimes you cannot navigate, it just says link and you don't know what's the link all about. Even if you, a lot of times what I've seen is, if you open a PDF file, it just says page 1, page 2, and you don't know what's on that page. So a lot of times they're protected, you cannot download those files, so you cannot read them later. So there are challenges with the content, there are challenges with the accessibility, and with STEM it's even more complicated. How do you put up charts or diagrams which a child or a student can understand? You know, everything has to be all text, and there are a lot of challenges. So you know, when these are the challenges that I had navigating on some of these platforms, including when I was doing a course on internet society, it was not very easy to navigate. All said and done, these are the challenges that are accessibility specific. But one thing also I wanted to mention is, there's much more than accessibility. You know, when you take school education system in India, for example, when pandemic happened, a lot of schools seamlessly shifted onto the digital platforms. But it was not the case for children in India and the teachers, because you can't tell them go to YouTube and refer how to install Zoom, how to use Zoom, because everything says click here. So when you don't use mouse, it's not of any value to you. So I had to make my digital literacy tutorials in various languages for the teachers and students to use. And also we have our own accessible learning management platform called Subodha. Now, some of the ground realities that I have seen getting the children and teachers onto these platforms are even little bit more than accessibility, actually. One thing is making a platform accessible. Second thing is the digital literacy training that you'll have to give them. Third thing is you have to ensure that there is some mechanism to handhold the teachers or the students, or to get new users with disabilities onto the platform. Because with so many challenges, it's not very easy to be continuously motivated to get onto the platform. And after you get on, they encounter some or the other challenges. There needs to be somebody to handhold them and make it very comfortable. because even in our on our accessible platform that we have, teachers wanted some other features, like they wanted phone. So it's very important to get, they wanted an app. So it's very important to get their perspectives as well and make changes as they, like as we say, right, nothing about us without us. So we need to involve them in the process of making the platform accessible and handhold them so that they're comfortable in the usage of these platforms. So these are some of my thoughts that I wanted to share.
Thank you very much, Vidya. There is a lot there to take on, to consider, and from Vidya's personal experience. I'll pass on now over to Jacqueline Huggins, who has the experience of supporting students in her university. So please go ahead, Jackie.
Right. Hi. Well, from here, I'm saying good night. And exactly what was just said by the last speaker. What happens on our campus, though, is that we have a policy. And that policy is what is used to encourage lecturers, academic staff to do what is right for the student. And our department is almost like a watchdog in terms of a student who has visual impairment, who is blind, is registered with the campus. We then work with that student, and we work with lecturers so that they understand content not being accessible is very important. It is something that we always have to sit one-on-one and speak to lecturers about why it needs to be done. And we have students also speaking with the lecturers. This is what my need is. So the lecturer has a better understanding. We have had the issues where students have to deal with graphs, students have to do with calculations, and lecturers had to become creative. So sometimes we're not even able to use the online platform. We have to use lecturer and student talking it through, finding solutions that is not necessarily online. In terms of when COVID hit, that is where we really understood the challenges that our students with disabilities, especially students who are blind and students who were deaf, we recognize the issues that they face. And even though we recognized it, our university management decided that they're going to provide laptops because we didn't realize our students didn't even have access to laptops, didn't have access to internet. But the university came up with a plan where they worked with providers to provide internet access in areas where students did not have it. They also provided loans of laptops so students were able to utilize it. Then again, training was very important. Training for some lecturers, training for some students. We just assumed that students were able to navigate, and that was not the case. So my department had to actually deal one-on-one with students to ensure that they were not left behind. We also had attitudes of, some lecturers. So for instance, we had a student who is deaf, and the lecturer is using Blackboard, and she asked him just to, put on captioning, and he just refused. I had to intervene, Again, although we had a policy, we still depended on the will and the goodwill of lecturers and academic staff to do what needs to be done. I'm not sure if India has a national policy, but Trinidad and Tobago, we don't have a national policy. In fact, we are now on the stage where we have a draft disability bill, and hopefully when that is passed, our students on our campus and our students anywhere would be able to navigate, will be able to be trained, will be able to have the type of access that they need to have. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. And I think that we are naturally segueing into policies and legislation and where that fits. And And Swaran, I will ask you to maybe make some comments about that from your perspective, please.
Thank you, Gunilla. Thank you very much, Vidya. Thank you very much, Dr. Higgins. First of all, I wanted to say a big winner, which means thank you in Fijian. It's also our independent day today. And, it sort of resonates with the topic we have today, because I don't feel personally as a citizen of the country, I do not feel that we would be able to live a dignified life until everyone, each and every person in the country has access to the basic citizen-centric services that every other person has. And I think the resilience that the people of Trinidad and Tobago have is just amazing. As Dr. Higgins has just mentioned, that there is no national policy at the moment. Actually, I met Dr. Higgins, I think 3 to 4 years ago when I went. I was actually a visitor to University of West Indies, and that's when I met this wonderful woman, and I've personally learned a lot from her from that one meeting. And one fundamental thing that I had actually learned during that visit was that even though there's no national policy, we need to have people who are continuously there as a support system. Along with Dr. Higgins, I've also met some other people in the university who have told me that though there wasn't a disability policy, but we have used other avenues, other legal instruments that were there in terms of support for persons with disabilities. For example, the Education Act that says education is accessible to everybody. Everybody means everybody. It also includes persons with disabilities. So there are people who firmly believe in inclusion as a basic fundamental human right, and they exercise it through other avenues, not just the Disability Act. If I were to sort of shed some light onto what happened in Fiji, so when we had a bill passed in government for the provisions, for creating provisions for accessibility or for the rights of the persons with disability, that was in 2016. In 2018 was when the act came into practice. However, till date, we do not have anything in written in legislation that says that persons with disabilities need to have access in every avenue in terms of everything that is supposed to be there for a citizen, public amenities, social platforms, social media platforms, places where people interact, meet, citizen-centric services, education, and many other avenues that most people enjoy seamlessly. So in Fiji, though, we have the Act, 2018 Act, that says that we need to create the provisions, but it doesn't explicitly say what those provisions should be, or how to create those provisions. There is nothing that is written that says you need to ensure that all your websites are accessible. So what I've been doing so far is whenever I get an opportunity to speak to an audience and I talk to them about inclusion, I do talk to them about OHS, which is Occupational Health and Safety. It is legislation of the country, and no organization can bypass that. So we are talking about having accessible entry points in a building, which is great, which is absolutely important. But at the same time, we are, neglecting, or suppose we are not taking into consideration those people who are not there physically. They also need to have access to amenities. They also need to have access to the websites. So accessible website is still something that is rather new, a very new concept in the Pacific. So I feel we really need to start working in that area.
Thank you very much. There is so much to do. Vidya, could you explain from the Indian perspective on legislation, policies in regard to accessibility in education, and has that policy and legislation actually been implemented?
Yes, from the Indian context, actually now the government is trying to come up with NEP, National Educational Policy, where they're trying to make a lot of changes, and inclusion is considered as one of the most important areas. Actually, a lot of people now are trying to get on to inclusive education than having special schools and special education system for the visually impaired, but it's all there, but I'm sure it will take a lot of time to implement it, but the government has started thinking in the right direction. One thing about India is that while we were working with schools, we cannot go from school to every school and get approval. So we are directly working with the state governments. We have MOU signed with the state governments, and they actually send out circulars to all the schools in the states to follow our interventions. That's how it's been working. What I have seen is in India, there are so many states, and in each state, the policies are very different. So suppose in one state, the special education or education for persons with disabilities will come under the separate department, like Department of Social Justice, whatever is there in that, disability affairs, whatever department. There are different departments actually for persons with disabilities. So sometimes the education comes under that department in few states, but in other few states it comes directly under the Department of Education. So these are two different departments, and there is nothing like throughout the country it's the same policy. Sometimes when it is with the education department, the accessibility and awareness, those aspects are not very much there because it's for general education. And even sometimes if it's under the special education department, a lot more needs to be done, but it's a little bit better. So there are all of these constraints that are there. There's nothing like nationally everyone is following certain thing. It's different for different states, but all said and done, we have actually signed the Convention of Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act in 2016. Lot needs to be done, but it has started. I'm not saying that what it was a decade back, it's still the same, because government is actually trying to make their websites accessible. Long way to go, but it has started. So that's currently there, and there needs to be something central for special education in the country, which right now is not there.
Yes, there is certainly a lot to do. And one of the areas that we often talk about is universal design and its principles to ensure that there is design from the start when it comes to how a platform is accessible for anyone. If we take, for example, in the built environment, if we have a level entrance to a building instead of stairs, that means that it's useful for persons using a wheelchair, but it's also useful for someone pushing a pram or a delivery cart, and it's not a special adaptation. And that's what we like to see more and more of in the online world. And for example, here in this room, we have captioning, and there has been a lot of work done to ensure that there is captioning in these particular sessions. But it's essential for a person who has hearing loss, but it's really good for anyone who is has a language other than English and needs to have confirmed what is being said, or maybe there's some facts that they can catch up with on the particular captioning. So I'd like to ask Dr. Huggins your thoughts about universal design and its principles in the online learning environment.
Okay, just to clarify, we have a national policy 2080. However, we don't have any legislation to back that policy. So it's like you have a policy, but nothing is being done. Thankfully, the draft Trinidad and Tobago Disabilities Bill of 2023 will change that. Now, in terms of universal design, my personal thought is it can be done. It can be done, and it is useful for everyone. So in terms of our academic staff, I would have met with some academic staff and tried to show them that based on what they do and how they do it, it will allow any student to benefit from their delivery. It will allow any student to be able to do that assignment. One of the things we talk about is really the cost. So for instance, my university was built 75 years ago, and how do we retrofit? So that's the physical. We have lecturers who would have started teaching many years ago, and this whole online and internet is very new to them. So how do we change the way they think and understand in terms of meeting the needs of every student within that classroom? So that is something that we continue in terms of awareness. We do outreach. We meet with the organization on the campus that provides training for academic staff so that they have a sense. Websites. I am working on a campaign where we are trying to get every faculty's website to be accessible. We have new things. I am not sure if you heard of Canva, and we have some colleagues who love to do Canva. They love to put pictures, they love to put blocks. And then when they do that, a student who is blind, their equipment cannot read. So it is a constant, you must have a watchdog. I call myself a watchdog on that campus. You must have a watchdog that looks and sees and recognizes and then speak out, you know, on behalf of students. We also work closely with our students. You know, what are your needs? And we have to meet your needs. Once we recognize and we said, yes, we are taking you onto this campus, we must recognize your needs. And therefore, my department, work very closely with the students that we serve. So we are always liaising with a lecturer. We are always liaising with our deputy principal in terms of changes that must come. Our mantra is that we are going to create a campus without barriers. And that is what we work towards. Universal design is super important.
I like your term watchdog. I often use the word accessibility champion, and I would encourage any organization to ensure that there is either a watchdog or an accessibility champion to keep reminding the fellow staff and within the organization generally to ensure that there is accessibility and that it doesn't slip away. Swaran, would you have any comments on that, please?
I was just listening. It's totally remarkable. You know, as mentioned earlier, as Dr. Higgins had previously said, you know, I think it's evidence that legislation on its own is never enough, because even without legislation, these remarkable women have done so much work. They have come up with, you know, textbooks. They've come up with a tertiary level education. If I may make reference to Professor Harrington Blade, who is in the Faculty of Education. I remember when I met her, this is about 4 years ago, and she had told me that, no, we do not have enough legislation for persons with disabilities specifically, but we do have the Education Act, and it says everybody. And that did not stop her. That actually was something that she utilized when the term everybody means every citizen of the nation. And that is what, you know, gave her enough legislation to go ahead and create a tertiary level education, a master's degree or a postgraduate degree in inclusion that teaches how to make the classes inclusive. So I think this is enough evidence to say that legislation on its own is never enough. We do need the watchdogs. We need people who have to be there constantly ensuring that inclusion becomes part of our DNA. No, it needs to be part of our muscle memory. It needs to be part of our everyday motto and mantra. Nobody has to be left behind because somebody forgot to, you know, address the needs of a particular person. So just as the University of West Indies has, we also at Fiji National University have a reasonable adjustable form, in which we meet a student and then we have a discussion, go through some student counseling session. And but the other obstacle we face in that area is that the right still remains with the student if they want to declare their disability. And many times we've got these cultural norms, we have these societal norms we have challenges around that as well, because until and unless somebody declares the disability, there would not be much that we can do to help. That does become a barrier. If I could refer to a specific case, I remember teaching a student who exhibited, traits, or I wouldn't say symptoms, but traits of a person who has a form of autism. And if I were to be specific on because I had some discussion with some other teachers, and they told me that it seems like that it is autism, but we could not really put a finger on what particular type of autism, because until and unless we can do that, we will not be able to create the special provisions that are needed. So that becomes an obstacle. So when we tried to talk to her parents, the parents had a very an aloof type of reaction. They said, "No, my child doesn't have disability." So for them, disability is something to be shunned away, to be kept quiet about. It's something that would be embarrassing, and they feel that if anybody gets to know that the child has a disability, then it is something that is not something to be proud of. It is something that could deter people in giving opportunities in the workforce as well. So these are some of the obstacles we are facing. Now, FNU is an ISO certified organization. We practice ISO 9001, and we've had situations where I remember there was a time when we had a participant in a short course program, and she may have been in her early 50s, and she had superannuation. She was actually paying for a course through superannuation. And there were people in the class who came and told me, "Madam, it's rather dangerous to keep her in class because she," well, they used rather disturbing terms, but what could have been the case was paranoid schizophrenia. So I had other participants coming and telling me that she could be dangerous to keep in class. So then again, we've got another legislation about OHS where we need to protect every participant in the class. And so sometimes we have legislations that sort of contradict with each other, but then there comes a point in time for like, for example, in my case as a teacher, I had to stand my ground, and I had to say, no, my student has a constitutional right to be in this class. And if we are not creating the right provisions, then we are people who are not, doing the right thing. But then eventually we had a good discussion. This was, I think, in 2006. And I remember we still kept that student in class. But the fact that she was using her own superannuation, I think it was evidence enough that she was in a sound mind to actually work and earn a living for herself. So there's so many things that sort of contradict with each other as well. But I think in cases like that, we probably need another act that stands robust on its own. The fact that we need to create the provisions for persons with disabilities, and that was entailed and enriched within the 2018 Act of Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The incident that I'm telling you about happened in 2006. So the only legal instrument I had in order to keep this student of mine in class was the fact that it is a basic right. It is a constitutional right to be in class. But of course, as in many lesser developed countries, as in many economies that are still developing, there will always be a huge gap between what the Constitution says that the citizens should have in terms of rights and what the legislation says in terms of what happens when those rights are breached. So we need to, focus on the gaps. We need to focus on the gaps and also find out how to address them.
There is a lot to unpack there, and I think that when it comes to the issue of cultural barriers in terms of the general education community understanding what it means to have a different type of disability, and the shunning, the stigma in some cases. Vidya, do you have any comments about that, and also in terms of universal design?
Yes, as I was already mentioning, that sometimes it's the accessibility specific issues why people are not able to get onto the digital platforms or things like that. But sometimes it's also all of these barriers like cultural norms, considering it as a stigma. So it almost happens in all villages. For example, there is one lady who stays next door to my house, and she rarely comes out of house. So 40 years, I think now she's almost 40. So 40 years she's a blind person, and she's locked up indoors. So there are situations like that, and I myself have seen trying to get some women onto digital platforms so that at least they can be connected to the community. And when I try to reach out to them, in the initial stages itself, there'll be somebody at home picking up the call and not connecting to them. So they don't have even that much freedom for them to get onto digital platforms. So all of these barriers definitely are there. And sometimes it's also how we design the technologies. You know, even social issues are sometimes socially how we want to be there, how we want to look. For example, if you take simple example of a cane, some people are not comfortable taking it and walking with it because it looks very different. Now, if there are some audio specific devices which are too big or which are not very socially, which are little, what to say, they're not very socially pleasing to take it in a social setting, then people will not like to use them much. So some phone, for example, is a very good example of universal design, because on the phone there's talkback, there are all sort of accessibility features that are there. When you want, you can turn it on, when you want, you can turn it off. So phone everybody carries, there's nothing that prevents you taking it whenever you are in a group or whenever you are in a social setting. So you'll have to consider all of these barriers as well while designing the e-learning experiences, and make it as inclusive and as socially acceptable as possible on what platform you want to design the e-learning experiences. So all of these will also have to be factored in, and the continuous support for people to use the platforms also is a must. Sometimes the government runs a lot of programs, they distribute laptops, they distribute a lot of devices, or even some other organizations distribute it to students, and all the software is installed, LMS platforms are there, but who is going to oversee it, whether the students, teachers, or whichever person wants to use the platform, are they comfortable, are they able to use it on a long-term basis? So all of these will have to surely be considered, along with accessibility issues.
Thank you, Vidya. And I'd like now to bring in Zachary Yama from Morocco, who is a co-organizer of this session and also on the leadership team of the Internet Society Accessibility Standing Group. And so if Zachary could make some comments about universal design principles too. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunala. Thank you, everyone. Some institutions, as said by my predecessor, find it difficult to apply universal design and make it compatible with the accessibility, even though both have the same goal, making access and reduce barriers for students. However, the scope and method they use vary. For universal design, it focuses on a broad range of learners, while the digital accessibility focuses essentially on learners with disability. But the good news is that what is good for persons with disability is also good for everyone. When we take, for example, real-time captioning for persons with disability, it is also good for students without disabilities, because when they have, for example, a difficulty understanding an instructor's accent, it's also good for them when watching a video in a loud environment. When applied with an accessibility mindset, the universal design for learning often lead to to resulting in benefits for people beyond those in need of a specific accommodation. In my opinion, training institutions should use the accessibility effort as an opportunity to improve the universal design practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zachary. Before we go on to talk about the broader concept of how the internet community can all work on making e-learning more accessible. I'd like to open the floor now to persons in the room and online if there are any comments or questions. So yes, we have one from Lydia Best. Please take the microphone.
Thank you very much. I'm Lydia Bess, and I represent the European Federation of Hard of Hearing People. And I have a question not around just the e-learning in the classroom itself, but also before. So, for example, students have to access internet and online resources teachers provide for them, be it assignment, be it whatever materials we need to use. What I have seen, and what is in UK, that the IT departments in the schools often apply a very heavy-handed way towards accessing the online resources in the schools, between the schools. And that, in fact, is a barrier for those with cognitive disabilities. And, you know, just constantly changing the passwords, constantly changing the way to access, immediately stops those students from accessing vital information and from being able to provide the assignments. And the problem is that nobody actually sees this as a problem, even when you raise it, because it's being seen as, this is simple, this is no problem for anyone, so why do you have a problem? And I think we need to address that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Who would like to take that question? Vidya or Dr. Huggins, Swaran? Who would like to take that question?
What I would like to say is that, you know, I understand what was just said, but on my campus, again, my department, we work closely with IT. You know, we listen to whatever complaints students have, and we take it to whichever quarters. So for instance, we had students who could not afford the software that is needed, the JAWS. So what I did is that I worked with my supervisor to gain funding so that we were able to purchase 4 licenses, and we put it in each one of our libraries, our computer labs. So our students were able, IT was included so that they had an understanding of why we were using the software, the reason why they need to support the students. So it is also about finding the stakeholders who would listen, finding the stakeholders who would understand and ensure, you know, that what the student needs is what the student gets. There are some equipment that's very expensive that our students cannot purchase, and therefore the university has that responsibility. And once the university has that responsibility, those who are involved in ensuring that it happens, like our IT unit, they are definitely brought on board. So, you know, a lot of what we do, it takes meeting and talking, negotiating, which shouldn't be, it should be, this is what needs to be done. But it takes some of that to ensure that, you know, the students are not frustrated. The students are able to come on campus and they're able to do what they need to do.
Thank you. Any other comments to that question?
Ganel, I just wanted to just clarify from Lydia once more. So is your question around the need of, you know, having to constantly change your passwords, or there's too many authentication processes that make it cumbersome for a person with disability to continue, you know, working? Is it something around that? If Lydia could please clarify,
yes,
I'm just trying to understand.
It's Lydia speaking. Yes, that's correct. So that is even before you go online to participate in your online learning. And, you know, I'm not going to talk about captioning because it's been already said, but it is actually accessing the vital materials the students have to get into online library where the teachers put in the assignments where for the students get chastised for not finishing or finalizing the work, but they literally could not remember the passwords. And when they were erasing it, it's a constant battle of working with the IT to understand that actually you can't keep changing those passwords. You can't keep ramping up security because it creates the barrier for the students. And I have seen it firsthand with my son. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. I think that's a very valid point. Additionally, students should never be penalized for that extra time that they require in, logging into the system. The assessment should in fact start from the moment that the student has accessed the main curriculum. And if you look at certain, if I could speak about certain IT exams, for example, CCNA, Cisco exams, checkpoint exams, Microsoft exams. If you do the exams, for example, you'll see that you are assessed only for the times that you are actively online. And if there is any sort of technical issue, then whatever time the technical issue takes, that time would not be, you wouldn't be held against you. You will be compensated for that time. That's one part of the equation. Now, of course, it's very important for us to be cyber resilient in today's world. I cannot emphasize that enough. However, there are so many easier ways of authentication. Thumbprints, tongue scan, retina scan. There's so many different types of easier authentication methods that are specific to that person. Face recognition, retina eye recognition. So these are authentication methods that are specific to the person. So there's really no other way of bypassing that. It's very secure and it's easier as well. So I fail to understand why would they try to impose such difficult types of authentication methods and waste their time and make it such a deterrent that the student would not even want to go back to class. So maybe you should really advocate for this.
Thank you very much, Swaran. And there is another question or comment here in the room.
Hello, my name is Ana. I'm from Brazil, and I work in a child's rights organization. And I would like to hear a little more about Lydia's work with children, and if you can comment about the role of civil society in promoting their rights. And you talk about guaranteeing the accessibility since the design too, and it's what we defend for children too. But I want to hear about your thoughts about how can we do this and promote this if we don't have the platforms involved in this debate, or we don't have persons with disabilities working in those places to think and promote these accessible ways. And what is your thought about that?
That's a long question, and also it can be a very long answer. And I think we can make it part of the rounding off of this session about how the internet community can encourage collaboration across the globe to make e-learning more accessible for persons with disability and certainly children with disability. So I'll pass now over to Vidya.
Yes, so I feel a little bit to answer the question that you had asked earlier. So when you're talking about children, a lot of times children do not know what they want. So it should be the persons with disabilities who have grown up in similar circumstances or who have gone through the system to tell that this is what the children need. So once the child knows that these are the things, because what I have seen is whenever you take any new technology to the child, they are very open-minded, they are not very biased, they have not grown up yet, so they don't have their own assumptions. So whenever you take something new, they pick it up really, really quickly. So I don't see why a child who is introduced to computer, who is introduced to Braille, who is introduced to technology, who knows everything, say right from grade 1, why won't they be able to compete with everyone else, say when they reach grade 8 or 9? I mean, they can do very much everything in par with everybody else. So that's what we are trying to give all of these right from very early age. Everything that a child has access, a child with sight has access, we are trying to make it available for children without sight as well. And I feel the non-profit organizations have a huge role because they're the bridge between the government and bridge. They know the ground realities working in this space. So it's very much essential for the non-profit organizations to be that bridge and to play their role very effectively. Also, as an internet community, I feel that having forums like these where there are people who have expertise in different areas sharing their thoughts, networking, and actually coming up with what are the pressing needs that the community at large has, and actually following up with the networks that we make here and making a meaningful impact together. Anyone individually cannot do it. So I feel forums like these and the internet community has a huge role to play, and it takes time. So it's a good starting point.
Thank you very much, Vidya. And it's so important to hear from a person with a lived experience and the pathway that Vidya took to become who is now a global advocate. So that's very important. I'd like to now pass on in the last few minutes, just very briefly, to Dr. Huggins, just to give some thought about this encouraging collaboration across the globe, which we've already heard about, all of those experiences from various different countries, and how can we continue that collaboration to make e-learning more accessible? Dr. Huggins.
And I certainly want to agree with forums like these, because this is where I learn, and this is where I take back to my university and try to get it implemented. And, you know, this organization, there's a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of experience, and we cannot stop. We need to continue. And so, for instance, one of our campus is fully online, and it covers 13 countries in the Caribbean. And students are able to get their degrees. And I believe if we utilize a system like that, you know, little by little, we spread it. I am talking to somebody from India. I'm talking to somebody from Fuji. And we learn from each other. And then we put together what are the best practices. And we start to utilize whatever we learn on these forums. You know, it's not a talk shop. We're going to take back some thoughts. We're going to take back some action. And I think little by little, we stay with this, you know, we stick together and we could get it done. It's going to take some time, like she said, but it's not impossible.
Thank you very much. And I will give a final word to Swaran Arinda, please.
Thank you very much. So finally, I think through all this conversation, there's something that I wanted to talk about is affirmative action. We can talk about these things, and you know, last year I met someone at IGF, and he mentioned that I've been saying the same thing for the past 10 years. I think it's time for affirmative action, and we can do it together, right? So some of the things that could help is, first of all, a disparity measurement. We cannot talk without having proper measurements in front of us. Governments, economies will not listen to us till we have intellectual property that is based on disparity measurements. So basically, it's just a simple measurement of how many people are digitally included over how many people who are not. And then there's some standards like the world-renowned standard WCAG, to the least if we could try with 1.0, even in places where there's no such thing as digital inclusion ever done. So if we could have web content accessibility guidelines 1.0 to start off with. And there's one initiative that I wanted to speak to you about is UNESCO's ROMEX indicators, which is an internet universality indicator assessment. So we are currently doing this for 5 Pacific Island nations, and basically it's based on human rights principles. For an internet that is based on human rights, it is open, it should be accessible to all, and it is nurtured by multi-stakeholder stakeholder participation, as well as some cross-cutting issues like children, gender, security, economy. So this is quite an interesting study. I'm actually part of this. So if there's anybody who would like to talk to me about how you could do this, I'll be happy to address your questions later on. So that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Swaran, and thank you very much to the panel and the audience with your questions. And I think we have learned a lot, and we look forward to further collaboration across the globe. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you and goodbye.
Ganela, sorry, can we just take a photo quickly, please? I also happen to be one of the session organizers, so I apologies. Wearing 2 different shoes today. Okay, so if you could please take a photo of the audience in the session and also those online. Okay, are we ready? 2, 3. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Higgins. Thank you, Vidya.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Zakari. Thank you,
Have a
Ganela. Goodbye. Enjoy Kyoto.
good day.
Bye.
exactly. Just for you to know.
Did I do this right? Okay, how are you doing? Nice to meet you. Louise, pleasure. Hey, nice to see you. The technical folks. Hey, how are you doing?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a new session, a roundtable on the successes and challenges of cyber capacity building coordination. Today we'll tackle these issues related to strengthening the cybersecurity posture, resilience, as well as cyber skills and competences, which is the coordination of efforts aimed at enhancing cyber capacity building. So in a world where, as you know, state-sponsored cyber attacks, cybercrime, and cyber incidents are proliferating, governments, multilateral organizations, private sector entities, and international bodies are allocating substantial resources and funding to bolster cyber capacity building. Developing nations are receiving vital support to fortify their cyber defense capabilities, encompassing the ability to detect cyber threats, promptly report on cyber incidents, and respond effectively to cyber attacks. However, with the proliferation of projects and initiatives in this domain, coordination of cyber capacity building efforts has emerged as a challenge. The task of aligning strategies, priorities, and supported activities among donors, recipients, and implementers in the realm of cyber capacity building has grown increasingly intricate. And we'll try to discuss all these things today. So our session aims to explore both the achievements and difficulties associated with coordination in this cyber policy area. Today we are privileged to be joined by a distinguished panel representing not only various actors from the Internet Governance Forum space, so government representatives, civil society, technical community, but also actors from the cyber capacity building community that are defined somehow in a slightly different way, because we've got recipients, donors, and implementers. And our speakers also from different regions of the world. Together we'll address questions related to the complexity of cyber capacity building coordination. We will explore what are the repercussions of inadequate coordination in the field of cyber capacity building, and we will share what are the existing mechanisms designed to enhance coordination in this sphere. And then we'll identify also what actions can donors, implementers, and recipients take to improve the coordination of cyber capacity building efforts. And of course, most importantly, we hope that many of you in the room will have the opportunity to actively contribute to our discussion. And we hope you will share also your own experiences and recommendations for enhancing coordination mechanisms in this cyber policy area. We also would like to prepare at the end of this session a policy brief, which will be shared with many stakeholders in this area, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, the German Agency for International Cooperation, other agencies dealing with international cooperation and cyber capacity building, the European Commission, recipient nations, implementers, and ongoing projects and initiatives. So without any further ado, we can start the conversation. So I will let all panelists to briefly introduce themselves when answering the first question. And I will simply go in the order of the table. So let's start with Rita. Thank you for joining us. So can you tell us why it is difficult to coordinate cyber capacity building projects from your perspective?
Thank you so very much for the question, and it's really a pleasure to be in this forum today to share my views pertaining to capacity building projects. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Rita Madioba Dumeling, and I work for the Botswana National CSIRT. I'm actually a CSIRT respondent, and yeah. Before I can jump into the answer, I would also like to emphasize what really cyber capacity building encompasses, right? Cyber capacity building, it actually encompasses all initiatives that actually drive towards the development of necessary skills, necessary capabilities, as well as the infrastructure that will ultimately or effectively address any cyber security challenges. Now, to go back to your question, why is it difficult to coordinate cyber capacity building projects? One pressing issue that ultimately affects both developing countries and as well as developed countries, it's actually the rapidly evolving cyber landscape and its complexity, right? We are living in an enormously, tremendously evolving a technological era whereby we are seeing the emergence of new technologies, and these technologies are, however, taken advantage of by threat actors. So in such cases, we are seeing emergence of sophisticated threats, sophisticated vulnerabilities. Now, therefore, in this dynamic environment, it rather becomes a challenge in this in coordinating, especially in reference to like strategies and priorities. There are strategies and priorities that are implemented to address issues that come with this, that are actually faceted to addressing cybersecurity issues. But adapting these strategies and priorities or policies rather is a challenge because of the dynamic environment. And this, however, especially for us developing countries, for example, Botswana, it's rather expensive in the sense that in order to like be agile or keep up to speed with addressing issues pertaining to these emerging threats, pertaining to these sophisticated vulnerabilities, it requires a lot of funding, it requires a lot of like training, cyber security experts in order to like try and keep up with this emerging challenges. And then in addition to that, like I've mentioned, there is like a lack of capacity, especially in Africa. We lack capacity in the sense that we do not, there is no like tailored training that is actually intended for different aspects of cybersecurity. So those are one of the pressing challenges. But we, as for emerging or this constant or the evolving threat landscape, we are seeing that it also impacts countries such as Estonia, which is highly known for its great, strong cybersecurity posture. So in essence, complexity and rapidly evolving landscape as well as resource constraints are a challenge, especially for developing countries such as ourselves, Botswana.
Thank you very much, Rita. I think it's clear that there is a need of support, so there's no doubt of that. And because of these complexities and evolving cyber threats, and some organizations are also trying to improve the complexity around the coordination of these efforts for supporting countries like Botswana. So, for instance, Teresa, one of the main goals of the GFC is somehow to support coordination. So, what's your take on that, difficulties and everything else and challenges?
Yeah, thank you, Enrico. Thank you also, Rita, for setting us up with some really excellent points. Good to be here. So my name is Teresa Horisova, and I'm from the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, the GFC, working mostly on our regional hubs and regional efforts. And building on what you said already, I will try to provide a little bit more, maybe frank assessment why it is difficult. Frankly speaking, this is the cyber capacity building efforts. It's quite a tough and very competitive environment. That's why, for kind of all the actors involved, be it the donors, be it the implementers, or being the recipient countries. Kind of the intuitive answer is that less sharing will mean more projects, will mean maybe more control about what type of projects are delivered, and so on. And that's a problem. Yes, we will get later to why it is a problem, because when we are in a situation that there is not enough sharing, that also means that one project does not build on another project. We do not connect connect the dots as we should. So. That's why it is difficult to coordinate. We also, and you pointed to it a little bit, Rita, that in many cases it's very supply driven, the capacity building support that is being provided, rather than demand driven. So I still think there is a lot of room for maneuver in listening to the recipients of cyber capacity building support on what their needs actually are, rather than presuming that we, on the other side, know what the needs are.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Teresa, I think it's very interesting to highlight this issue of the competitive environment. There is a lot of competition, actually, even if it's yeah, it's clear, really, also working from an implementer point of view, because I've been working for a project delivering cyber capacity building, and it's clear to see that there is competition, because, I mean, the funds, even if they're there available from a number of sources, are also somehow limited, because these projects also require a substantial amount of funds to really deliver on the promises. That's also the reality. So Claire, then from your perspective as a government representative, what do you think about the complexities and challenges of cyber capacity building coordination?
Thank you, Enrico. Hello, everyone. So my name is Claire Stoffels. I'm the Digital for Development focal point at the Luxembourgish MFA, and within the Directorate for Development Cooperation and Humanitarian Action. So first of all, I wanted to thank you very much for inviting me to participate to this panel on this really relevant topic, on which I hope I can share some useful insights with you from a donor perspective. So from my experience, I can definitely say that cyber capacity building coordination is lacking amongst stakeholders, that we face a lot of challenges when attempting to coordinate, notably diverging objectives, approaches, duplication of actions. There are, however, a number of positive efforts that have been undertaken, which I will get to a little bit later. But first of all, cyber capacity building coordination needs to be driven by several parties from within, meaning it requires really an inclusive, demand-driven, and context-specific approach by which ownership is fostered among stakeholders at both national and regional levels in order to create sustainable change. I think this encapsulates really a key challenge in cyber capacity building coordination efforts. So as I said, it requires a regional approach, and because it transcends so many communities of practice, from technical incident responders to cybercrime police to civil society educators, it's really challenging to gather all relevant parties around the same table. But beyond getting everybody to sit at the same table and to actually discuss, one needs to also recognize that the success of cyber capacity building coordination processes is contingent upon operationalizing the consensus at international level and reflecting that in national policies and practices in a way that aligns with national and regional socioeconomic and security priorities. Then another essential component to cyber capacity building coordination is trust. So it sounds very basic, but trust is definitely a necessary component for practical cooperation between stakeholders. However, trust can be challenging to establish when working across so many different policy fields and institutions. And trust can be built through transparency and accountability. And I think Luxembourg has historically been perceived as neutral and trustworthy, and this has definitely had a positive effect on relationship building and developing different initiatives in the cyberspace. And finally, one of the biggest challenges that I've encountered in the past year has been the development also of scalable models to establish mechanisms to coordinate capacity building efforts. And this is basically how it comes down to how a project can be developed sustainably in the future. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Claire, for highlighting the requirement of an inclusive approach, success contingent also to consensus at an international level that needs to be translated in national policy, also on possibly coordination of cyber capacity building projects. And then trust. Trust is so important, right? Trust in cybersecurity is a word recurring theme across so many issues and also on cyber capacity building. So thank you for that. Anatoly, what's your take on the challenges on cyber capacity building coordination?
Hello, everyone. I'll try to oversimplify things. So cybersecurity, from my perspective, it's about good people who are protecting computers against bad people. So the main goal is to teach that good people to have the right value, the right ethics, and to be able to have the right skill to do the engineering of the process. So the fundamental problem is to deal to people, it's difficult, it's hard to plan, it's not like building a construction or a road. You have to adapt to the speed of learning of the people that you have in charge to cybersecurity process. So what happening very often, the donors have the timeline for the project, and they can't adapt to the speed of learning, to the speed of the humankind. So they starting to buy tools. They buying more and more sophisticated cybersecurity tools. It's easier to manage the project in this way, but you miss the main purpose. So you miss the humankinds who are fighting against, let's say, the defects in the cyberspace, in the engineering of the cyberspace. So paying more attention to the people in the process, it's the main thing that can help with this complex puzzle. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Another key issue. So this issue of the timing of the project, right? Sometimes you don't give enough time actually to a project to allow to reach to in terms of improving skills, because the learning curve might be slower, but there are specific requirements, especially from a donor perspective. I think the recommendation of actually focusing more on the people and what they can, how much they can learn in how much time would be probably a better way of approaching a project rather than having very specific and strong deadlines. Also, probably from a donor's perspective, unfortunately, that doesn't always work, but we can try to discuss that a little bit more. Hiroto from JICA, another donor organization and dealing also with international development. What do you think about the challenges?
Thank you very much, Enrico. I'm Hiroto Yamazaki, Senior Advisor on ICT and Cybersecurity at Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. So JICA is an official development assistant agency under Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So recently, JICA has been involved in bilateral technical cooperation related to cybersecurity, mainly in Asian region. So over the past 5 years, actually, the technical cooperation has been implemented in Vietnam, Indonesia, Cambodia, Philippines, and Thailand, and so on. So today, I'd like to share our experience from the JICA's activities. So I have 3 points on the difficulties on the coordination of cybersecurity capacity building. So first one is that there are simply too many organizations or stakeholders to coordinate. Some of them may not be globally identified, which makes coordination difficult. So cybersecurity has many communities divided into several layers, such as private versus government, technical and policy, and country or region. So in some cases, discussions among development partners do not include the communities of specialized security organizations, such as FIRST or IPCERT, and so on. So in addition, not all organizations participate every time. So even when a group of organizations coordinate something, there will always be the organizations that are not included, so making it impossible to fully coordination. So I have some examples. So JICA attends the regional coordination meeting. So since 2009, Japan and ASEAN have established the framework of the cybersecurity policy meeting and working group. So this meeting is held 4 times a year. So at the meeting, capacity building session is held to share what kind of capacity building each organization is implementing and to exchange our opinions. So this works well, but generally we cover the cooperation for government agencies. So, but does not include the support from civil organizations, private companies, and the international organizations such as the FIRST or the APSAT, except for the JPSAT Coordination Center. Sorry, I have a lot of examples, but the time is almost up. So I have one more reason. So we are the bilateral cooperation agency. So our cooperation is based on the bilateral agreement between Japan and the recipient country. So even if we could coordinate something with other development partners or donors, we still basically have to try to follow the recipient country's approach, strategy, and their needs by respecting recipient country's ownership. So sometimes it makes difficult to coordinate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Hiroto, for highlighting the number of stakeholders that actually a donor organization is supposed to coordinate. But I think it's a very interesting mechanism, what you described, the regional coordination meeting. I think that could help. Also, as you said, including all stakeholders might still be challenging. Luis, from your perspective, that I believe it's primarily academic, what's your experience and your take on the challenges on cyber capacity building coordination?
Thank you very much, Enrico. My name is Louise Marie Urel. I am a research fellow in the cyber program at the Royal United Services Institute. So for those of you who don't know RUSI, shorthand, it's a security and defense think tank based in London, but we work globally across different regions. And my own background, I worked in think tanks and mostly focusing in Latin America and the Caribbean. So hopefully I'll be talking from that regional perspective, but maybe also talking a little bit more, as Enrico mentioned, from a more scholarly academic perspective. So as a person that has been, in the position of being an implementer in many ways of different capacity building initiatives, thinking that implementation is not something that's only conducted by different governments, but all different stakeholders have a place of implementation when it comes to cyber capacity building initiatives. I think what I've observed in the past couple of years is that, we use the term cyber capacity building, but in fact, we're talking about evolving mechanisms, right? So there are MOUs that should be in place so that governments can then activate it and build an agenda bilaterally. We're talking about multi-sided kind of multi-donor funds that are being established. We're talking about, coordination among civil society organizations that are working in conducting cyber capacity building, and academia, the private sector, and other colleagues at the international level also kind of developing agendas on that. So I think I have 3 key points. What I've observed as well in terms of the context is that, many donor countries are in the 2nd or 3rd wave of developing programs for capacity building. So they're also restructuring the way in which they're doing and establishing, let's say, funds within the government. So which departments you need to bring together. So I think that's something quite interesting. But while you see, like, for example, the GFC, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, has a Sybil portal where you map all of the different, let's say, capacity building initiatives that are publicly kind of recognized. While we see lots of programs, coordination doesn't necessarily mean that, that's something that's necessarily there. But the first point that I would say is that I think there needs to be a better understanding of how coordination happens amongst countries that are willing to support. So from a supporter perspective, one big challenge of coordinating investments in a particular region, right? So I think there's some countries from a donor perspective that would be more interested in some regions and some more in others. And whenever there's, no coordination among them, it's very hard to see, you have one country that's receiving from multiple other countries. So how do you actually make sense that you're not overloading the recipient country because they also have to coordinate amongst themselves? So I think, duplication is something that we really need to think about. The second point is really domestic buy-in. As a person that has, as I said, worked in Latin America for many years, Political buy-in is something that's quite fundamental. So if you don't have political visibility over these capacity building programs, it's very hard to ensure sustainability of implementation, right? You might have a civil society organization or a think tank, as I used to work, trying to implement and bring visibility to cybersecurity capacity building, but then if the government doesn't see that as a priority, sometimes it's very hard to gain traction. So I think that is a very real challenge to thinking about coordination and sustainability. And the final point is really, I think we need to break down the term cyber capacity building a bit for us to have a better conversation, a more focused conversation. So maybe we might be challenged on the coordination element because we need to break that down. So I would break it down into at least 3 different subcategories as a good academic that I am. So there's the traditional cyber capacity building. We're talking about skills. We're talking about, you know, longer term projects or short term projects that are looking at, let's say, more whole of society approaches. A second element could be CCB for crisis response. So for example, Costa Rica having to respond to a large scale incident, right? This is a very different context of thinking about capacity building and investment in a particular recovery scenario. And the third one is capacity building for conflict or, you know, post-conflict recovery, which as we've been seeing, like in Ukraine, for example, it's a whole different landscape of investment and also capacity building efforts. So I think we need to break down the discussion around capacity building into the context in which it is applied. You know, it's very different when we're talking about peacetime and maybe conflict or crises triggered by a particular incident. Second, domestic buy-in. We need to ensure that there's political buy-in. And third, you know, coordinations amongst countries that are willing to support, given regional priorities for each of them, so that we don't duplicate efforts. So these are my 3 key points.
Thank you very much, Luis. Many interesting and thought-provoking points, and especially I think also on having a little bit more of granularity, right, on the term of cyber capacity building, because all these efforts, of course, have got different goals. And I think it's a good, your categorization between skills, cyber capacity building for crisis response, and for conflict or post-conflict recovering. Regina, based on your experience as a cyber diplomat, what do you think about the challenges on cyber capacity building coordination?
Thank you, Enrico. And I'm Regine Greenberger, the German cyber ambassador. I would subscribe to almost all the elements that have been mapped out here as parts of the difficulties that we meet when coordinating cyber capacity building, and I would like to add perhaps 4 more. So the first one, also from a donor's perspective, this is spoken from a donor's perspective, it's actually difficult to fund cyber capacity building projects. For us in Germany, this is, I mean, what is this, the 18th IGF? So I think there is quite a lot of time that has passed that we meet the needs, but in the Foreign Office, it's still a new topic, and it's for us a new experience to really go into the details of cyber capacity building. But we realized that it is not only capacity building for the sake of increasing cybersecurity, but cyber capacity building is also a diplomatic tool to strengthen our partnerships, to strengthen the stability of cyberspace, and by thus also the security of us all. So it's difficult to fund CCB projects because it needs a political willingness to do so, and the political willingness depends on the risk awareness. And you know, many people in the decision-making level of the Foreign Office, for example, are not as risk-aware as people, you know, in the basis, like Rita described it from CSIRT. The second reason is, of course, budget restraints, and then the third reason is that we have a very short-term planning, cameralistic planning for 1 year only, and we have midterm needs and even long-term strategies, as you described when you broke down what is actually capacity building. So our planning period is a little bit contradicting the recipient's horizon. And then the last element, that makes it difficult to fund is the deckability of the expenses. So because this is not always within the definition of what is then ODA, so of development assistance in the definition of the OECD, we have to take it from other funds, other titles. So another element that I would like to add to the difficulties is we need to free human resources to do that. So it's not about money only, it's also we need resources, experts. We have established an EU cybernet, which should be a platform to find an expert and also to develop train the trainers programs, but this has really come out of the experience that we don't have enough people to implement cyber capacity building measures. The third element is transparency. It's what we need is a transparency, and what we experienced is that, for example, when we invest in trust funds to fund cyber capacity building measures, like with the World Bank, we are really missing that kind of transparency that we understand what happens with the money and what do the recipients do with it. And the last element that I would like to mention here is what we are also needing to really coordinate effectively is we have to know the needs of the recipients, which requires them expressing and admitting and expressing their needs, and often it starts with a cybersecurity strategy that is missing that would give a structure to what are the needs in this particular place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regina, for sharing really from a donor's perspective the difficulties to fund cyber capacity building projects. I think you touch upon the political willingness from a donor's perspective, and Louise instead the political willingness from a recipient perspective. Sometimes there is a mismatch there, and issues of transparency also very important, because there is a need of understanding what's happening with the money. So probably having monitoring and evaluation mechanisms while the project is implemented could help that. And also very interesting point that let's not forget that cyber capacity building are also a tool, a diplomatic tool to strengthen partnership and working on security issues with other countries. So then let's move on to try now to understand what can be the consequences of this insufficient coordination in cyber capacity building. For instance, Rita, from your perspective, your organization, the National CSIRT, is primarily a recipient. So if coordination is actually insufficient, what are the repercussions for your own organization?
Okay, thank you, Enrico, for that question. As a member of the National CSIRT, I have had first-hand experience and exposure to the repercussions of insufficient coordinating cyber capacity building. So what we have identified or what we have come across is insufficient coordination ultimately leads to a disjoint cybersecurity efforts, thus leading to gaps and vulnerabilities in the country's overall cybersecurity posture, making it easier for cyber criminals and malicious actors to ultimately exploit such weaknesses within the cyber posture. And then another consequence could be there could be like insufficient resource allocation. For example, if different or multi-stakeholders within a nation do not like come together, coordinate towards cyber security capacity buildings, resources may be wasted, or there could be duplicated efforts, or they could be misallocated areas with less priority, and this inefficiency could ultimately limit the overall effectiveness of cybersecurity programs. And then with insufficient coordination, there's certainly limited information sharing, because effective cybersecurity entirely relies on timely and accurate information sharing between different entities, that is, between different stakeholders such as government agencies, civil sectors, or private sectors, or even international partners. So if there is insufficient coordination, this can like hinder sharing of threat intelligence and then making it harder to detect and as well as respond to cyber incidents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rita. Those are really worrisome points because somehow it seems that lack of coordination could result in deteriorating the cyber posture of a country, because we really touched upon issues of limited information sharing, increasing cyber vulnerability. So then the effect of cyber capacity building could be contrary, completely contrary to its final goals. Teresa, from your perspective, there are also some mechanisms at the GFC, like the clearinghouse and others. So what are the repercussions of insufficient coordination between all these actors?
Mm-hmm. No, thank you. And I know I feel in an answer to this question, we will be kind of reconfirming a lot what you have said. So yes, what are the consequences? Less impact than we could have. And definitely insufficient use of the limited resources, as several donors on this panel have already stressed. So there is a lot of duplication going on, and if you're a recipient, you might have got into situations that the kind of same or very similar project was offered to you by various implementers, in some cases not knowing that this has been delivered, or donors trying to also support a project that might have been delivered in that given country too. Another maybe point worth mentioning is that we are often overwhelming the recipients, because if there is not sufficient coordination, imagine that for every single project, an implementer would come and, for instance, would want to do a needs assessment for their particular project. And needs assessment is so time-consuming, and in this sense, it's very unfair to overwhelm already limited capacities, for instance, in a given country. So yes, it's a bit maybe utopian to expect that if needs assessment is a deliverable in your project, that you would be sharing it with other implementers. I understand that this is like a probably not a typical situation, but I feel it is a topic that we really need to talk about. Yes, and do you want me to go to the mechanisms now or later? Yes, okay, perfect. So yes, I mean, now sorry that I will be talking a little bit about the GFC, the organization I represent, because for those of you not familiar, we are kind of a platform for actors involved and interested in cyber capacity building, over 200 members from all stakeholder groups. And the main idea actually is exactly providing a platform that hopefully naturally will lead to more exchanges, more networking, more conversations about cyber capacity building. A few concrete mechanisms that we have experimented with have, for instance, and you've named it, Enrico, been the clearinghouse mechanism, which in practice means that, let's say, a government would express a concrete demand or need that they have, and we would try to kind of clear it through the richness of the network that we have at the GFC, connecting to the right implementers. In an ideal case scenario, connecting to the right donors. It's not straightforward, for sure. I mean, the idea is probably good. The practice can be, of course, very complicated, but we feel this is an experiment that is worth playing with further. We also try to organize various donor alignment meetings in various regions, where we also try to kind of provide space for donors to come together and talk and kind of exchange notes. again, it's also delicate and tricky, and it is unrealistic to expect that also donors would come and share all their intentions and plans and strategies. But we feel that there is maybe some progress that is being done in this regard, and if the GFC can have a minimal role in helping to facilitate the discussion, we would be very happy to continue doing that. Another mechanism that we have available for the community is the Sybil portal, which is available free of charge at sybilportal.org. And this is a space where we kind of try to provide mapping of what are the projects available for a specific topic in the field of cybersecurity, for specific region of cybersecurity, for specific country as well. So it's possible to kind of filter and play around. The resource will be more valuable the more comprehensive it is. So of course, I cannot say that we have 100% of projects everywhere covered. It also relies a little bit on the implementers and donors sharing with us this information so that we can feed it in the platform. And of course, it also relies on us and our agility to keep the portal as up to date as it can be. So this can be kind of a basic resource to see, okay, let me see what projects in the field of, I don't know, cybersecurity skills have been implemented in Botswana by whom? What was the angle? So it's sybilportal.org. I also, of course, have to stress a little bit our regional efforts. So I talked about it a little bit, you know, that we really think there should be more of this demand-driven capacity building, and then it's not something that should be happening kind of like from the headquarters somewhere, but being really much closer to the situation on the ground is essential, which we are trying to tackle through our regional hubs. And maybe to conclude, you know, a general mechanism, and also building on what others have said, Regina, you've been very frank in your response, is the kind of short-term, long-term planning. Yes, if we have project, you know, that is a quick fix on something, but we don't have the sustainability outlook, you know, in a way, it's also not as impactful as it could be in the long term, which I feel is the common goal of all of us. So sorry, I took more time now.
No, thank you. Thank you, Teresa, for sharing. So there are many mechanisms available from the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, the clearinghouse mechanisms, this regional donors meeting. The Cyber portal also is a great resource because all the information are publicly available. You've been collecting data and information for a number of years, so you've got actually an historical perspective, and that's really available for not only donors but also for implementers, for recipients, and I think it's a great way of increasing transparency for the broader global community dealing with cyber capacity building. So information is there, it is available. Sometimes it's also a matter of making an effort. Interestingly enough, I believe that there are still organizations and donors that do not know, unfortunately, these tools, but I believe that those are somehow also the foundations to try to improve these mechanisms globally. So I really invite everybody in this room, if you are involved in cyber capacity building, to have a look at these tools before embarking in your next project, because that could really help you improve the coordination efforts. Claire, so from your perspective, what are the consequences of this insufficient coordination? And then I don't know if you would like also to talk about some of the mechanisms to improve the coordination.
Yes, I don't want to repeat anything that's been said already, the excellent points that were made. From a donor perspective, there's definitely obviously a risk for duplication and lack of coherence because of the proliferation of actions in the cyber capacity building space. So therefore, coordination is essential to increase situational awareness and allows to learn if some of the needs identified in a country or that will be identified by the project have already been addressed by other CCB projects. So that's why also platforms like the ones from the GFC are essential, especially for countries like Luxembourg, where we don't have as many resources to identify what's being done, what's being carried out by other stakeholders in the field. So I want to address some mechanisms. So I just said, so as a small country, again, with limited resources, Luxembourg really has to foster multi-stakeholder approaches across sectors, not just in development cooperation. Within Digital for Development, cyber capacity building is one of our main intervention sectors, and it's a key priority really at national level, and it's reflected in our policies, in our administrations, and in our private sector, and it really has trickled down into development cooperation. And we therefore, together with our implementing agency, LuxDev, as well as other actors, we fostered a lot of partnerships to carry out CCB, capacity building interventions. We've coordinated efforts with also our National Cybersecurity Agency in the framework of our projects, really because we try to identify which needs and gaps can be filled by different partners that we work with. At European level, Luxembourg is a founding member state of the Digital for Development Hub, which you might have heard of. So it's a global platform that was launched by the European Commission in 2021, which aims to foster digital cooperation amongst EU member states to promote digital transformation in partner countries. So the Digital for Development Hub works on different thematics and has basically different working groups dedicated to those thematics, which aim at fostering discussions and initiatives, among which cybersecurity. So Luxembourg shares the co-lead of this thematic working group with France and the European Commission. And the purpose of these working groups really is to provide a forum for information and best practices sharing and experience sharing between member states. And we try to involve as much as we can different external actors as well on a regular basis. And it has been more or less successful. So successful in the sense that it has created an informal forum for technical levels to exchange and share practices. Less successful in the sense that I would say that most European member states still have limited resources dedicated towards digital for development, and therefore I don't think it has reached its full potential yet in terms of how much information, knowledge sharing, and coordination capacity it could carry out. Allow me to share maybe just an example of how the cyber thematic working group can actually work in practice. So the European Commission is currently formulating a new project focusing on sub-Saharan Africa with one component on cybersecurity and one on e-governance. Happy to get into the details a little bit later. And in parallel, Luxembourg, we're formulating a project at bilateral level with our implementing agency LuxDev and the African Union Commission with similar complementary actions. So our respective formulation teams, they are in contact now also with the African Union Commission and other stakeholders on the ground to ensure that both projects are actually complementary and make an efficient use of resources, that basically we don't also duplicate needs assessments, that we can actually base ourselves on one single needs assessment, that we ensure that we have the same contact points within the African Union Commission so that we don't, basically that they also feel that we are coordinated on our side and that it's not going in every direction. So we were able, basically, as I said, to share this information and our respective objectives through this thematic working group, which is, I think, quite a good example of how that can actually work in practice. And then Luxembourg has also joined other coordination platforms or practitioner groups such as the GFCE, the EU CyberNet as well, which is a great platform as well. And those have proven to be very beneficial, again, for a country where we have limited resources dedicated to D4D and small administrations to carry out these initiatives.
Thank you very much, Claire, for highlighting some of additional efforts from the national and European perspective. Maybe not everybody is familiar with this Digital for Development Hub, which is this European Union mechanism between member states, where, as Claire said, they can share, what are their priorities in terms of digital development and assistance to various countries. Of course, as you said, it's got its own challenges, but it just started also in 2021. So I think it's good and significant to see that there is an effort towards trying to improve coordination of these efforts. So yeah, thank you for providing concrete examples from from that point of view. And of course also the issue of national coordination and the problem with lack of enough resources, as also Regina highlighted before. So, yeah, Anatoly, from your perspective then, what are the consequences of this insufficient coordination, and can you highlight some of other mechanisms in place to improve coordination that maybe we do not know? Thank you.
Yeah, I like to start with elaborating a little bit on what Teresa just said about the competition of donors. What I've seen in the last year since I'm serving my prime minister is sometimes the beneficiaries are losing the point. They are losing the scope of the project. So we see the project as a process, but we miss to remember why we started this project. Because, you know, when the scope of the project is just to buy some hardware or software, it's very clear. You have a shopping list, you split the shopping list between donors, you buy it, you put it in place, and expect people to use it. It's more complicated when you have people involved, because sometimes you have, for example, training program, but you don't have enough brains to put that knowledge in. So you have a shortage of people to train. I can give you an example why it's happening that sometimes the people don't fit the projects in cyber we have. We had a discussion with the European Commission, especially on the topic of nationwide approach when we have to improve the cybersecurity in the regions, in the local authorities. And I discovered that the same problem is not just in Moldova. The same problem is, for example, in Estonia, because of this big decentralization of power. You have local authorities which have a big autonomy, but in the same time with this autonomy, they have to serve themselves. And what we discovered that the cyber or the IT in general in the regions is handled by private companies. So the Commission say we can't invite non-public servant in trainings for cyber. And we had now to find the mechanism to fit that employees of private companies who serve the infrastructure of the states in the regions. And it's not easy because you have to find the legal mechanism and to rebound the project scopes. So as I just told in my previous blog, to work with people is hard, and when you have technical people is more hard because they are special. The solution to that is obvious. You need a better planning, but it's not the planning that the donors have to do. It's the planning that the state actors have to do in terms of making this wish list to the donors. And yeah, that's the solution. Regarding the mechanism, we developed in the last, let's say, half year or maybe 8 months, we developed the following mechanism. So since 2015, we have the discussion that the Prime Minister need one single point of contact person in his office to be the window to the state. So they found that that person is myself, and I organized the Council of Cybersecurity in the Prime Minister office. And the vision of the Prime Minister, we are spreading across the institutions. We are spreading it to give the understanding what we wish to achieve and to give this clarity that sometimes is missing in all cybersecurity projects. Another mechanism that we have is small groups, because this council usually it's between 30, 50 people, and when you have in the same room 50 people all together talking, it's not efficient at all. So that's why we have this, the council usually it's meeting every month. We have every 2-month meetings with a shift from different donors. Usually it's happening in small groups. It's around, I don't know, 5, 7 people. And these small groups are delivering the peer review between projects and between activities of the donors. And it's very, very efficient because they can adjust their steps in delivering the project. So after having all these, let's say, coordination and identifying what have to be done, it's already our Ministry of Economy and Economical and Digital Development, or Economical Development and Digitalization. So this ministry, it's putting all that in the policy, and it became a law or a government decision to have it on paper, let's say. So this three-layer mechanism is very efficient for now. We'll see how we'll move with the critical infrastructure, because critical infrastructure is beyond the cybersecurity, and we'll need extra coordination because it's a different profile when you have to take care about cables and other physical stuff. But yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Anatoly, for I think highlighting some very important issues. So I like the point on the need for a better planning, not only from the donor's perspective, but also from a state actor's perspective, right? Because sometimes, as we have highlighted also before, there might be some lack of transparency at that level. And I think some of the mechanisms that you have identified at the national level are really great and probably could be replicated also in other contexts. I like the small working groups, because of course I believe that we have all been part of several working groups, so probably working with less people might be easier and more efficient, right? And then of course probably in your role trying to coordinate all these smaller groups, I think it's something very concrete that other countries or mechanisms could actually try to replicate. So yeah, thank you very much for that. And also I think the importance of another point of the recipients that are not only or always government officers, but might be also private sector representatives, and that might create a problem of formality from the European Commission perspective, because actually they cannot really directly support them. So the difficulties then from a recipient perspective of trying to find legal ways to let them understand that actually those are somehow acting as public sector employees, because those are the people dealing with cyber capacity issues at the national and government level. So thank you for that. Hiroto, from once again from JICA perspective, in terms of consequences of insufficient coordination from your experience, and what mechanisms did JICA put in place to improve that?
Thank you very much. From the development agency's perspective, so inadequate coordination in cybersecurity capacity building will lead negative effects such as the reduced efficiency, non-maximized of development impact, and lack of sustainability. So looking at the negative effects in more detail, we can see, so previous speakers already mentioned the duplication assistance, lack of the resources or the too much resources, or the siloed approaches to assistance and so on. And I skip some other parts, but conversely, by promoting coordination and cooperation, it is possible to eliminate these negative effects. So I have two examples. One is a kind of the bilateral effort. The other is more multi-stakeholders effort. So regarding the duplication of assistance, so I have an example from the Cambodia. So our project started in May this year, and this project included assessment activities for the national CSIRT. But it was discovered that the Cyber for Development had conducted already a few years ago. So in this case, so since the project had not yet started, so that we had a chance to talk with our Cambodian partner and Cyber for Development. So then we decided to use the result of the Cyber for Development instead of conducting the same assessment, so that we could reduce the duplication of the assistance. The other example is more about multi-stakeholders. So Japan, I mean the JICA, is conducting the technical cooperation project in Thailand. So there is a training center in Thailand that is called the ASEAN Japan Cybersecurity Capacity Building Center, called AJCCBC, established in 2008 or something. So in this training center, we are coordinating with the ASEAN member state countries and ASEAN Secretariat so that we conduct the training at least 6 times a year and also CTF contest to meet their needs. So in addition to providing, training provided Japanese training company or training institute, we also discussed with other donors or other partners. So this AJCCBC framework provided more training with, for example, the CISA of United States. So they provided some open source training evaluation, cybersecurity evaluation framework. And also we have, now we are planning to provide more training in coordination with the FCD of United Kingdom and ITU and more other organizations. So that's through this AJCCBC program. So this is a kind of the training center for ASEAN region, but also this AJCCBC has a kind of the coordination function to meet the needs of the ASEAN and also to reduce the duplication or something like that. So, okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing one concrete example of 2 projects collaborating in order to avoid duplication, and also for sharing the existence of this center, which I believe probably also other donors, beyond ASEAN and those that you have mentioned could actually collaborate with in order to improve coordination within the ASEAN region. So I would invite everybody who's working in that region actually then probably to get in touch with you and try to understand better how to work together through that center, because it's not only a physical center, but it's also actually a coordination mechanism. Yeah, Luis, same question for you. Insufficient coordination, consequences, and some of the mechanisms that you might have identified to improve coordination.
Absolutely, and we're right at the last mile, let's say, right now of the panel. Yes, I also don't want to kind of say the same. I think we're all biased over here. We understand very, very nicely the landscape and the challenges. But I think in terms of fragmentation of efforts, I would say that one of the consequences is really leading to poor sustainability measurement. And that goes from like an individual, let's say, donor or recipient country, or also from like different donor countries trying to assess the landscape, right? I think, we don't have necessarily good measurements for longer term sustainability efforts. I think we're very good in measuring KPIs for like an immediate project that you're implementing. But once you've implemented the project, I think that longer term element, because of so many other layers, right? I think Regine alluded to like the bureaucracy of government, right? And how sometimes it's very hard to keep track of things beyond the financial year. So I think we need to be very realistic of how do we then build effective measurements in terms of sustainability and over a longer period of time. Is that something that should be discussed in other fora internationally? Is that something that we should talk more about, be it at the ITU, be it at the UN, whatever works, of making those two communities meet, the CCB and the development community. So that also leads to a higher propensity of a one-off efforts or effects, right? I mean, so you only measure impact in, like, I implemented a project, then, you measure impact based on that particular project, so you don't have a holistic view. And I don't think that's something that's just applicable to donor countries or implementer or recipient countries. I think implementers as well, like organizations, civil society organizations, think tanks that are working on this, it's having a bigger measurement of like, how do we actually see this as more than a one-off? Is there something on the recommendations for you as an organization, and I can say from a think tank perspective, right, having conducted CCB in different countries and also helped in the implementation, I think it's like, how do you actually provide recommendations that are sustainable? Is it about developing a longer term capacity building program in a region, right? So I think we need to think more about that in terms of also other consequences from the domestically from the donor side. I already alluded to this. So there are multiple departments dealing with different types of capacity building efforts within different governments. So one example, and it's not to put the US on the spotlight, but like, for example, with Costa Rica and the Conti kind of ransomware incident, you had USAID kind of providing some support, and then you had now the Foreign Military Fund providing other types of support to Costa Rica, right? Which shows that there are different parts of government that are doing different types of CCB. Whether they're coordinating, and I have no insight into the particularities of the US government, definitely, but I think from a person that has been observing from the outside and the public information that we see, I think this is something to consider, right, in terms of, let's say, the consequences of insufficient coordination from a donor perspective internally. And then domestically from the recipient side, this can lead to really like overwhelming effect when recipient countries really have lots of offers. That is assuming a very good scenario where you have like a country that's receiving, but from a crisis response CCB perspective, and going back to what I said previously, when you look at countries such as Montenegro, right? So we hosted, Rusi, we hosted a discussion over at the open-ended working group at the sidelines on thinking about ransomware and requests for assistance, right? And we discussed with the colleague from Montenegro was talking about how when they were attacked, it was very hard for them to actually designate one POC to respond to the multiple countries that we're trying to support at that moment. So that is a good scenario where you actually have lots of countries wanting to support, but then you actually need to be realistic internally of whether you do have a POC, do you have a national cybersecurity agency that has the authority to do that? So I think there are lots of different nuances to thinking about coordination domestically from the recipient side, from the donor side, and also from organizations that are trying to measure sustainability more broadly. Very shortly on mechanisms. So still sticking to my breaking down the discussion and the language and the terminology around CCB. I think more broadly, as I discussed, you know, the mechanisms that we have for broader CCB are already out there. I think they're MOUs. For example, you know, Australia has done a very interesting work throughout the past couple of years of tying, you know, the BOA declaration, you know, looking at the Pacific Island countries, then tying kind of like particular parts of let's say, funds to do training on certs within the region. So I think there's like a sequencing of actions, and there are MOUs that come before that are renovated after a while. So I think, you know, these are things that have been working quite well in different regions. There are different experiences. When it comes to crisis response mechanisms, I think there's still a lot of experimentation on how government seeks to institutionalize this. From, let's say, Costa Rica, Vanuatu, PNG, and others, what, you know, just from research perspective, what we've observed is that all of them have been preceded by MOUs, almost all of them. So countries that provided assistance in the context of a crisis already had a previous relationship. So we go back to the point on trust and how you actually have to build that trust before you actually conduct any kind of assistance. But there are other also evolving mechanisms, such as in the EU, there's the PESCO framework, and there's the cyber rapid response teams, which is a way of getting particular types of countries within the EU to respond to a particular crisis, like cyber crises. So that's still in an experimental stage, even though the PESCO framework has been there for a couple of years. I think this is one way of thinking about how mechanisms can be explored within a group of countries. And finally, when we're talking about, you know, crises CCB, I think we see some mechanisms that kind of go back to the broader lens of CCB. So one other example that we've identified is that Slovenia, France, Montenegro, they set up a center for cybersecurity capacity building in the Western Balkans in 2022. And that is an example of, like, Montenegro faced a very large-scale cyber incident, was a ransomware, then they received crisis response assistance, and now they're going back to, like, what are the mechanisms that we can build together to have a longer tail, sustainable impact, and how different countries can come together to actually institutionalize that. So I think we need to see those different types of CCB as complementing each other depending on the context, and I think that last example just shows that you can go from crisis response back to, like, a broader CCB lens and use the crisis response as an opportunity for that political visibility to set up new mechanisms. So hopefully, you know, that provides a bit of an idea of the landscape based on this typology, let's say.
Absolutely, thank you. You touched upon so many important points, the issue of sustainability, trying to find also long-term sustainability mechanisms. Also from our perspective, I think try to have a broader understanding of the impact, so beyond the single project. I think that would be great, and I don't think it exists, unfortunately. I'm sure that all European funded projects somehow have to demonstrate the impact, but that really happens at the project level. But what about then globally, right, observing the impact of all these projects? What will be the result? Do they look at sustainability? So thanks a lot for that. And also some of the mechanisms and how, as you said, from cyber crisis, we can actually then identify other more long-term kind of mechanisms on coordination. I think those are great examples, those that you highlighted. Regina, you are the last one in our table. So, is there anything else that you would like to add on insufficient coordination and some of the mechanisms that maybe Germany put in place to improve coordination in cyber capacity building?
Yeah, not to be repetitive, I would like to just throw some ideas around, and we see if we can follow up then in the discussion. The first one is that I would like to flag that there's often a misunderstanding what coordination actually is. And I have to explain it also in my own system, that coordination does not mean telling other people what they should do. I mean, we have, for example, a very, a situation that is perhaps familiar for other members of government here. You know, ministers traveling want some deliverables, so come up with a project. So this is a way of establishing a cyber capacity building project that cannot be coordinated in the same way that something that, when you start with a white sheet of paper and just, map it out according to the needs of the recipient. So this is this coordination then with this kind of projects means that I just go to the coordination meeting and tell them, okay, that's what I'm going to do, because there is no leeway on my side to do something different or to choose a different recipient. A second element, of course, like in all development cooperation, there are darling recipients and others, and we are aware of that. But a coordination mechanism should also help us to overcome this bias that we always lean towards certain recipients who are well prepared to receive our assistance. Then you mentioned the Montenegro Center. What I was very not surprised, but what became very visible in, for example, the Albania case, of when the ransomware attack hit them, was that they turned towards help, also emergency support, far away from the US, from France, from others. They didn't ask their neighbors, although there might be some familiarity with the structures, arguments to ask the neighbors. So I would say a mechanism or mechanisms should also look for regional cooperation, not only global cooperation, or in cyberspace there are no borders, so neighborhood doesn't mean the same thing as in the analog world, but nevertheless also in cyberspace there are reasons to ask your neighbors for help. Mechanisms, what is really necessary, Claire mentioned the D4D hubs. What I also find very promising is the regional tables that the European External Action Service is setting up with regard, for example, to the Western Balkans, now also for Moldova, to integrate foreign policy and security policy considerations and development or assistance considerations. So to bring these two aspects or two perspectives together, because it is often, development cooperation seeks to be not so political, more technical, but of course there are many reasons to integrate these technical perspective with a more foreign policy perspective. And then something that I would also like to add is we have, there is a good case for on the donor side to have also a top-down approach with regard to coordination. So starting with the language and with the paragraphs that we have in the OEWG reports and GG report from 2021, because there is a good outline of what cyber capacity building is like. There is this very good idea and expression and notion of a two-way street. And we haven't talked about this yet, but I think cyber capacity building should in principle be a two-way street, so that there is also, north-south, south-north, south-south, north-north cooperation included, and not only, a donor-recipient relationship as in development cooperation. So that the reports on the cyber norms provide us with a very good general concept, and what we have now in the discussion, the program of action, will give us more opportunities to also have it in a sustainable way. So not reopen the case every 5 years and renegotiate the same document, but have a more long-term perspective of where we would like to arrive one day.
Thank you very much, Regina, for highlighting some of the, how regional cooperation could actually improve these coordination mechanisms, and the fact that not always that is actually the preferred way to ask for support. Thank you for highlighting the example of Albania, having the Montenegro Center next to them, and also it's very interesting on how these new discussions on linking policy consideration and development considerations are actually not growing, so that the political aspects and the technical one somehow are trying also to find a way to have a better dialogue. And then, of course, for those that are not familiar with, I would invite all of you to read the open-ended working group final report on responsible state behavior in cyberspace, which highlights some of the principles of cyber capacity building, and one of those is these two-way streets, right? And the fact that the relationships between donor and recipient, south and north, needs to be revised and understand that are actually on a better equal base also on cyber capacity building. So I would like to open up now the floor to some questions or additional comments before we wrap up and conclude. Okay, there is somebody. Yeah, you can start. Thank you.
Hi, I'm an attorney. I'm a lawyer, so I like to consider legal basis as being a sustainable way going forward. And it occurred to me, of course, there are different things that we talked about, and OEWG is also more of just resolutions that basically been passed. But the Budapest Convention provides a legal basis, and I was thinking about the work that at least I've done with them and the things that it helps doing. They have sustainability because of the legal basis. I'll mention three things. The first is the legal basis. The second is that their capacity building programs make sure that they don't do what we call drive-by trainings. If they're training judges, they'll make sure that the training is done, it is localized, and then after that, those trainers are going to train others. And not only that, but the point you made about South-South cooperation, an African judge in Ghana, I was part of this just a few weeks ago, trained judges in Kenya, as an example. So that's helpful. And someone from Philippines is training someone in Morocco, for instance. This happens under their auspices. And also the TCY, which is the Committee for the Council of Europe, allows a measurable mechanism, which is global for all countries to check what you're doing when it comes to capacity building with these things. And they do this consistently, maybe not be too public, but it's something to look into. And finally, of course, they do regional cooperation constantly for Albania, Montenegro. I've been part of many of these exercises where they had many of these countries get together. But the most important one, and I'll leave you with this, is the point of contact, the 24/7 network, which allows you basically to have a stable, legally, international law compliant, domestic law compliant, sustainable point of contact where everybody can get in touch and talk to each other. And it's not something we're saying, well, which country does what? No, every country has one point of contact, designated, known who they are. If there's a problem, they know exactly who to contact. So this might be just one alternative. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, for adding some of other mechanisms for coordination, more from a legal perspective. I think that was great. So I'm wondering if somebody would like to address the question on the legal basis for cyber capacity building, because it's something actually we didn't touch upon, for sustainability and better coordination. Is there anybody who would like to? Okay. Yeah, I think it's an interesting question because actually there aren't, and probably that could be also a way of creating more clarity and yeah, somehow to address some of these issues. I think it's a good.
At the risk of repeating, I'm sorry, my apologies. It wasn't really a question for the panel. I'm not expecting we should have legal basis for capacity building. Not at all. I'm just saying that there are legal basis in treaties which have capacity building programs that bring that sustainability, and maybe using them more is something to think about. The donors should be looking at it and saying, hey, that's something stable, that provides structure, it's legally sustainable on an international basis as well as domestic basis. That's okay. Thank you.
Actually, thank you. Also understanding it as a tasking for both sides, both donors and recipients, if you want, or partners in crime here.
Thank you very much for that. There was another question.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much again to the panelists and this very comprehensive points of view from different regions and different expertises, so thank you for that. So my question / comment, so first of all, I'm Yasmin. I work in the ITU in actually cyber capacity building project implementation. So many of the things that were mentioned really resonated, and my question is related to this challenge of demand-driven capacity building, because you know, donors obviously have different political priorities, different budgets and everything that was mentioned as well. But we need to remember that this is not only a cybersecurity issue. There are a lot of lessons learned that can be learned from the development world. I mean, there's decades of development work being done. There are mechanisms in place like, you know, donor pledging conferences, donor coordination conferences. And so something that on the donor side that can be done is also at national level to look into what is being done in other, you know, government agencies and other divisions to see if there's any lessons learned there. And of course, at national level, this can be looked into so that it's improved at international level. So in short, my question is basically, you know, how can donor countries look into inside in their national lessons learned when it comes to development so that we can improve on demand-driven cyber capacity building? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One of our donors country would like to answer to the question. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think the D4D hub actually is, that I mentioned earlier, gives a very good platform to do that. And what we aim, at least what we aim to do within the cyber thematic working group is to do exactly that. So to have the technical level people to share what good practices, lessons learned, what went wrong in your project, and how to do it better, to really provide an informal platform to exchange on that basis. Sometimes it's a bit difficult actually to gather that information that you mentioned, and that is actually the important elements that we need in the inception, in the formulation of a project. So yeah, I think the D4D hub provides a very good stage for that. But yeah.
Teresa would like. Teresa, please.
Is it on now? Yes, okay. Thank you, Yasmin, also for your question. I think it's an important point of connecting, actually learning from the development community, but also connecting the development community with the cyber community, which is also something of quite an interest for the GFC. And we are, together with our partners, organizing a conference on global cyber capacity building in Ghana at the end of November, and this is exactly one of the objectives, to bring these communities together a little bit more for more efficiency in the future, hopefully.
Thank you, Teresa. Regina?
Yeah, I would like to add one aspect, and that is that it is also true in the other way around. If you do digital development cooperation, so development cooperation for digital transformation or for digital transition of public administration or so, you should include the cyber capacity building part, you know, because it doesn't make sense to kind of help an administration transition to a digital system without including enhancing their skills, their capabilities, also, you know, the hardware and software part that is necessary for good cybersecurity. So I would say it's also the other way around. Yeah.
Thank you. Donia, probably there is an online question.
Yes, we do have a question from online participants. First off, a response to Claire's very early intervention, just support for regarding trust as an enabler for capacity building. So that was just support for that intervention. And then the question is, can we see capacity building as end-to-end across the whole community rather than just technology solutions? And what are the panels we use on thinking of capacity building as more than just technology solutions, but also building community awareness, legislation framework, or government policies, etc.?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Is there anybody who would like to answer to that? I think my understanding is trying to see it beyond the technical issues, right? But rather on building awareness, legal basis, and so on and so forth. I think if I understood correctly the question. Louise.
Yes, sure. And thank you for the question. I think maybe I'm biased because I feel that we probably, bursted that bubble a lot, and I think a huge part of that effort, I take my hat off for the GFC, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, which tries to provide that platform, so they're working groups on, incident response, and their groups on like cyber diplomacy and norms, right? And those kinds of communities in the coffee break kind of meet up, and I think that's, it's about those small kind of efforts in the sense of like mixing those communities and having the space to do that. So I think from my perspective, those communities have like that, the CCB discussion across communities is gradually at the international level, right, through these mechanisms kind of progressed. But for sure, when you look domestically, right, depending on the country, depending on the culture, depending on, where in the development spectrum they're in, it's still very challenging, right? I remember working in my previous job, like in a think tank based in Brazil, right? Sometimes speaking to different departments across the government or people that were working more on CCB for, like, let's say certs, it's a very different kind of community. So I think there's also this effort of us, at least from civil society organizations or think tanks, to try to do that as much as possible when we're planning and designing a particular project, right? I think that's part of like, how do we design that engagement with those communities as much as possible in our own, let's say, stakeholder group.
Thank you very much, Luis, for that. So we only have 4 minutes left. So very quickly before we conclude, I would like to invite the panelists to provide, I would say, maximum 2 takeaways or recommendations then to improve cyber capacity building coordination. Rita.
Okay, thank you, Enrico, for that.
Brief, sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry. So effective cyber capacity building actually requires multifaceted approach and a very sustained commitment from donors, from implementers, and as well as recipients. So drivers and coordinators of such efforts should be intentional about onboarding new strategic members such that the voices of all parties are diversified and initiatives do not remain stale due to having the same players at the table at all times. So by working together and following these actions, then we can effectively enhance a national cybersecurity resilience and capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Teresa.
Yeah. So yes, let's consider this openness that we want to build to the extent possible as a win-win-win situation, and without wanting to sound pathetic, let's really try to talk more and exchange more. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you. I just have one major point. So I really believe that it's donors as well as implementers' role to really promote and carry out awareness-raising measures, enhance communication, and facilitate cooperation amongst actors, and bring relevant parties together and facilitate knowledge and information sharing as much as possible. I think that's, my main point.
Thanks. Anatoly.
I believe my main point is we need a people-centric approach in all the cybersecurity. So we need to reduce the complexity of tools to protect and to rethink from scratch the entire cybersecurity architecture of states. So having a good strategy is what we need, and probably we need to put more effort in the strategy and rethinking the existing ecosystem instead of putting layers of security on top of badly designed things.
Thank you. Hiroto.
Okay, thank you very much. So So through this discussion, so of course the coordination is very important with the multi-stakeholder or the bilateral to reduce the duplication or to maximize the development impact. But also we must think about the sustainability from the coordination perspective. So so we should not, of course we can reduce some duplication, but we should not provide one training or one awareness or one meeting or something like that. That's not a good way. So we should create something like a kind of the sustainable outcomes or sustainable output. So that's the, we can coordinate, real-time coordinate with the stakeholders that real-time are online, but also I think through that kind of a sustainable outcome, such as the guidelines or the training materials or trained trainer and so on, so that we can, and also we can refer to such a sustainable outcomes or sustainable output, so that we can kind of the delayed or time difference the coordination. So not the real time, but maybe we leave, Jacob will leave the one country, but maybe later one donor will join that country. So then that donor, if that donor can see our outcome, so that we can, don't need to talk, but we can coordinate later after we leave.
Thank you very much, Hiroto. Louise.
Wonderful. 3 key points. Definitely, first, I'd say both from like what us like think tanks, implementers, and others, and also like recipients. Include recipients in the design phase, right? I think we can do that. That is a very practical element that we can do. Be it providing a bigger inception phase for projects where we actually get to engage with stakeholders at then. So I think from an implementer's perspective, that is great. From a donor perspective, I think it's also about thinking what you need to embed that while to embed that in the timeline. Second, we need to really, and that's my point since the start, really break down the typology. We need to design a typology, actually, to thinking about CCB that accounts for the different contexts as we see the landscape evolving in terms of agencies, stakeholders, and as I said, crises up to conflict and post-conflict situations. And finally, on the South-South point, I would also say that, there's a next step for developing countries to also kind of, empower their development agencies, or to also kind of bring more of the cyber into the development agencies, right? Sometimes it's a different part of the government that's doing that, but I think there is a remodeling thing. There's an element of bringing cyber into that. So I would say these are my 3 key points.
Thank you very much, Luis. And Regine.
I think I have nothing to add, so amen.
It was a lot. No problem at all. So thank you very much for all our panelists for sharing your experience and insight, and of course for all participants. Yeah, we conclude our session. Thanks a lot. But the conversation, of course, doesn't end here. Thank you all.
Next time I'll play the devil's advocate. I'll be like, no, I don't agree. I don't agree. We all agree very much.
Yes. Great. Good job. I agree with everything you said. All of it.
Congrats on like setting this up. This is good.
Just to say hi.
I try? Yeah, I want to have a test. 嘿嘿，听不到别人呢。我看不到王生呢。王生他能投上去吗？
他在上面，他在上面。
Where is Wang?
PowerPoint. I think it's better in PowerPoint.
PowerPoint?
Okay. Yeah, PowerPoint is better.
Okay.
Hello.
哎，陶博，能听到
Can ，Can
我
you
说
hear
话
me?
吗
Wang.
？Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Can I see you?
I don't think so. Maybe I can turn on my.
Okay. Please open your camera.
Yeah, can you see me?
Can you see the conference meeting room?
Yeah, I can see you. I can see you. I
Okay.
can see your back actually.
我到时候我跟谁讲啊？我到时候我看什么讲啊？
看什么讲？
嗯
他这儿会给您有反词，
哦
就是如果您需要的话，他可以从这儿给您反。您不要坐在台上嘛，
对啊
对吧？
对啊。
他到时候会反。
放这，你应该坐这儿。
哦
这样看。
哦，very good.
两边都有反词器，所以应该是没问题的。
Same room. Yeah, yeah, same room, but different time. Remember?
要试一下吗？我把您的那个 PPT 打开给您试一下吗？
好好。
喂，曹教授好，能听见我说话吗？
能。I can hear you, but where are you?
北京啊，还能在哪儿
Can you open your camera?
？OK，
Okay, you're Ricardo. Joe. Here.
Hi, Ricardo.
Yes.
How are you?
Steve, why are you in China? You are not here.
Yes, it's a sad story. We have to accept inspection to my institute. So this is a very high level requirements. So I am afraid I could not join your workshop in person, but I really miss all of you, especially you come to Kyoto, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I was
Great.
expecting to see you here.
Why not you just pay a visit to Beijing when you're back to Mexico?
I really would like, but
Because Ricardo wants to give some space with her wife, his wife, right?
oh yeah, she's here. But I want to go to Beijing as soon as possible because I know that this is a fantastic place to be. So I will do my best. Maybe the next year.
Okay, great.
Okay.
You are warmly welcome, and we expect to meet you in Beijing.
Yeah. I wrote some candies, Mexican candies for you, and I will give to all the crew tomorrow. I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
You look tired. Don't work too much, my friend.
I hope so. With your wish, I can reduce my workload.
Okay. As usually, hard worker you are.
Have a nice lunch. Good to see you.
Good to talk to you.
Me too, my friend.
So how long will you stay in Kyoto?
In Kyoto, this week only, and I will take time to go to Tokyo the next week, because it's very hard to be here. So we have to, to be as much as possible in this place. And I hope to be in
Correct.
Beijing next year
Sure.
to meet you there.
Yeah. We sent invitation a lot of times, but you need to make a concrete plan to visit Beijing, right?
Yeah.
Actually, we already prepared a plan
Okay, sorry.
for you. Okay.
Okay.
Dear Tomoko. Tomoko, are you here?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Tomoko. Can you hear me?
Yes, this is Ziwei.
Okay. Should I turn on my video?
Yes, you can test your PowerPoint.
Okay, I'll try. Wait.
Okay.
Hello, Tomoko.
Okay. Hello. Hi. Nice to
Hi.
meet you again, Joshua.
Nice to meet you. Great to see you again.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to show my PowerPoint. Wait. How to do? I sent to you my latest PowerPoint. Can you show in your computer?
Yes.
Maybe just the front page is okay.
Yes, but not the latest.
Okay.
In the computer, we pasted your original PPT. Is it okay? I can open it now.
Yes, you can try to open it.
Okay. Can you see it?
Oh yes, I can see it. Thank you.
Yeah. We will show it on site, and of course, you come to the room on site, right?
Yes, I'll come tomorrow to participate on site.
Okay, yeah. And yes, I can go. Yeah, she is on site. Yeah, I think the PPT is okay, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that's okay. But this is another version. Sorry. This is one version before.
Yeah. This is not
but that's
your
okay.
latest version. Yes.
Yeah, I'll send you the latest version later on.
Okay. Finish. Okay.
Hey, Tomoko. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Xiaofeng Tao.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Tomoko Doko.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, tomorrow after your presentation, we'll have a question. This question we call policy questions, and I will send to you. You can prepare first, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we have about 3 policy questions about our session, and I will let Ziwei to send it to you. Send them to you. Yes, there's 3 questions.
Okay. Could you send me by email?
Yeah, this 3 questions also you can find in our workshop proposal 417.
I don't have a workshop proposal.
Yeah. This 3 questions from the workshop proposal.
Okay. Wait a moment. I can take a picture.
Okay.
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 Yeah, you
thank
don't
you.
need to send to me. I think I can get it later.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Tomoko. Thank you. I think the rehearsal is finished. It's finished.
Okay. Rehearsal is over.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, looking forward to meeting you tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Do you see the 100%? You made it with Mac, right?
Yeah.
So could you fix it on the other computer? You can fix it the other computer. PowerPoint ので OK ですか Yes, OK. PowerPoint is OK. Please. そこに出てるんですか
I don't use very well PowerPoint. I use always Keynote. The problem is that I don't understand
PowerPoint で作ってる
PowerPoint.
けど、実は PowerPoint の使い方知らなくて、じゃあ、直してもらっていいですか Yes. If you let he can fix it.
Yeah, let me check the another line.
Okay, this is only one page. Our second.
就存成 PDF 就不会变。
那能播 PDF 吗？
应该肯定可以啊。
它是动画，你可能放 PDF。
哦，动画。
Only one.
なんで言ってることを言っていただける。
把我们电脑上。
Thank you. 4. Yes, take a bit. How can I take 100%?
100% です。
I know the figure is like this.
Oh, okay,
I know.
okay.
But it doesn't. How can you see?
そうなっちゃうんですってずれて。
It's different the circles. This is Keynote. じゃあ、当日このパソコンで、演題にこのパソコンを持って行ってもらって発表していただくことって可能かちょっと聞いてもらって。
Tomorrow, do you bring this computer to the stage? Do you use it?
Yes, but I'm going to read also. You see,
Yes.
I have my speech.
Yes. On this computer.
Yes. So I was wondering using, but I cannot see the speech, and I'm going to see this.
これも見たいんだけれども、なんか一緒になんかスピーチも見なくちゃいけなくて、これを使うんだけれどもっていうことなんですね。でも実際はなんかあちらでこのコンピューターは使うけどっていう話なんですよ。どうすればいいですか。はい。
OK です。じゃあ、スピーチする PC と
同じもの。
同じものを。
So you going to use the same computer, speech and
じゃあ別
それが問題だなってよく言ってます。
じゃあもう一個の、もう一つの別のパソコンとかって。
Do you have any PC? The other PC? No.
じゃあもうこれを直すしかない。これどうなってるの？
No, he's trying to fix it.
Let me see.
The circle. It's supposed to be like this, right? But it doesn't show from the person.
Yes, because I'm going to use this for the speech. And I have to read it. So if I use a representation in Keynote, I cannot see that. Because I also can use this, but this is possible. Okay, what happened if I can do a screenshot and just put it on the
Could you show us the same
サーク
page?
ルの元データとかってあったりしますか？画
Do
像
you have a data? Data for the circle? The base data?
No, actually it's not that. I only took the image, not the data.
イメージ。これってただのイメージなんですって。だから本当のデータじゃないので。
yes だからそのイメージデータ。
Do you have an image data for this? じゃあこれで作っちゃうことってそれに近いの作っちゃうことってできないんですか？
が多分しんどいんですよ。なんでもうこれを画像としてパワーポイントに取り込みたいっていう。
Maybe you can copy this file, yeah, and to this computer. Yeah, not PowerPoint, just your original file, this one, and to this computer, and they can copy this image to the PowerPoint. Yeah, paste it to.
The original I already sent you that. The original in Keynote, we have the choice. But this in Keynote, I don't know if that can read it. For example, I can do something.
ちょっと何かやってみます。ビジュアルデータ。
Do you have iPhone?
iPhone 持ってますか？
Oh yes. Okay, I will send you by AirDrop
iPhone で送ります。
the image. Okay.
イメージはエアドロップで送るそうです。
Hello. I'm just testing. Hi, Dominic.
Morning, Daniela. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Excited to be up this early.
Yeah. What time is it for you?
5:15.
Okay.
In London. Are you in Kyoto or are you in Italy?
No, I'm in Boston, so it's midnight for me.
Oh goodness.
Hi, Daniela.
Hi.
Hi. I don't think you can see me. Where should I go to see me? Where is the camera? Okay, let me go to the camera.
Okay, I can see there's some chairs. Yes.
I don't know. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi. So it seems that it works. Everything works, right? So you seem okay. Good. Then we'll
Yes.
see you later. In a moment. Okay.
Okay.
Ciao.
Thank you.
So we can wait 1 minute for people to sit. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our session on UNICEF implementation, UNICEF policy guidance for AI and children's rights. This is a session where we are going to show how we, our team, extended team, tried to implement some of the guidelines that UNICEF published a couple of years ago. I would like to welcome, first of all, our online moderator, Daniela Di Paola, who is a PhD candidate at the MIT Media Lab. Hi, Daniela. And she's going to help for the online anti-decent speakers. And here we have also, I would like to invite Stephen Voslo and Randy Gomez to come, my co-organizers, to come and on the stage, and we can set the scene to start to kick off the meeting. Thank you. So, first, let me introduce Stephen Voslo. Stephen is a digital policy innovation and EdTech specialist with a focus on emerging technology, and currently she is a digital foresight and policy specialist for UNICEF based in Florence, Italy. Stephen was the person behind the policy guidance on AI and children's rights at the UNICEF, and Stephen, you can probably explain more about this initiative. Thank you.
Thanks, Vicky, and good afternoon, everyone. Good morning to those online. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm a digital policy specialist, as Vicky said, with UNICEF, and I spent my time at UNICEF looking at the intersection mostly of emerging technologies and how children use them and are impacted by them, and the policy. So we've done a lot of work around AI and children. Our main project was started in 2019 in partnership with the government of Finland and funded by them, and they've been a great partner over the years. So at the time, 2019, AI was a very hot topic then, as it is now, and we wanted to understand if children are being recognized in national AI strategies and in ethical guidelines for responsible AI. And so we did some analysis, and we found that in most national AI strategies at the time, children really weren't mentioned much as a stakeholder group. And when they were mentioned, they were either needing protection, which they do, but there are other needs, or thinking about how children need to be trained up as the future workforce. So not really thinking about all the needs, unique needs of every child and their characteristics and their developmental kind of journey and their rights. So we also looked at ethical AI guidelines. In 2019, there were more than 160 guidelines. Again, we didn't look at all of them, but generally found not sufficient attention being paid to children. So why do we need to look at children? Well, of course, at UNICEF, we have our kind of guiding roadmap is the Convention on the Rights of the Child. So children have rights. They have all the human rights plus additional rights, as you know. 1/3 of all online users are children. And in most developing countries, that number is higher. And then thirdly, AI is already very much in the lives of children. And we see this in their social apps, in their gaming, increasingly in their education. And they're impacted directly as they interface with AI, or indirectly as algorithmic systems kind of determine health benefits for their parents, or loan approvals or not, or welfare subsidies. And now with generative AI, which is the hot topic of the day, AI that used to be in the background has now come into the foreground. So children are interacting directly. So very briefly, at the time, after this initial analysis, saw the need to develop some sort of guidance to governments and to companies on how to think about the child user, and as they develop AI policies and develop AI systems. So we followed a consultative process. We spoke to experts around the world. Some of the folks are here, and we engaged children, which was a really rich and necessary step, and came up with a draft policy guidance. And we recognize that it's fairly easy to arrive at principles for responsible AI or responsible technology. It's much harder to apply them. They come into tension with each other. The context in which they applied matters. They're applied. So we released a draft and said, why doesn't anybody use this document and tell us what works and what doesn't, and give us feedback, and then we will include that in the next version. And so we had people in the public space apply it, like Yoti, the age assurance company, and we also worked closely with 8 organizations. 2 of them are here today, Honda and JRC, Honda Research Institute and JRC, and Emisi 3D, and Judith is on her way. And basically said, apply the guidance, and let's work on it together in terms of your lessons learned and what works and what doesn't. So that's what we'll hear about today. It was a really real pleasure to work with JRC and Honda Research Institute and to learn the lessons. And so, yeah, just in closing, AI is still very much a hot topic. It's an incredibly important issue to get right, or technology to get right. It is just increasingly in the lives of children. Like I said, with generative AI, there are incredible opportunities for personalized learning, for example, and for engagement with chatbots or kind of virtual assistants. But there are also risks. That virtual assistant that helps you with your homework could also give you poor mental health advice. Or you could tell it something that you're not meant to, and there's an infringement on your privacy and on your data. So, as the different governments now try to regulate AI and regional blocks, and the UN trying to coordinate, we need to prioritize children. We need to get this right. There's a window of opportunity, and we really need to learn from what's happening on the ground and in the field. So, yeah, it's a real pleasure to kind of have these experiences shared here as bottom-up inputs into this important process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Indeed, and at that point, we had already some communication with UNICEF through the JRC of the European Commission, but already we had an established collaboration with the Honda Research Institute in Japan, evaluating the system in different from a technical point of view, trying to understand what is the impact of robots on children's cognitive processes, for example, or social interactions, etc. And there is an established field of child-robot interaction in the wider community of human-robot interaction. And that was when we discussed with Randy to apply for this case study to UNICEF. And I think Randy now, he can give us some of the context from a technical point of view, what this meant for the Honda Research Institute and his team. Randy?
Yeah, so as what Stephen mentioned, so there was this policy guidance, and we were invited by UNICEF to do some pilot studies and to implement some and test this policy guidance. So that's why we, at Honda Research Institute, we developed technologies in order to do the pilot studies. So our company is very much interested with looking into embodied mediation, where we have robotic technologies and AI embedded in the society. And as I mentioned earlier, as a response to UNICEF's call to actually implement the policy guidance and to test it, we allocated a significant proportion of our research resources to focus into developing technologies for children. In particular, we are actually developing the embodied mediator for cross-cultural understanding, where we develop this robotic system that facilitates cross-cultural interaction. So we developed this kind of technology where you have actually the system connect to the cloud, and having a robot facilitates the interaction between 2 different groups of children from different countries. And before we do the actual implementation and the study for that, through the UNICEF policy guidance, we tried to look into how we could actually implement this and looking into some form of like interaction design between children and robot. So we did deployment of robots in hospitals, schools, and homes. And we also look into the impact of robotic application when it comes to social and cultural economic perspectives with children from different countries, different backgrounds. And we also look into the impact of robotic technology when it comes to children's development. So we tried some experiments with a robot facilitating interaction between children in some form of like game kind of application. Finally, we also look into how we could actually put our system and our pilot studies in the context of some form of standards. So that's why together with JRC, with Vicky, we look into applying our application with the IEEE standards. And with this, we had a lot of partners. We built a lot of collaborations, which are here actually, and we are very happy to work with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. So this was to set the scene for the rest of the session today. So as Randy and Stephen mentioned, this was quite a journey for all of us. And around this project, there are a lot of people, a great team here, but also 500 children from 10 different countries, where on purpose we chose to have a large cultural variability. So we have some initial results, and for the next part of the session, we have invited some people that actually participated in these studies. So thank you very much, both of you. And I would like to invite first Ruma. Ruma is one of the students that. Thank you. Ruma, you can come over. Ruma is a student at the high school here in Tokyo, and you can take a seat if you want. Here? Yeah, it's fine. And he's here with his teacher and our collaborator, Tomoko Imai. And we have online also Joy. Joy is a teacher at a school in Uganda where we tried to implement participatory action research, which means that we brought the teachers in the research team. So for us, educators are not only part of the end user studies, but also part of the research. So we interact with them all the time in order to set also research questions that come directly from the field. So we are going to start. You can sit here. Do you want, or you want to stand? Whatever you want. I want to stand. Yeah, sure. Sure. So we have 3 questions for you. First, we would like first to tell us about your experience in this process on participating in our studies.
Okay. We have online English conversation classes once per week in the school, and but we often have some problem in continuing the conversation. With our participation in the HAL project, we had a chance to talk with children from Australia with help of Haru, and this made somehow different. For example, sometimes there was a moment of silence, but Haru could fill these moments and made conversation smoother. Also, during the conversation, Haru would make interesting facial expressions and make conversation fun for us. During the project, we had a chance to design robot behaviors, and we interacted with engineers, which was really nice.
Yeah, and during the project, probably you faced some challenges or I mean, there were some moments where you thought that, oh, this project is very difficult to get done. Do you have anything to tell us about this?
The platform is still not stable, and sometimes there was system trouble. For example, one robot was overheated and could not cool down. So I had to stop interaction and start again. But overall, the experience was positive because I had a great time in talking with professional researchers who are trying to fix the problem. Being able to working with international researchers, it was very valuable experience for me.
Thank you, Rima. And do you want to tell us how would you imagine the future of education for you? I mean, through your eyes, you're now in education. So if in the near future you have the possibility to interact more with robots or artificial intelligence within the formal education, how this would look like for you?
I hope that Haru can help connect many students in different countries. And robot can be a partner to practice the conversation by taking different roles, like teachers, friends, and so on. And probably, use of AI's evaluation system can be more fair. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much, Rima. This was the intervention from one of our students, but yeah, next time probably we can have more of them. And now I would like, you can probably sit, yeah. You can go. Yeah. You can take a seat there. It's fine. Yeah. The question will be later. And now probably we have an online speaker, Joy. Can you hear us, Joy?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. So Joy is one of our main core collaborators. She's an educator at a rural area in Uganda, in Bududa. Her school is quite remote, I would say. Through another collaborator of ours, we had an interaction with her initially. We explained our project to her, and we asked if we could have some sessions. So our main goal to include a school from such a different economic but also cultural background was to see if when we talk about children's rights, this means exactly the same for all the situations. Does the economic or the cultural context plays any role here? So what we did, it was to bring together the students from Tokyo, this urban area, and the students from Uganda to explore the concept of fairness. So we ran studies on storytelling, and we asked children to talk about fairness in different scenarios, everyday scenarios, technology, and robotic scenarios. And now, Joy, would you like to talk a little bit about your experience participating in our studies?
Yeah, I'm excited, and thank you very much for inviting me to attend the conference. Thank you very much. I'm Joy, and I'm an educator from a Ugandan school called Bunau Maligudu Samaritan, which is found, of course, in Uganda in the rural setting. It has a total number of like 200 students who are in the age bracket of 5 to 18 years old. Most of these students live close to the school, and their parents are generally like peasants. The greatest benefit from being involved in the project has been the exposure, like to my students, and the project has enabled our students to participate and have hands-on experience that enhance their understanding and interest in technology and other cultures. It was the first time for them to talk to children like in Japan and other countries. That really was a great experience for them. Like additionally, a great bonus was like language learning, whereby the students were able to engage in interactive practices and they received at least feedback on their language skills. Like you could find that they learned how to express themselves in Swahili and English. What we thank a lot, like the session were well planned and would really capture our students' attention, and it had to increase the engagement, the session that we all had during the activities we were handling. What I feel like, in the opinion, what I heard was the project really enabled the social and emotional learning, whereby the development of the social skills, the consideration of emotional intelligence, feeling the compassion for the peers in Japan, they really enjoyed, and they learned about the Japanese culture and the school in all.
Thank you so much, Joy. And if you want to tell us a little bit about possible challenges that you faced while you were participating in our studies, and we didn't have, of course, we didn't have the opportunity to have a robot at the school there. So this is something that was not, I mean, we are in very initial phases where we do ethnography. So probably this will be in the future. But already we had some other interactions and discussions with Joy. So would you like to tell us a little bit the challenges that you faced, even with the technology, the simple technology that we used during our project?
Thank you, Vicky. Like, in my opinion, the major obstacle was the limited resources we had at the local level, of course, in Uganda, and the school being at the local setup. Good Samaritan is a local setup that has a budget constraint, making it like difficult to invest in technology. And also we found that the internet connection was not all that stable, like the way you used to witness with here. And it really made the work to, participating online sessions was a little very hard to catch up with the timing. Another issue we had was to do with the curriculum integration, whereby we feel like there should be a need to engage the Ministry of Education back in Uganda to integrate the project so that there is additional resources, the time, the adjustments to teaching methods.
Thank you, Joy. And what is your vision for the future? What would you like to have for the future in the context of this project?
Oh, thank you. Like, the most important aspect for us is the funding of such projects. First, the government should provide the infrastructure for a stable internet connection for all. This is like a basic need for the integration of technology in the school. And you have to find that you find a school like Good Samaritan. There is no power. There is no any internet connection. What we were only using, like one phone, maybe one laptop, which was really hard. So in case there is that funding, it will help to ease the connection of the internet to the children. We also feel like the resources and the necessary materials like the intelligent systems, the robots, the computer equipment as in the schools. Like, you find that Japan, the children could feel like their other students had computers. So this way, like, our students will have equal access to information like how we saw it in Japan. For the future, we envision like our schools have not only the necessary technology such as computers and robots for the students, but also trained teachers. We feel AL literacy is important for all students and teachers. We hope that all the educators have the opportunity to participate like on those online workshops and trainings to feel confident about technology in their everyday teaching. Like Vicky, as you understand, our participation in this project was a great opportunity to our students, and we hope that at least not only at the beginning how we started it, but we will continue with this exciting project to grow up and we excel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joy. It was a great pleasure it has been to work with Joy and the school, and thank you very much for your intervention today. Great. So now we can, I don't know if Judith is around. Judith, you're here. Great. So I would like to invite Judith. So as Stephen said beforehand, this was one, I mean, our project is one of the 8 case studies where we tried to implement some of the guidelines from UNICEF. Today we want also to take a taste from another case study. So Judith, I need to read your short bio because it's super rich. So welcome to this session, first of all. Judith is a technology evangelist and business psychologist with experience working in Africa, Asia, and Europe. In 2016, she set up Imizi 3D, a creation lab in Lagos focused on building the African ecosystem for extended reality technologies. She's a fellow of the World Economic Forum, and she's affiliated with the Graduate School of Harvard School of Education. So the floor is yours, Judith.
Thank you very much, Vicky. Good afternoon, everybody. What a pleasure it is to be here with you all today. I just want to tell you briefly about my engagement with UNICEF as part of the pilot for working with the guidance for the use of AI with children, which is really pivotal for us. But before I start, I want to give you some context about the work that I do. I run Imizi 3D. We describe ourselves as an XR creation lab, and we are headquartered in Lagos, Nigeria. Our work is to do whatever we can to grow the ecosystem for the extended reality technology, so augmented virtual and mixed reality across the African continent. In service of that, we focus activities in three main ways. The first I describe as evangelization. We do whatever we can to give people their first touch and feel of the technologies, give them access to it, and help them to understand the possibilities today. The second focus area for us is to support the growth of an XR community of professionals across the African continent. We believe that if we're to reap the benefits of these technologies, then we must have people with the skills and knowledge who can adopt and adapt these technologies for our purposes. And then for us, the third aspect is committing our time and resources to areas in which we think there's room for immediate significant impact with these technologies for society today. And in service of that, we do work in healthcare, in education, in storytelling, and in digital conservation. And that healthcare piece is what brings me here today for this particular brief talk. So a number of years ago in Nigeria, with a partner company called AskTokes.com, we conceived of a project called Autism VR. And I'll give you a bit of background as to why that is. So Nigeria, if you're familiar with it, is a country of 200+ million people. It's a country that I would say is severely under-resourced when it comes to mental health care. I don't want to go into the numbers in terms of, providers to the population, but it is really, really worrying. Alongside that, there is significant stigma attached to mental health care as well in the country. And so you can imagine the situation for children who might be neurodiverse and the ways in which they are often excluded from society. So with AskTokes.com, we conceived a game called Autism VR. It's a voice-driven virtual reality game that does two things. So first of all, it provides basic information about autism spectrum disorder. And then the second element of it is that after providing that information, you then have the opportunity to, through voice interaction, engage with a family that has a child on the spectrum, and then see if you can sort of like put some of the things you've learned into practice. That's the idea, and we're still developing this. So we had started on that, for about a year or two, when we were very fortunate to be introduced to Steve and his incredible team and the guidance on the use of AI for children. I would say that prior to this, we had spent a lot of our time believing we were following a human-centered design approach to our product development in terms of wanting to build with all of these, I suppose commendable considerations. We wanted to increase awareness. We wanted to foster inclusion. We wanted to support children who were neurodiverse. But the guidance really helped us shift our perspective from just being broadly human-centered to being specifically child-centered in our design approach. And for it, we focused on three main indicators from that guide. We wanted to prioritize fairness and non-discrimination. And the way that would typically show up in a country like Nigeria is just exclusion, right, for children who are neurodiverse or children who the general public would have to work a little bit more to understand or to engage with, right? We wanted to foster inclusion. We wanted more people to have the knowledge to understand that behavior they might see might not be behavior that they should just consider sort of like off the scale and not worth engaging in. And we really, really wanted to do all we can to support the well-being and positive development of children who are on the spectrum. And we believe that by creating awareness, we can do this. Just checking, there'll be an image up in the screen in a minute, and it's a screen grab from the game. An early version of it, so know that it's improved. But I'll tell you a little bit about sort of like what the experience is like. So in the first scene, there's a woman called Asabe, and she's a woman who is in sort of like the front room of a typical house in Lagos. You go into the room and you engage her, and then she starts to talk to you, and she provides information about autism spectrum disorder. So she gives you general basic information. She checks your understanding every few sentences, and you respond and let her know whether you understood or not. If you don't, you know, she'll go back. And then when you're done with that, she then says, please go ahead and visit your family, friends, your Okafos. So the idea is that you're then going through another door into a typical living room, the kind you would find in Nigeria. And when you get into that room, there's a family, you're greeted by the parents, and they welcome you, and then they say, here's our son Tunde, see if you can get him to come and greet you. We'll go and get you some refreshments. And then they exit the room, and then you get to attempt to engage with their son. And the idea is that if you're able to do that, using the tools and the tips that you've gotten from the previous scene, then eventually Tunde will not just kind of like engage with you by establishing eye contact, but he will actually stand up and come to you and say, you know, good afternoon, auntie, or good afternoon, uncle, as the case may be. When we started building this game, we were building it for the Oculus Rift, letting you know just how long ago that was. But the idea right now is to build for the Google Cardboard. I have one here. And that's really because this is a game that, first of all, will be an open source product, but is really being built for the people and being built to ensure that more people have an understanding of what autism spectrum disorders are, what neurodivergence is, and are able to engage with it. It's been challenging building for the cardboard, but we also know that if we want it to scale in a place like Nigeria where there isn't ready access to virtual reality headsets, then that's definitely the way to go.
Okay, thank you so much, Judith. We had a small practical problem, but we are going to show it afterwards, okay, because we have a description, yeah. Okay. But thank you so much for the description of your job. Excellent. Now we have an online keynote speaker. Daniela, it's off to you for now.
Hello. Yes. Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce Dominic Register, who is the Director of Education for the Center for Education Transformation at Salzburg Global Seminar, where he's responsible for designing, developing, and implementing programs on the futures of education with a particular focus on social and emotional learning, educational leadership, regenerative education, and education transformation. He works on a broad range of projects across education policy, practice, transformation, and international development, including as a director of a Model Alliance, as a senior editor for Diplomatic Courier, to mention a few. Thank you, Dominic.
Thanks, Daniela. Good morning, Vicky. Hi, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to speak with you all. Is the audio okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear
Great.
you okay. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. So like Daniela said, I'm the director of something called the Center for Education Transformation, which is part of Salzburg Global Seminar. Salzburg Global Seminars, a small NGO based in Salzburg in Austria that was founded just after the Second World War as part of a European or transatlantic peace building initiative. I wanted to talk a little bit about the education landscape globally at the moment, and about why there is such a compelling case for education transformation. So the beginnings of this is really, it predates COVID, and there was an increasing understanding that the world and that the vast majority of education systems had gone into what's being described as a learning crisis, that students in education around the world, and this is particularly K-12 education, were not meeting literacy and numeracy levels, and that school systems weren't equipping students with the kinds of skills that were going to be needed to address key concerns within the 21st century. There was also a growing realization that education systems had in many ways perpetuated some of the big social injustices that we've been dealing with for the last few years. Then COVID happened, and COVID, as schools were locked down at one point in 2020, there were something like 95% of the world's school-age children were not in school. One of the things that COVID did for global education systems was it shone a light on the massive inequalities that can exist within, that do exist within and between systems. And as there was greater understanding of these inequalities, as parents were much closer to the process of learning and seeing what their children needed to do, it helped catalyze this really interesting debate that is still playing out at the moment as to whether we were using the time that we have children in school for in the most productive ways. So you put the inequalities from COVID alongside the big social justice movements like Black Lives Matters or like Me Too, so looking at gender equality or looking at racial justice, alongside the climate crisis and the way in which the climate crisis is impacting on more and more people's lives, but in a very unequal manner. All of this catalyzed this great process of education transformation. So last September 2022, UNESCO and other UN agencies, UNICEF included, hosted what was called the Transforming Education Summit in New York, which was the largest education convening in about 40 years. And the purpose of the summit was to try and help share great practice and innovation, and also to catalyze a process of education transformation, because there was a realization that education systems may have been contributing or had been contributing to these different challenges that now needed to be addressed. So issues of inequality, issues of the learning crisis, issues of social justice. There are now 141 UN member states have started a process of education transformation and that have developed plans and approaches as to what it is that they want to transform. After the summit, an amazing organization called the Center for Global Development did an analysis of the key themes that were coming through from the transformation plans. So this is based on a keyword analysis of what had been submitted, or the proposals for different systems to transform their systems. So the top issue by a very long way is around teaching and learning. There was then the second most important issue was around teachers and teacher retention, which is not that surprising. The teaching profession as a whole globally, a third of teachers leave the profession globally every 12 years at the moment. The third issue was technology, but when we've dived into the technology, it isn't particularly about AI, it is more about device deployment and access to the internet. Then there were employment skills, there were issues of inclusion, issues of access, and the climate crisis. So they were sort of most of the top 10. And these are the issues that were coming from ministers of education, from national education systems. As you will all know, education around the world, there are an enormous number of civil society organizations around the world that support education and education reform and transformation. And so alongside the analysis of the keywords that were coming up in the transforming education policies or approaches, there is also a kind of parallel analysis of what civil society priorities are for transforming education. And some of the key things that are coming up from civil society organizations are around intergenerational collaboration in education transformation, how systems can pivot to being more collaborative and less competitive. So more collaborative and less competitive. That is both within and between systems. A very strong focus on social emotional learning and psychosocial support and mental health and well-being of teachers and students around the world. And then this idea of how transformed systems can contribute to more inclusive futures or address some of these long-standing structural social injustices that have existed for many, many decades. The reason for mentioning all of this in this kind of context to the global transforming education movement, which is kind of a year in now, is really to pose the question that, is AI addressing these things in the right way? Is the tech sector and people who are developing AI applications for education responding to the key concerns that are coming from the education profession? I think there is a very, very acute concern that as more systems spend more resources on the application of AI in education, it is also going to increase a digital divide, which is already very clear between education systems and between students who have access to AI, who are skilled in using it and understand how to use it, and those that don't. I think I usually live in Salzburg in Austria. I'm in London at the moment because I've been speaking at something called the Wellbeing Forum, and the theme of the Wellbeing Forum this year was around human well-being in the age of AI. The conference happened all day yesterday, and it's a meeting of business, of education, of health professionals, of religious and other spiritual leaders, and of tech entrepreneurs. And one of the key themes that came through yesterday was the high degree of anxiety that all these representatives of different sectors have about AI and about the risk that AI can pose to ways of life. One of the most interesting quotes that came from yesterday, which I wanted to share with you all as I come to the end of what I wanted to say, was in the rush to be modern, are we missing the chance to be meaningful? And as people lean more and more into the possibilities of AI, are we also losing out on the chance to focus on things that are really important in our societies or in our education systems? And so what I really hope that this short presentation or this short talk has been able to do is share some of the key themes or key trends that are taking place in education transformation around the world. And would really encourage you all, if you have the chance to engage with teachers or with education leaders, system leaders or institution leaders, to take the time to listen to what are the key concerns within the sector at the moment, and how can AI be applied to addressing some of these concerns, and what can that do to address the anxiety that exists in global systems around digital divide or the lack of understanding of AI, or how the risk that it is going to exacerbate inequalities within systems or between systems. So thank you very much for the chance to speak with you all today, and I wish you all a very successful rest of conference.
Thank you so much, Dominique. Thank you. I hope you will stay a little bit more with us because we have a Q&A afterwards. So is this okay with you, right?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now it's a great pleasure to introduce Professor Dr. Bernard Sendhoff, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Network Honda Research Institute and leader of the Executive Council formed of the three research institutes in the Europe, Japan, and the US. The floor is yours.
Great. Yeah, thank you very much, Vicky. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Randy, for organizing this wonderful workshop here and for inviting me to say a few words about what brought Honda, a company like Honda, into the domain of AI for children, what we find so exciting about this, and how we want to go about it in the future and what we plan to do. Now, the Honda Research Institutes are the advanced research arm of the Honda Corporation, and our mission is really twofold. On the one hand, we want to enrich our partners with innovations that address new products, services, and also experiences. At the same time, we also really do science, and we want to create knowledge for a society that flourishes. And these are kind of like really our two legs we stand on the one hand, the scientific effort, on the other hand, on bringing this scientific effort actually into innovations. And our founder, Soichiro Honda, was very much about dreams of the future. And we think about the future, when I talk to young researchers, I often say, you know, it's a privilege that we have in creating the future, but it's also a responsibility. And when you judge your own work, just ask yourself, is the future you are creating the future you want your children to live in? And this already connects us a little bit with the role of children in our research, because for researchers, when we create the future innovations, it's really about the innovations our children will be using. At the same time, we have to say, and Stephen mentioned it, we have seen a tremendous success in AI and many other technologies in the last decade. However, at the same time, we have to honestly say, if you just switch on the news for a couple of minutes, we haven't really particularly been very successful in making that society a lot more peaceful or a lot more happy with this technology. And one of the issues what we looked at was the rising alarm of a rising social fragmentation. And you see this in almost all societies. And we see that the only way to address this is to focus a lot more on togetherness in societies. And togetherness, of course, starts with the children. It's our children who can learn how to respect differences across cultures and how to enjoy diversity towards something that is maybe a very long-term dream of something like a global citizenship. So we started thinking about how can we use AI innovations in order to empower children to understand more about each other. And we called it Target CMC, and Randy already talked a little bit about how, together with a great work from Vicky and others, we have been able to actually bring this to life and use embodied AI technology, the tabletop robot Haro that we developed at the Honda Research Institute Japan, in order to mediate between different cultures in different schools in Australia and in Japan. That was our first target scenario. But as you can see on the list here, we envision to expand this quite substantially. And I highlighted on the slide here in particular two extensions. One, really going into developing countries like Uganda, where of course we have the cultural experience, and we heard the wonderful ceremony earlier about the cultural experience are again a lot a lot more different than, for example, between Australia and Japan. And another extension is also into Ukraine, which we know is a war zone since a couple of years. And again, there, of course, the environmental conditions for children, for education of children, again, poses some very specific challenges. I think this is where, again, mediation in fostering understanding of each other can really play a large role. And Rioma gave a very nice statement about your experience with Haro, and when you also talked a little bit about some of the technological challenges we still have. I think, but I thought to myself, well, this is actually can also be something nice, right? Because there's nothing as nice as if two people can joke about the technological shortcomings, right, of a robot and doing this. There's nothing like connecting in this way, even across different cultures and maybe different continents. Right from the start, actually, the guideline that UNICEF did, and I really think they did a great work on this, was kind of like really a guidance for us when we thought about, how do we have to specifically take care about AI in the context of children. And I use two keywords here. On the one hand, protect and support, because I think both of them really go hand in hand together. It's very clear that children need specific protection. I think we see this in many of the data, and it was mentioned that there is, of course, also an increasing experience of mental health conditions for a number of reasons. So we need to take special care. But on the other hand, of course, there's also great support that we can give children at their hand. And this is equally actually backed up by the data. So, children, young adults all around the world use the new technology, and I have no doubt they will also use the most recent advances in AI very successfully to increase things like connectivity, to increase their own creativity. So it's really that both things, both protect and support, go hand in hand. And I think sometimes also a lot of people talking about the technology without listening to those who actually are often the earliest adopters, and those are the young adults and the children of the technology. So I think for us, it's actually also quite good to more listen to those people who are actually using those things first. So I already mentioned about one of our starting points was using mediation with AI, with embodied AI technology in an educational context. However, at the same time, we also started another very exciting project about using AI technology in a hospital environment. Generally, we are interested in supporting children in vulnerable situations. Hospital environment is one. Conflict, disaster, flight, and displacement, for example, are others. And they share many common characteristics. All three situations, the needs of children are very often inadequately addressed. The reasons is not always the same. However, the fact stands out for all three areas. Children, I think that's very, very clear, need child-specific explanation and reassurances, something that is not always possible in all of those three situations. They often even need support in expressing their feelings, and there are some very exciting projects really focusing, helping children to tell others how they feel about things. And they still need to be children, even in difficult situations like a disaster or displacement. And often they need additional trustees, because parents, who's of course a natural trustee for a child, is often part of that difficult environment, right? Parents are there in the disaster flight situation. They are part in the hospital environments. Children feel that their parents don't feel well when the children are ill. So that poses them in the situation and doesn't give them the ability to be a neutral trustee. We have started some very first exciting experiments with our very, very valued partner in a Spanish hospital, in a cancer hospital in Sevilla. And we are expanding these. We are in discussions on how we can use Haro in the many different contexts that are possible there, and also expanding this into a second partner. Now I would like to come back to my first slide. So I mentioned social fragmentation is a huge issue for us. Togetherness is maybe one way to approach this. And togetherness really starts in our society with the children. We at HRI believe we have a unique expertise on the interplay between embodiment, empathic behavior, curated social interaction. We have seen a very exciting development in the area of generative AI. Stephen mentioned that earlier. At the same time, in particular in interaction with children, I think there are also severe limitations that those systems have. And again, this places us in the challenges of curated interaction. We want to continue to engage with our partners to make the expertise and the advances in AI available with the benefit of comforting and connecting embodiments available to children in a number of different situations. And we want to do this explicitly also and really with a special focus on developing countries because there, of course, the challenges are again slightly different. However, these are very young continents, right? Africa is a very young continent. So when we talk about the future and the future education and the future support of our children, it has to be done in context with those countries as well, of course, and they rightfully expect this. But one last thought is also, I think we have seen in the recent progress in generative AI systems on how we build those systems. And I think there's a huge discussion on whether this will be able to continue in this way. We believe that the future AI systems also has to learn in interaction with the human society in order to share some of our human values also in the developing AI system. At the moment, we throw a lot of data at those systems, and rightfully so, we would never do this with our children, right? We very carefully curate how our children educate. And we believe in the future that children and AI systems will actually also mutually benefit from each other because they will have the possibility of learning alongside from each other in a bidirectional way, learning values like we teach our children values in our society, how we grow about. Now, at the Honda Research Institutes, of course, we don't only focus on AI and children, but we have actually identified the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as guiding stars for our development of innovations, of putting AI and embodied AI technology into innovations, of turning innovate through science, our HRI motto, into something that has a tangible benefit, in particular in the context of the sustainability, sustainable development goals. And with that, I would like to again thank the organizers very much for giving me the opportunity to briefly talk about HRI here, and for you for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you. So we have some time for questions. I would like to invite the people that are here, so the speakers that are here, probably to have a seat here. Stephen, Randy, Judith, yeah. And we have also our online speakers. And now it's time for questions. So is there any question from the audience? Selma.
Hi, I am Wilson Guilherme. I'm from the youth program in Brazil. I am a researcher and the Right to Romans. I am a young man who bangs his career for children's rights in Brazil in UNICEF project. And that is why, for me, the institution's proposals are always very important. However, as was briefly pointed out at the beginning of the panel, there is an interaction between AI and mental health, but such as ISPA and Lucia have been used, for example, on Telegram as a possibility for mental health support, which can intensify the risks of children and adolescents online. My question is, then, who can UNICEF help in the debate about AI, children, and mental health? Thank you. Sorry, my English.
No, thank you very much. Stephen, would you like to start with this since it was about UNICEF?
Thank you very much for that question. This is an area that's crucially important for us, but not just for UNICEF, for anybody working in the space of how children interact with technology, and especially in the context of mental health and mental health support. And I don't know nobody has all the answers right now. What we know is that there's a massive mental health need. There is the potential for technology to support, and there is a potential for technology to also get it wrong, which could have very severe effects if it does. That gives the wrong advice or inappropriate advice, or potentially shares information that was given in a very confidential environment out. And so it's a very, very sensitive space. I think we all need to get involved here. We need the children, we need, of course, the technology developers, we need a responsible, as Bernard said, responsible development approach. And this is not an area that we should rush into, for sure. But yeah, we need to watch it. It's going to happen. If we get it right, there is huge potential for providing support. And I think, as I said earlier, what's really happened with ChatGPT, everyone talks about that as the one thing. And of course, foundational models are not new, and there are other models, not just ChatGPT, but that's the one that it's kind of become the placeholder for, this whole new moment, cultural moment, as not just technological, but cultural moment, as a speaker said earlier, that AI is now it used to be in the background, the algorithm, your news feed, the bunny ears on your Instagram photo, your Snap photo. It's now something you interact with. And we just don't know what the long-term effects are. This is why we also need solid research around the impacts of children and AI as they interact, and all of us. But of course, we focus on children for the opportunities and also the potential risks. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Judith, you also do work with mental health. Would you like to
Sure.
say something? Yeah.
Thank you very much. I mean, I was just nodding as Stephen was talking because everything he said completely resonated. I think one thing I would like to say is that right now in the world, there are all of these initiatives happening where people are thinking about things like governance for AI and governance for the metaverse. I just really think that we have to prioritize including young people in those conversations. So, UNICEF, of course, does that brilliantly, but I think so many more organizations need to. Every time I'm in a room where those conversations are being had and, the youngest people look like me, I know we have a problem. So, whatever we can do to make sure that young people are in all the rooms they need to be in, we definitely should. And then I just wanted to say, you were talking about getting it wrong, and I don't know if people saw, but in the news recently, BBC was reporting about a young man who had, been arrested on the grounds of Windsor Castle for trying to kill the Queen, and he had been egged on by his AI assistant to go and do it. So already, we are seeing that we don't quite know where we're going with these technologies, but we definitely have to come together to figure out what future we want for ourselves.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to do a small rearrangement. So you belong there, please. It's about children. Randy, would you mind to go to sit there so I can... Is it okay? Okay. Thank you very much, and apologies for the interruption. Any other question? Selma, yeah.
Hi, I'm Selma Shabanovich from Indiana University. It's such a pleasure to see the diversity of projects and different kinds of thoughts that really all focus on children and their presence in the work. One thing I was curious, Steve, you started with kind of saying you had developed these guidelines and you knew they weren't the end, and then you had so many different really interesting things go on. So I was just wondering if both you and the folks who participate in the projects could speak a little bit to, you know, either how the guidelines were things that were kind of present and helped them in the projects, and or how their projects, how they see their projects as expanding on or further defining aspects of the guidelines that maybe weren't already in there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Selma. That's a really great question. So the 8, and I should have mentioned this earlier, I'm sorry. So the guidance has been published and the 8 case studies are online on the UNICEF page. So I would really encourage everyone to look at each one, because we wanted a diversity of projects from different locations, but also different contexts. Like some of the projects do, one of them in Finland provides mental health support. Or at least, mental health information, not support, but where children can find information as a kind of a first point of call, and initial questions around potential symptoms and looking for that first line of kind of informational support, not therapeutic support. But that was one of the case studies, and that was done by is still done. It's an ongoing project by the Medical University of Helsinki. And so that was interesting because they had because it's a hospital, they, you know, in a very developed nation in a sense, technologically developed and also kind of government supported, they had many ethicists on their team that developed the product. So not only software developers, but ethnographers, researchers, ethics team, doctors, psychologists, and obviously did a lot of testing with the children. So we chose that. There's MEC 3D, also mental health support, but not necessarily for the patient, but actually for the people around the patient, or around not the patient, sorry, the child on the spectrum. And then, for example, we did one with the Alan Turing Institute in the UK. That was a really nice example of how you engage the public on developing public policy on AI. And they've actually gone on to, while the case studies are kind of finished, the work continues. So the Alan Turing Institute has been asked by the government of Scotland to engage children in Scotland on AI, and what excites them about AI, what worries them, and I think we're going to come up a question on that. What kind of future do they want? And so the Alan Turing Institute and their initial reports and methodology and everything are online. It's a really rich resource. And that will inform, you know, policymakers as they regulate. So it was interesting for us in the end. After the 8 case studies, the guidance didn't really change so much, which was kind of a relief. We thought, like, wow, we seem to get it kind of quite right the first time, but it might also just be because the guidance is almost at the level of principles, and we do that because we're a global organization, and so you have to be quite kind of high level or generic, and then it gets adapted at the local context. The unfortunate thing is that everybody wants the details. How do you adapt it? And that's where, you know, that's the challenge. How do you move from principles to practice? But that's where, in the end, we kind of said, the guidance hasn't changed that much, but it's been enriched by these case studies. If you want to learn kind of how different organizations have applied them, then go and read these. And I'll just say one more thing. There are 9 principles or requirements for child-centered AI in the guidance. Like, for example, inclusion of children in developing AI systems and policies. We found in the end that all of the case studies only picked 2 or 3. And we realized that that's actually fine. In your project or in your initiative, there are 2 or 3 that'll speak more to you than others. So if it's participatory design, and the inclusion of children, that's one thing. If it's fairness or discrimination. And so it was really collectively unpacked all 9, but in the end, only a few tend to kind of be the focus for your work. Yeah, so everything's online. We are really, of course, just thinking about if there's a need to update them or kind of add to them now in the light of generative AI. And as I said earlier, there are a lot more unknowns now. We don't know how the human-computer interaction will evolve over time. And we want to kind of make it work in a way that upholds rights and be responsible. But we are, everybody kind of, building the plane or fixing the plane as it's in the air. So we are very keen to do more work in this space in light of kind of ongoing developments. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Is there any other question from the audience? Yes, please.
Hi, this is Edmund Chung from .Asia. We also operate the .Kids domain, and what is being done here is great. It's definitely something that .Kids will like to take on and also help promote. But asking as personally, I wanted to ask, I guess it's Ryuma? One of the last comments kind of gave me a little bit of a concern. Your last comment was that maybe the evaluation or the assessment can be more fair with AI. Of course it could be, but it could also be less fair. And that's part of the discussion, that's the heart of the discussion. So what if it's not fair? And that brings me to a second question that I wanted to kind of ask as well. I think it was mentioned that for the Uganda project, it was focused on fairness and exploring fairness, but I didn't quite understand from Joy what was being discussed, how part of AI was part of it. It would be useful to get more of that, because really, actually, as a father of an 8 and 10-year-old, I'm quite pleasantly surprised that my 10-year-old just now in year 7 have told me this September starting, their teachers are actually getting them to use AI to help them with homework and being part of the curriculum. So it's really exciting for me. But also, because we know that technology is not entirely neutral, especially when we talk about these things, it's a symbiotic relationship. As much as we shape them, they shape us, especially kids going forward. So that's why I wanted to really hear from the experience. You had a ending, remark about fairness, and then, how AI and fairness really works and the response from the case studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you mind if I get a question? Because I did a study with the kids in Uganda on fairness. Is it okay with you? Indeed, the talk by Joy was focused on something else, not on the specific study. Of course, we have published, so there is a scientific publication on this. We can share the links later. So the main research question for this study was to understand if there are cultural differences in the perception, the perceived fairness. So we wanted to see how children in these two environments, with the cultural but also the economical differences they had, they would focus on different aspects of fairness. So what we did, we provided different scenarios. We let the whole activity was based on storytelling frameworks, and we let the kids talk about these scenarios in their own words, their own drawings, etc. Then some researchers analyzed in a systematic way this data. And what we found was that indeed children in Uganda focus more on aspects of fairness that have to do more on the material aspects. So they would talk more about how, for example, something was shared among children, etc., while the children in Japan would focus more on psychological effects. So, for example, they would talk about behaviors of teachers, or they would talk. So this is just an example to see how the priorities probably when we abstract the actual notion of fairness doesn't really differ a lot, but when we go in details, we see that children in these different cultures prioritize in different ways. So that was the results of our study. Of course, this was only the starting point, and there are a lot to explore. And it is not only us, there is a huge community of developmental social psychologists that explore this topic. So the first question, do you want to repeat the first question?
Yeah, I guess just want to ask, you mentioned at the very end that if I understood you correctly, you're saying that assessment maybe of your work through AI might be more fair. Tell us a little bit more about it. What if it's not fair? How do you know it's not fair? What if you trust the machine too much?
Is there someone, Judith, you don't, or?
I think some school teachers have individual evaluation sense. So, what do you say?
Not equal?
Not equal. So, teachers' evaluation sense. The way to judgment is not inequality. So I guess AI can fair evaluation. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yes,
mean, apparently, probably there are some hopes here, right? So I don't really believe that, there is like this. Nobody believes that it's like fair, right? Absolutely fair evaluation with AI. This is true. But probably from young students, there is a hope when they see their systems or their schools evaluating in different ways, and probably they experience a little bit of human unfairness. Probably they put a lot of some hope on AI. But of course, this is something that we really, really need to take very seriously. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Zanyue from South Africa and Zambia, and this is not a question. I think it's more of a comment just listening to the discourse. There's a concept that we use quite often in South Africa, and I think it's quite pertinent here, progressively realizing, right? So I think when we speak about AI, especially at the stage that we are globally, your question is quite important. What is fairness? What are the assessments? What's the criteria? And you quite correctly put in different geographies, instances, even in the same locality, based on multiple various factors, that concept of fairness really is so subjective. And I think what AI does is it gives us objective almost element to these very subjective things, and you tweak it accordingly. And that's why it's so important if we speak about, I think the question on fairness really does veer off to, algorithmic biases that we do speak about. That I think is also very pertinent for this conversation, where the more data we have, and the more data that we have based on your comment on this context, we develop, right? So I think the answer to the fairness question is we're progressively trying to realize that. And I think we're at a really an infant stage when it comes to that. And hence, the data conversation is quite important to pair with this one. So yeah, that's just maybe summary.
Thank you very much for the intervention, indeed. I'm afraid we're running a little bit out of time. So now I would like to give the floor to our online moderator, who is also our rapporteur. So Daniela Di Paola, can we have Daniela on the screen, please? is going to give us her view of the conclusions of this workshop. Daniela, yeah, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for your wonderful comments. I think this is a very productive discussion. I really think that the different perspectives added a lot to the conversation. I'm going to share 2 key takeaways and 2 call to action points. So the 2 key takeaways, the first is that despite the challenges in terms of infrastructure in our activities for AI and children's rights, children from underrepresented countries and cultures should be included. And it's urgent that in technology that's being developed for children, we consider the needs and interests from all children and not only those from privileged backgrounds. Secondly, the project is not only the first step of responsible design of robots for children, and various communities can contribute to its expansion, such as adding to the rights for explainability, accountability, and AI literacy for all. Formal education can be proven powerful, and industry experiences with responsible innovation can be a catalyst for the well-being of all children. Secondly, I'd like to share some call to action points. The first call to action is that expansion of the implementation of the policy guidance to additional contexts, such as hospitalized children or triadic interactions, and also formal education with the inclusion of schools. Is very important, such as also adding the underrepresented groups of people, such as those from the Global South. Secondly, there's a call for the necessary infrastructure and technology development that will give all children equal opportunities in an online world. We need to ensure that AI opportunities come together with responsible and ethical robot designs. Thank you.
Daniela, thank you so much. That was really good. And I think it's time to close, Stephen. So the floor is yours.
Yeah. Okay. So firstly, thank you very much. I think one of the key takeaways is that this is the beginning of a journey. So we were very happy to share with you what UNICEF has done and what our partners have done here, and many others that aren't being mentioned, as we try and kind of work out how children can safely and in a supported way and in an empowering way engage with AI. The reality is that while we sit here and debate these important issues, children are using AI out there, and it's going to go up more and more every day. So it is urgent. Everybody needs to get involved. Thank you for raising the data issue. It's really critical, and to Daniela's point, we have this challenge of data where the data sets are not complete. They're much more kind of global north. We need data from children in the majority world. I like this term that's being used a lot here, and the global south. But we know that data collection at the moment doesn't often happen very responsibly. And so we need to kind of, tick those 2 boxes at the same time. So the journey is going to continue. Please work with us, and we will work with you. And we need to work, we keep saying this, but it really is critical to work with children and to walk with children on this journey. So Roma, thank you for being here, and thank you for being involved in the project. We recently engaged at work a digital policy specialist from Kenya, who could easily have been on this panel, and she was just making this point about Africa being such a young population and how crazy it is just seeing more and more how older people, like us, sorry, I'm speaking for all of us here, I'm taking the liberty, are regulating a technology that we don't really understand, and that's so much used by a generation that is going to be so much more impacted by it. And we're not having them at the table. So that was a really well put point. So for all of us here who do bring children to the table, well done, and please may it continue. So thank you. Thanks, Vicky.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all for the support. Thank you for being in this session, and I hope we can continue this work on AI and children's rights. Thank you.
Good point. Good point. Perfect. The digital AI is good, but I think or I see the biases, the género, LGBT, the color, the geography. Yes, yes. Gender, I remember. Nice to meet you. Oh. Perfect.
I am so sorry to interrupt. I have to dash, but can I please take a picture? I just see you in South Africa. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. Okay.
And we've been visiting Japan also with the collaboration. And sorry, is there any companies that where we can collaborate? I'm still looking for collaborators. And also I'm working for I am a member of the group. And if there's a capacity in your
It's all a blur. Growing that further. So we, in HRI, we haven't really done much. We have a interaction with them. Not so much in the
It's so nice, yeah. Not the perfect, never good timing, but see some of Japan. Oh, is it not? It's not. Okay.
Which country are you guys?
Yeah. I do. Everything is in English here. Yeah. Google Maps is everything is on Google Maps.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
We have a booth here, a bunch of other things going on, so I think at IGF I always spend a lot less time in sessions than I plan to do. But we have some of these, maybe I can give you some to distribute. You have? Oh, you have one as well? How many is this? If you're speaking to someone and, oh, sorry. I've been here once. I've been to the last one in Berlin in person, and then I did not go to Addis. Were you in Berlin? I think I met Ellen there.
If you have
Oh, you were
so maybe okay, cool. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes. Because some people coming now here.
What's that?
So, here? Ahí te mismo.
Bernard as well.
Photo?
Deshalb ist das schon aus dem Bereich, wo die Herausforderungen
Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sharing lots of instances because I don't carry a card. It's absolutely yes, it does.
Can we do that? Is that okay? Deborah, I just want to know, I figured out that building is an example of metabolism, which is a very specific architectural style. So if you check it out,
You're welcome. I'm so sorry for all of that. I'm so glad I'm here too. I know. I tell people I live on the plane now because really, I've been. I came here 2 weeks because everybody's like, and I'm like, I've been traveling for the last month. And yeah.
I am here in person. I made it.
Okay, okay. So, do you want to look in here? Yeah, it would be. So, sorry, I didn't really hear it. So I cannot listen to you. Yeah, definitely. No, it's yes. Set up I thought since of you over here now. Very happy to do that. To exchange a little bit of topic and a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, we are looking at a number of different AI. I mean, we are basically doing research for AI and intelligence for the last 20 years. AI is a relatively recent field. AI in children is a relatively recent field. So as I tried to explain a little bit, in order to think about the technology we're developing, but actually as a mediator between people, right? Because we like around 2014 or 15, when the first AI hype started, we started to have a lot of discussions on what kind of AI. I mean, we coined the term something that is almost kind of like common sense now. But in 2014, 15, actually more people were focused on economy and less on operations.
Yeah.
And for us, it was always kind of like AI technology that really works together and supports us as humans and become teams. We've also done a lot of engineering work and this has been kind of like our guidance, and this is why we said, well, social robotics are maybe just want to take a step further. Not so much have the one-on-one interaction, but let's say, and this is why we started out as a mediator.
there any code there?
Good afternoon. Welcome, everybody, to Stronger Together, Multi-Stakeholder Voices in Cyber Diplomacy. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much to IGF for providing us this space. And to those of you who are sort of combating various forms of either jet lag or just sort of post-lunch afternoon fatigue, really appreciate you guys taking the time to be part of what's a pretty important discussion. My name is John Herring. I'm a Senior Government Affairs Manager from Microsoft, and I'll be your moderator today. We have an incredible panel, both online and on stage here, and I'll have them introduce themselves in just a moment. But I wanted to start with just providing some framing remarks around the issue at hand to bring folks up to speed on what we'll be diving into, which is the nature of multi-stakeholder inclusion in UN cybersecurity dialogues in particular, and the need for having those voices in those dialogues. Actually, this is a well-timed conversation because last week Microsoft released its annual digital defense report, which if you haven't had a chance to dive into in the days since it's come out, I would encourage you to do so. It's our summative annual threat intelligence report that we put out, providing a comprehensive overview of how Microsoft sees the threat landscape. It's not necessarily the entire landscape. We only see our sliver of the internet on our platforms, but it does give a pretty illustrative view of what the contemporary challenges are. And unsurprisingly, cybercrime continues to be an increasing challenge. In particular, we've noticed over the past year, it's increasingly professionalized. That's to improve the scale and then the impact of cybercrime operations. And then when it comes to nation-state activities as well, we've seen continued escalations in that space, in particular with a focus on espionage operations over the past year. And 41% of which, in terms of all nation-state cyber operations observed by Microsoft threat intelligence teams, we're focused on critical infrastructure sectors across various regions of the globe. None of this is especially new. It's been an escalating concern for decades. But now the integration, obviously, of cyber operations in armed conflict is becoming a rising concern, including in the past year and a half in Ukraine, most notably, which is making conversations around peace and security online, in particular at the UN, all the more urgent. We have seen over the same time period of the last few decades, also the UN stepping up to try and meet the moment and keep pace with an evolving threat environment. Stirring up various working groups and new processes, evolving its mandate to make sure it's meeting the moment. And this has also introduced a new challenge in how do we include the right multi-stakeholder voices in those conversations. Cyberspace is, after all, a much more shared domain of conflict than perhaps any other, given that it's inherently synthetic and a lot of it owned and operated by private entities. It also raises important questions about how to ensure the right human rights are protected and the necessary multi-stakeholder and academia voices are at the table as well. And thus far, we've seen sort of an ad hoc patchwork approach to trying to include more multi-stakeholder voices in those conversations. So that brings us to today, and I think a twofold goal for this conversation. On the one hand, it's to hopefully keep everyone appropriately informed on where these conversations are at the United Nations and beyond, and to hopefully help people feel like they are equipped to more effectively engage in those conversations. And then two is going to be to hear from you in the room, from those in the IGF community, about the challenges, recommendations, or guidance you might have around how we might improve the relevant inclusion of multi-stakeholder voices in cybersecurity dialogues. That will be essential, I think, both for our guests on the stage as well for an after-action report that we'll put together following this session. So, to that end, we will save the bulk of the time of this session towards the end for audience Q&A. And that's not just question and answer, but also commentary, other suggestions, or things you'd like to contribute to this conversation, or that you'd like to hear our guests respond to. But without further ado, then, I'd like to welcome our speakers first on the stage, and then Charlotte online, to just introduce themselves first. Let us know who you are, what organization you're from, and maybe your relation to the cybersecurity dialogues at the UN. Maybe start at the end of the table and come on down.
Now working. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me on this prestigious panel. My name is Marie Mo. I'm working at the permanent mission of the Netherlands to the UN in Geneva, and I'm First Secretary Cyber. So I'm the incarnation of what cyber diplomacy is from a member state's perspective.
Thank you very much, John. I'm Pablo Castro, I'm Cybersecurity Coordinator at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chile. I basically cover cybersecurity, cybercrime. Now I'm covering AI in the military domain, and among other cyber things. You know, that's basically my role in the ministry. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joyce Hackme. I'm the Deputy Director of the International Security Program at Chatham House. My relationship to this conversation today is that my team, we lead a lot of, or a number of projects following UN cyber processes, the open-ended working group, as well as the Cybercrime Convention, and we have had our fair share of multi-stakeholder engagement or attempt to do so at the UN.
Thank you so much. Bert Teuermann, Austrian Cyber Ambassador, leading Austria's delegation both to the Open Ended Working Group on Cybersecurity and the Ad Hoc Committee on the Cybercrime Treaty. Thank you.
Thank you. And Charlotte, if you're online, could you try and introduce yourself as well?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. So my name is Charlotte Lindsay. I'm the Chief Public Policy Officer at the Cyber Peace Institute in Geneva. And with my team, we engage in the UN processes, the Open-Ended Working Group, the Ad Hoc Committee on Cybercrime, and other fora in order to try to bring evidence and data-driven based analyses of cyber landscape.
Thanks so much, and thank you again to our panelists for joining us. Starting on kind of the government side of this equation, I just kind of gave a little bit of an outline from how we see the threat environment from the industry side, but I'd love to hear maybe from Marie and Bert to start us off. How has the conversation around nation-state activity in particular evolved at the UN in the time that you've had there? And where are we living up to, and where are we falling short of the international expectations that have been set?
Thank you. Yes, so from a really UN perspective and really focusing on the cyber industry sense, which is cybersecurity, I think those discussions are not really new. They've been going on since 1998, but there is also a broader picture that we need to take into consideration, because the cybersecurity discussions are not new, but what is new is first the scale at which they're being discussed, so it's in more and more places, but also the integration of other stakeholders that is pretty new into those processes. When actually we've seen what we would look at the broader cyber picture, more multi-stakeholder engagement, and that comes back to the 2003 with this. But the fact that in the cybersecurity strict sense of the discussion, we've seen stronger multi-stakeholder involvement, unfortunately does not have yet achieved the inclusivity that we had expected in the first place. And we would like to have more inclusivity. It's already nice that the open-ended working group now is open to all member states, which was not the case with the GGE. So there is already more inclusivity, but I think we would like to go a bit further and to make sure that all relevant stakeholders can have their voice heard also in those discussions.
Thank you so much. From my perspective, I have to say I'm very much looking forward to the discussion here, because what I can observe is, of course, quite a discrepancy between the way we discuss things here at the IGF and where everyone is on an equal footing. And as soon as, if you stay with the metaphor, step your foot into the UN, it becomes very intergovernmental. And by its very nature, it's not very multi-stakeholder friendly. So we always see that it's really an uphill battle every time in all these processes. And when it comes to your specific question on sort of the threat landscape and how it is being discussed, also there's a bit of a discrepancy between the real world and the UN world. In the real world, you described yourself. You just released your own annual report, which lays out the landscape that is which raises many concerns about state actors, non-state actors, the collusion between the two, or cybercrime activities by state actors, etc., espionage activities, how it's combined, how malicious cyber actors become more and more involved in disinformation, information campaigns. All this is there. But it's very difficult, if not impossible, to have a frank discussion on this in the open-ended working group when we discuss threats. There's always there's a strong sense, it's an uncomfortable discussion, so to say, and people rather skim over. There's a stronger interest to discuss things like confidence building, etc., than to discuss the hard stuff. Why do we need to build confidence? Because there is a problem of growth in malicious cyber activities. Particularly when it comes, for instance, to the issue of cyber espionage, we are therefore, for instance, of the view that we should become much clearer in calling it out as clear violations of the normative framework when such activities are directed against states or critical infrastructure, etc. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. Sticking sort of on the government side of this conversation, and we'll go right back to you actually, Bert, and then bring Pablo into the conversation as well. You guys have both mentioned, I think now, the open-ended working group, which is the current information security dialogue, the second iteration of that body. Previous to that, it was the group of governmental experts, and there were successive rounds of that. I think as of 2015, there have been established norms for responsible state behavior online, some recognition that international law ought to govern also state behavior online. There has not been new norms established since that period of time, and I was wondering if you could just sort of shed some light on how should we think of the current status of the open-ended working group? What is its mandate and mission? And then what is the importance of multi-stakeholder inclusion in that?
Thank you. Well, regarding norms, and especially new norms, I have to be really honest that maybe even from the perspective of Chile, we're not really thinking probably in new norms. It's more like the implementation of 11 norms, especially the regional level. It's probably one of our main interests right now. And I would say this is also very important for our Latin American regions, to try to move forward in this, Not all this expectation could be different, regarding the opening of the working groups. And from Latin America and from our conversation with our colleagues, I have to say right now we have a good coordination with other states, after years that probably state Minister of Foreign Affairs didn't have, someone in charge of cyber. Now it's possible to do this sort of coordinations. Capacity building, for example, is very important. But when it comes to norms, I think implementation is something important, especially at the regional level. That could be also a good chance for stakeholders, how they can help this process, stage, and improve this implementation. It's one of the reasons why last year we just proposed a new CBMs. There's a working group at the OIS for the establishment of CBMs in cyberspace that started back in 2017. We have now 11 CBMs, which is quite something. One of them is about the strength implementation of 11 norms, And that was proposed specifically to try to, encourage a state to work more on this. With the assistance of the Organization American State, the cybersecurity program is very good, very important in this process, and be working, a lot with stakeholders. So I think that could be a good opportunity, to that stakeholder can help the state, to move on this. Now, moving forward, the opening of the working group is a really good question, because as we have different expectations, by the way, for Latin America, for example, capacity building could be probably something really important. We managed in the last meeting in July to made a joint statement, several, states from Latin America about capacity building. And the current situation now, I think, is a little bit complicated. We always have this conversation between the states in our region because try to get the consensus, the opening of the working groups, it's really difficult. And so trying to, to decide which are the subject, the items you want to really move on, it's also very complicated. So it's a complicated balance, So far, I think we've been trying, to agree on things that everyone could agree, whether CBMs, directory portal, and but I cannot really oversee how we can really move on new topics and new discussion. We can do that. That's because, of course, the current context of the complicated conversation we have, and I don't see that's going to be easy to resolve in coming years. According to the geopolitical situation we have right now. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I can subscribe to everything Pablo said. And just to add, our sense is also we need to focus on how we implement better, and even not only implement, understand better the normative framework as we have it. We also see there's some countries out there who try to produce confusion. They say, oh, we only have voluntary norms, therefore we need a legally binding treaty to clarify what the legal obligations are, ignoring the fact that the General Assembly has repeatedly confirmed that international law, as enshrined in the Charter, etc., fully applies. Therefore, we need to have more dedicated discussions to look specifically what does it mean international law applies. So, for instance, we are just finalizing our national position paper where we try to hammer this out, and we are very happy. We've been lobbying this for a while, that next year one of the intersessional sessions of the Open Net Working Group will be dedicated to the question of application of international law. And as we need to see, there's a bit, the voluntary norms a bit muddied the waters almost. It leads to some confusion. We also will have more discussions on the voluntary norms. So in our view, again, we don't need new norms. We need better understanding of the existing ones, what exactly they means. But then, of course, particularly that they are being implemented and that countries who violate them are held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. I heard accountability, confidence building measures, clarifying the existing norms obligations, all as spaces where we can move forward within the context of the current open-ended working group and future cybersecurity dialogues, and things which need multi-stakeholder inclusion and participation and engagement. And so to that side, I wanted to bring in Charlotte online and Joyce from the sort of non-governmental stakeholder perspective. Could you just take us through, I think, first for, I think we have a lot of government folks in the room. What is it like to try and participate and engage in the UN information security dialogues as a non-governmental stakeholder?
Thanks, John. And very, very good question. I think this is something that sort of like an experience that we reflect on quite a lot, and we sort of share stories, the multi-stakeholder community between each other. I think speaking from our experience at Chatham House, but also observing multi-stakeholder participation more generally, I think there are maybe 4 issues that I believe act as a challenge to the multi-stakeholder participation. And of course, you know, I'm not gonna talk about the biggest one, which is states blocking, actively going out of their way sometimes to blocking multi-stakeholders participation in UN processes. The first point I wanna make is, I guess, there is a disbelief or perhaps insufficient conviction from some states about the value that multi-stakeholders bring to the table. And so you basically, and this comes often from states who arguably need this support or could benefit from this support the most. So often the starting point is really sort of making the case about why it is important that you're at the table and what is it that you can contribute. And so this basically leads to either states not engaging with multi-stakeholders, or so if they tolerate your presence, you know, they don't engage, or they engage at the superficial level. And perhaps this stems from the second point I want to make, which is a perception that some states have that the multi-stakeholder community is a sort of a uniform group, it's like monolith, and we sort of all have the same agenda, the same approach, the same objectives. And this is obviously more true when it comes to civil society rather than to industry. But of course that's not true, right? Because civil society is a very diverse group with, you know, sometimes overlapping, but more complementary mandates, and the role that they can play is diverse. So if you don't understand what they can bring to the table, then it is hard to sort of engage with them properly. The third issue is, and this is more sort of directed at countries who actually support the multi-stakeholder participation and can be called the champions of multi-stakeholder participation, who really kind of like make that point over and over again in UN processes and beyond. I think sometimes the challenge with that relationship is there is a lack of strategic but also consistent engagement. And you know, this could be related to like time issues, resources issues, or perhaps sometimes lack of coordination within the government itself between the different agencies. So this means that, you know, the relationship with multi-stakeholders isn't as good as it can be, isn't as impactful as it can be. Now, I'm not suggesting that this is just the responsibility of government. I think, of course, this is a shared responsibility. It's a relationship, so it has to go both ways. And perhaps, you know, on this current OEWG specifically, I think probably the sort of the word that describes it the best when it comes to multi-stakeholder participation is uncertainty. Right, with every session, like multi-stakeholder groups, they don't know whether they're going to be accredited or not. I know Microsoft, you've had your good share in that, and so did Chatham House, until we finally got the ECOSOC status, which in a way kind of like, you know, gave us that right to be in the room. And, you know, the ability to influence UN processes, like in this kind of very complex geopolitical climate that Pablo described, requires strategic planning over time. So if you're uncertain whether you're going to be in the room or not, it makes it very hard to actually influence. I want to also talk about these sort of other ways where you can influence, but maybe for later. But maybe I want to conclude with this point that although this, you know, the participation hasn't been great, it has been possible, right? And I think from our perspective, it has been a learning curve. And particularly, for example, if we look at the Cybercrime Convention, this is the first time the multi-stakeholder community is trying to shape a legal instrument within the UN on cyber, right? And so we are learning a lot of lessons that will definitely help us in the future and also help us sharpen our tools.
And Charlotte, you're up if you're online.
Yes, I am. Thank you. I agree with the points that Joyce raised. I would just like to focus on a couple of points. I think that while the open-ended working group is officially open to stakeholders, states have this veto power, which Joyce mentioned, which limits the participation, and dozens of organizations, including the Cyber Peace Institute, are regularly vetoed. And I think that makes it very complicated for us to plan strategically, but also to really be representative and to bring added value to this fora. mean, clearly an achievement what has been that the GGE and the Open-Ended Working Group ran these sort of parallel processes and came out with a consensus report, which was aligned. However, it's very complicated in these parallel processes for multi-stakeholder civil society organizations to be able to participate in all of these parallel processes and to really be able to contribute. The Cyber Peace Institute, we have been able to contribute to the objectives of several of the UN working groups. We've submitted comments, recommendations on pre-drafts, on zero drafts, on final reports of the Open-Ended Working Group. We have also submitted multi-stakeholder engagement statement, which we led with a group of other organizations and contributed ahead of substantive sessions. So we are able to find ways to contribute, but it does take a lot of navigation, a lot of engagement behind the scenes to be able to really be able to be present and to put statements and positions forward. I think that we as civil society organizations, we do have added value that we can bring. And I think that what we have been able to demonstrate, and many states demonstrate that they really appreciate these contributions, is bringing data and evidence on many of the issues that are being addressed in the Open-Ended Working Group. And we have been able to, for example, bring things like a compendium of best practices on protecting the healthcare sector from cyber harm, and bring practical recommendations that can really help negotiations and help discussions. And I think that by bringing these recommendations, we can add the diversity, we can bring voices which really represent the full range of how the cyber landscape is actually being managed and the threats on that in that landscape today. I would just like to make a couple of final points. I think while we see that a number of governments have really sort of reiterated their commitment towards an inclusive process in which the multi-stakeholder community really does have a voice, we think it really is important that there's more clarity on what these potential contributions from civil society or multi-stakeholders can really bring. And this can encourage other states to really advocate for and pursue this more inclusive process. If there's an understanding of the added value, then each time each organization is not having to bring that. And we think also what is complex ahead of some of the sort of consultative meetings, we think it's also very complex when documents aren't shared ahead of meetings or are very late, and therefore it's really hard to bring, as Joyce mentioned, this very strategic role if we're not able to actually receive any of the documents, understand what the subjects are going to be, and then are also not necessarily able to participate in the room. So we think it would be important to have real clarity on non-state actors and how they can participate in the substantive sessions, clarity on the level of transparency and visibility offered for multi-stakeholder contributions throughout the process. And we think that there also needs to be inclusion, not just at sort of international organizations and civil society organizations operating at an international level, but also those operating nationally and regionally. And this could also help have a more of a global understanding of the challenges, but also the contributions that different actors can play. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. And just this, I think, hit all the major points in terms of, as a non-governmental stakeholder who has also tried to engage in these processes before, I think covered pretty well what some of those challenges have been. But I do think, to your point, Joyce, this is also a learning process. And I think we should also give credit where credit is due. I remember, the first ever multi-stakeholder consultation for the OEWG that happened, in the conference room B at the UN in 2019. And we really have come a long way since then in terms of regularizing things and having much greater inclusion. That's a credit to, I think, a lot of support from various member states, increasing numbers of member states, and then also the current chair of the OEWG, who I think we should recognize as well as having worked to create regularized, at least intercessional consultations with non-governmental stakeholders. But I think to the broader point here, indeed, it has been highly ad hoc. And especially for resource-limited organizations, that's a particular challenge to try and think about how best to structure that level of engagement. So then thinking about maybe the other, moving forward and how to sort of begin to be a little more accommodating and inclusive, I'd love to hear from Bert and from Charlotte. Oh, I'm one ahead. Thinking beyond sort of just the OEWG and the GGE, Pablo and Marie, I'd love to hear sort of just a comparison to other first committee processes that maybe have greater success with multi-stakeholder inclusion, whether that's the ECOSOC status or any other ways that we've seen other stakeholders more successfully included in the past.
Okay, I'm going to start. Well, I mean, as you mentioned, I mean, the cybercrime, current process right now, we do have this modality. We agree it was working pretty well. We can mention also, I mean, other discussion, like, for example, autonomous weapon systems and in Geneva. But when I also think about the future dialogues, future process, okay, I have to think about the program of action, which is something that's coming. It's going to be a very good opportunity, to really create a sort of, as you mentioned, and I'm going to really love the word strategy, is something we definitely need. And in a way also tries to create some, or define a specific role for multi-stakeholder, let's say in the future BOA, how they can help, or assist in terms of identifying needs, assessment, how to help the state for the implementations. We can, in some way, create, not saying a structure, but define some roles in this future dialogue. I mean, that way we can, identify some stakeholders that are good for some, let's say international law, let's say 11 norms, let's say CBMs, or in that way, I think that it would be good if we can actually try to start this discussion. I think, Cyberspace Institute, for example, has been a very good, report on this at the website, because this is something that is coming, sooner in the next couple of years. And that's going to be a good opportunity for a state, to think about this. Now, I would like to see also more, probably partnerships between a stakeholder and other states. It's something that maybe in Latin America, even from Chile, I would like to do more on this in some, as I said before, in this specific task. This is something we could probably start to think and work in the, I would say, near future. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will just go a bit further than just the UN and the first committee. But looking at first at a purely UN perspective, I think those discussions we've seen popping into so many different fora. When the pandemic started, where WHO started talking about cybersecurity, we were seeing cybersecurity-related discussion in the context of e-commerce, but also obviously with the ongoing situation in Europe and in Ukraine in the humanitarian dialogue. So I think we also need to take this into consideration and how other stakeholders are involved into those discussions. Because if we don't connect the dots and all those discussions as well, then we will never be able to have the open, free, and secure environment that we want and where people trust and that we can all benefit from. So that's on a positive note. But we are also seeing a growing number of multi-stakeholder initiatives outside of the UN, be it at the national, regional, international level. And those are really inspiring. And I think we need to look at how stakeholders, when they are having those multi-stakeholder initiatives, how they engage with each other. I find it difficult to really compare, because obviously we are in a UN situation or in a multi-stakeholder, but I think we need to look for inspiration wherever we can, and not only in first committee or purely UN, because as it was pointed out, it's really new to have multi-stakeholder engagement within first committee discussion on cyber. So I think that's one of the things. The other thing that was mentioned a bit earlier on the panel is it's true that we don't always really well understand as diplomats the entire breadth of how much civil society can bring and the stakeholders. And one of the things I would like to point out is in the context of the open-ended working group, we never mentioned the technical community. If you look at the report, we talk about civil society, the private sector, academia, but the technical community, for example, is not there. So I think that's also a sign that we need to continue that dialogue, and we need to understand how much other stakeholders can bring to those discussions, and then little by little, I think, we will make that space, and that we will hopefully see more participation in those discussions.
Thank you both. And Pablo, I think you mentioned the elephant in the room here, perhaps, in these conversations, which is the program of action, the sort of recently passed resolution to establish what would be kind of the first standing body that's going to be focused on cybersecurity at the UN. I know there's a lot of open questions about that, but I'd like to invite Bert and Charlotte back into the conversation to share a little bit about what that might look like and how that could regularize perhaps more multi-stakeholder inclusion in the UN processes in the first committee.
Yes, with pleasure. And again, as I said in the beginning, the discrepancy between the IGF and the General Assembly, we will not overcome this. There are many great initiatives out there. And again, we should also look more what the IGF experience, how this what that can bring, similar to the VISIS Forum, and how, etc. We have to see this, but also just to mention, what's the best way forward? We have these limitations, and I must also say I found it more frustrating in the open-ended working group, because there the no objection procedure that is now the practice for the invitation of multi-stakeholder was used much more extensively than in the ad hoc committee cybercrime process. Where basically, if you look at the list, it's a long, long list, more or less everyone who wanted to participate was able to participate, which is exactly how it should be. There are also other ways. I mean, if you look in the, I have done many things. I was delegate to the CSW in the past. There you have a practice, many countries involve NGO representatives in government delegations. Now, this is something, this was also done by some countries in the open-ended working group after some with blocked organizations. I'm not totally sure that's the right message, because I must say, for me, multi-stakeholder, or to put them in your delegation sounds like they're aligned with you. They have their own voice. I mean, I want you to be there, whether you agree with me or not. That's the idea. I don't want them to be part of a government delegation. So I'm not absolutely sure that's the right way. I was often a delegate to the Human Rights Commission. There, it depends a bit on the country, but in a number of negotiations on resolutions, non-state participants are invited to participate in the negotiations as well. So there is precedent for almost everything. When it comes to the POA, I will now not go into the question how it should look like, etc. This is a separate discussion. It's an important project, and we're preparing another resolution for the General Assembly that is happening as we speak. But again, the idea would indeed be to have more stability by having a permanent body, by having it inclusive. A strong focus of such a POA should, of course, be on implementing the existing normative framework, including capacity building, where, of course, multi-stakeholder play a key role. They are major actors in this field, so therefore they also need to have a proper seat at the table. But this we have to see, the POA, we want this to be a UN body, so we still will have the fight that UN rules and regulations apply. So we have to see, we will have these difficult negotiations to have multi-stakeholders as prominently as possible at the table. Because as the saying goes, if you're not sitting at the table, you're on the menu, so to say. So we really want multi-stakeholders to be at the table. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, I think it's really important to underline that the POA does present a sort of a unique opportunity to try to advance peace and security in cyberspace by really focusing on the implementation of the agreed norms and ensuring practical and needs-driven capacity building. We do think that this initiative needs to address a variety of issues related to the operationalization of the agreed upon framework. That would benefit from real practical implementation and meaningful multi-stakeholder participation. And that needs to therefore be reflected in the modalities. So the modalities for stakeholder participation need to be very much clarified to make sure that the multi-stakeholder nature of cyberspace is reflected. And the inclusion of all the relevant stakeholders in a dedicated forum would build legitimacy, would shape any future instruments. So this inclusiveness could create a process that really reflects the lived realities, addresses real threats that affect the safety, security, and well-being of people. And stakeholders can assist states to build their capacity and understanding of how to apply the norms. So I think there's a real added role that civil society or other multi-stakeholder organizations can play on a practical day-to-day level that if we can contribute would be invaluable. And I think civil society organizations are particularly well positioned to connect different actors and to build partnerships across a variety of communities and geographies, and to help the practical implementation of the cyber norms. And we can help in national and regional implementation efforts, including reporting on the progress. So that the real added value is there. And I think what is really, and I come back to this point I started with, the modalities, the POA modalities in relation to the scope, the method of establishment, the format, the frequency of meetings, the decision-making structures, and stakeholder participation. All of these points are being debated, and we urge that states really create a mechanism that reflects this multi-stakeholder nature. As some of the previous participants mentioned, it does need to include civil society, industry, academia, the technical community, and other experts who can really play a vital role and bring expertise to future dialogues on cybersecurity in the context of international security. And this will really drive much more impactful outcomes from the process and really contribute to ensuring transparency and credibility of the agreed decisions, as well as the sustainability of implementation.
Thank you both so much. Points very well taken. I'm putting everybody on notice that we're going to have maybe one or two more questions here, and then I would love to hear from folks in the room. Again, either questions or comments on things that you think would be helpful at including more multi-stakeholder voices at the UN or elsewhere in conversations around peace and security online. Speaking of online, if you're part of the online audience, please do put questions in the chat, and my colleague Eduardo will make sure that he addresses them to the room. But I want to pull over to sort of, I think what's been mentioned a couple times but underscores a lot of this, which is the geopolitics of the moment. And so to maybe Joyce and then to Pablo to discuss, rising tensions means that this is getting more difficult to have more inclusive, well, seems to be more difficult to have any kind of productive conversation in diplomatic spaces. Certainly multilateral ones, but in particular as it relates to multi-stakeholder inclusion, increasingly difficult to have multi-stakeholder voices heard. Microsoft is certainly among many other multi-stakeholder voices that would seem to be relevant to dialogues, but have been blocked from participating by respective member states amid escalating geopolitical tensions. How can we address this, do you think, such that we can ensure that we have the necessary voices and the inclusive dialogues we need in future conversations without letting geopolitics play such a weighty role? And Joyce, if you want to start.
Thank you, John. I think this is a very important question. Like, how do we, understand our reality and work within the confines of that? I think maybe I'll sort of like split my answer into two kind of parts, or maybe to talk about it from sort of two different lenses. So first of all, there will be new processes, right? So we heard about the POA, but outside of cyber, there are sort of like processes that are being established, and in cyber, there are calls for new processes, whether leading to something binding or otherwise. So I think it is very important, and at this point has been mentioned before, is that the starting point ought to be like, figuring out good modalities for the process, right? So it's much harder when you have bad modalities to fight for multi-stakeholder participation. It's much easier when it's already enshrined in the process from the very beginning. And in that, there has to be transparency. There has to be clear criteria for inclusion, but importantly, clear criteria for exclusion, right? And I think we can perhaps also to aim to be a little bit more ambitious than just that, because even if a certain member state can object and can say why it's objecting, and this won't sort of really kind of go much further than that. I think maybe we should be more ambitious and ask for maybe some sort of formal procedure to resolve disputes when it comes to multi-stakeholder participation. I think we should, if we believe multi-stakeholderism is the kind of way forward in digital technologies governance, which it should be, right? Then we ought to have it like more sort of like part and parcel rather than something we sort of like every time try and beg for, right? It has to be there and it has to be unquestioned. But of course, this is a journey and, like bit by bit. And as you said, we've already had some successes and we hope to build on that. The other thing that I want to sort of the other lens is how we sort of what can we do with the existing processes and in the kind of the geopolitical context that you described. I think an important point is that while it is very important to be in the room, and if you're not on the table, be on the menu, that's probably maybe true, but also I think it is also important to know that the ability to influence is not just in the room. You know, there's a lot that can be done outside the room, and arguably you can have a better impact, you know, outside the room. When we take the floor in the open-ended working group, they give us 3 minutes to speak. You know, how much can you influence in 3 minutes? That's very, very arguable. So I guess this sort of like, you know, combining this with other initiatives outside of the UN processes is extremely important. And working on that sort of relationship with states on a long-term basis. I think I talked about the fact that some member states don't understand the value of multi-stakeholders, and I think there is an onus on multi-stakeholders to actually prove through actions what their value is. You know, Charlotte talked about data and research and the importance of that. Capacity building is absolutely important, and then through actions, member states can understand why multi-stakeholders are valuable, and they will then become, you know, so the champions circle will expand beyond the current few. And I think also importantly is to focus on not just multilateral, we talked national, but also regional. And Pablo talked about, you know, OAS and the different kind of initiatives there, because that has also like a huge potential for influence. If you can get ECOSOC status, then do, because that will help you overcome a lot of challenges. And maybe kind of a final point, I think, you know, we are working on new areas, emerging areas, right? And I think we can't use sort of like always or just, you know, old or existing models to solve, you know, new and emerging problems. I think it's very important to be innovative, to be, you know, creative, think outside the box, particularly that, you know, we as multi-stakeholder community have limited resources. So yes, we might be able to participate in meetings if the door is open, but we might not, even if they let us, right? So I think there's also the need to think about how can we do it creatively and differently than the way we do it now.
Thank you. Well, I agree 100% on what we were saying, so I'm not quite sure that it adds something more valid. But thinking about this, I think while you mentioned modalities and also transparency and the regional aspect, let's come back again with the strategy, you know, concept. I think we definitely need more, this is the perspective of the government, to work more with stakeholders, you know, in terms to how to face this problem and how we can, I mean, create joint strategy for doing so. You know, I don't think there has too much dialogue from the again from the perspective of my region, Latin America, that we really do a lot in terms every time we have new meetings, opening the working group or cybercrime ad hoc, to really have this chance to start or have this dialogue, you know, with stakeholders, you know. We are trying to move on this last years with was a Dutch initiative in Chile that we managed to organize a dialogue with stakeholders and representatives from Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the region, which is really good for basically discuss, you know, opening the working group, aid committee. But I think we definitely means trying to, to work more in a strategy to face this, because the member state that they are actually against participation with stakeholders, they already have a strategy, you know. They have a goal, you know. That's the problem. We are not facing something that they like it or not. They really have a very clear mission and goal to stop this. So I think we are not maybe have this sort of, this is my impression at least, this sort of coordination to say, okay, they have a strategy, they want to do this, how we can actually create the counter narrative, you know, and do more than this. And I agree also with Joyce very much is a lot of things we can do at the margins on these meetings, you know, especially the regional level at the OIS or in Africa, etc., which is probably has the most chances, you know, to come and meet together, you know, and really thinks about things that are important to move on, as you mentioned, capacity building, implementations. Those are the things that in some region are really critical, really important, and we can have the chance in that case to work together, you know, at that space. That will be my view on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pablo. You brought up a really good point at the end there that I want to circle back on at some point here, which is sort of what are the opportunities for engagement outside the UN, and how can sort of cyber diplomats in that community help to facilitate that, and what can others from the non-governmental community do? But Sort of before diving in there, I do want to invite, now that we're sort of in the latter half of the program, anyone in the room or online who has a question or a comment or other ways to contribute to this conversation, and invite them to please take the floor. There are microphones in the aisles here, and there is certainly the chat box online. And Eduardo, if you're able to come on, maybe you could ask the first question if there is one.
Sure, John. Maybe actually I'll pass the floor over to Nick Ashton-Hart, who's had his hand up and I think wants to make a comment. Go for it, Nick.
Good morning from New York. It's like 2:30 or something here. No, 3, sorry. Yeah, I wanted to follow up on the point that Joyce made. I mean, I agree with everything everyone has said about the value of stakeholders and what we bring to the table. I think we all know that's true. But I think we have to do something about it, because, you know, just like when women got the vote, they didn't get the vote because those who had the vote decided it would be the right thing for them to get the vote. They got the vote because they went out and said, "You're giving us the vote, right?" And made it unavoidable. And I follow a lot of processes at the UN. The cybersecurity processes are frustrating because of this theater of the absurd of applying and then being vetoed. The WTO negotiations on electronic commerce are completely closed to all stakeholders. It's the least open process. So believe it or not, it's actually somewhat better in the first committee. But I spend a lot of time with delegates in New York. I think they're tired of having this stakeholder argument every time a new first committee process is launched. I know they're tired of it. I think a majority of states think it's a lot of wasted time goes on arguing about this. It's the same argument every time. And I do believe that there is appetite to make a set policy on stakeholders that would turn it into more of an administrative process that happens each time a first committee process is convened, especially related to the internet. And then that would be the end of it. The decision would be taken, we would be able to participate, and that would be that. States would still take decisions, and we would speak lost and all the rest of it. But we would have something more like what we have at the Ad Hoc Committee on Cybercrime, where you know, it's an administrative process, really. It's not a political process, which is what, of course, it's being turned into. And I think as stakeholders, if that's something we believe we want, we're going to have to advocate for it. We're going to have to do the legwork on the ground with the delegates, get someone to propose a General Assembly resolution. And I think we would win. I think we would win on votes if there's voting. It wouldn't be consensus, of course, because the states that don't want us, and that's the way it is. I think we would have a clear majority in favor of an administrative process, just because we're right, basically. We're right, but also even for the states who are somewhat, don't care that much one way or the other, they're tired of fighting about it and wasting a great deal of time arguing over the subject. So I think it would be interesting to if any of the rest of you have thoughts on that, it would be interesting to actually mount a campaign to solve this problem on a horizontal basis, once and for all. Because I think that's the only real way we're going to get a solution. And the honest truth is the states would be far better off if we were around to bug them, because they need a more ambitious agenda when it comes to cybersecurity, really. I mean, if you look at what's on the table to be decided at the OEWG, and you look at what's going on in international cybersecurity, there is a huge gap in need versus what's actually being addressed.
Well taken, Nick, and thank you so much. Well, I will leave it to the panel on the table to see if there's anyone that would like to take up that thought about moving this to an administrative matter as opposed to a political process, and whether or not Nick's read of the appetite has some accuracy and validity to it.
I would be happy to try to answer, to try to respond to Nick's question. It's a good point. You're right that people are very tired of this question because it comes up again and again. And it's particularly because it has become such a politicized question. And it has been politicized by a number of countries, and it will be difficult all along. I think the idea whether a one-size-fits-all forever resolution of the General Assembly, how multi-stakeholders should participate in such processes, is an interesting idea. It has to be discussed. I see a number of drawbacks, namely, it's so difficult if you make this totally unclear for what type of future process. I'm not sure we get the best result. We might get better results on the specific process, on the specific circumstances, than when it's for any future process where it might become quite narrow, and it might be a difficult process, but it's something to be discussed. My concern is, even if we would succeed, if then a new process would be set up, we would then again have a fight whether the agreed framework is being applied or whether specific rules have to be decided upon. So we might come back to square one, but we certainly, it's an urgent matter, and the issue where I think which is particularly urgent is we are discussing here a lot, both in sessions and informally, about the upcoming process of negotiating, particularly the Global Digital Compact, which is part of a much broader process preparing for the Summit for the Future, where we need strongest possible multi-stakeholder involvement in the General Assembly process, which is sort of, as I said already, intergovernmental by nature, where we have the challenge that basically our key objective is, out of this process, a reaffirmation of the multi-stakeholder model. Also, in our view, a strong role for the IGF. But then, again, to get there, the process must be as multi-stakeholder oriented as possible. And this will, again, be an uphill battle. It's even not clear whether the multi-stakeholder arrangement would be made specifically for the Global Digital Compact negotiations or for the entire process. I would be in favor of doing it specifically for the Global Digital Compact because there's a better understanding of their role than, for instance, when you negotiate a new agenda for peace, where basically I think there's a sense that states have a much stronger role to play. But it's also, I think we need to see, I mean, where are countries who are, I mean, there's some countries who are very critical, they're opposed to multi-stakeholder involvement for a number of reasons. We also need to do more work why it is of benefit to all of us. It has become a political issue. For me, it's an issue of expertise, of quality control. I can only say I come from a country, our capacity in the area of cyber, digital, etc., is limited. We benefit a lot from talking to industry partners, from academics, experts, etc. Without them, we can't survive such negotiations. This is from where we get ideas, inputs, a quality check of our ideas. And I'm sure it's the same for others. And it's also therefore important that multi-stakeholder involvement is as inclusive as possible and as representative, because there's also a sense multi-stakeholder means basically big tech companies sitting at the table. It must be clear that this must be broad and every effort must be made that it's as inclusive as possible. Thank you.
And maybe if I can add, I agree with everything you said, Bert, and I agree with the sentiment behind Nick's message that we need more passion to kind of like, have this, this issue resolved, and we need to be a little bit more strategic and have more ambitious plans. But on your point, Bert, about how you benefit from multi-stakeholders' input, I think it also goes both ways, because we benefit also when we speak with governments about what, what's on their mind, how they're thinking about, the sort of different priorities. Sometimes, we, even if we follow online, if we're in the room, we might not know the kind of what's really going on. So speaking to them is also very valuable to us because it makes our role much better, right? If we kind of like have our fingers on the right pulse. So just wanted to add that.
Absolutely. Thank you both so much. Thank you again to Nick for, even if we don't have something that's going to be the be-all, end-all, I think even moving towards what is a gold standard of multi-stakeholder inclusion, what in the US we call it the Cadillac of multi-stakeholder inclusion, but noticing that we're in Japan, maybe it's the Lexus of multi-stakeholder inclusion, I think could be a good framework to work towards. I think we have a question in the room here.
Thank you very much, speakers, for such an interesting conversation and discussion. I think I'm just going to point out the elephant in the room. We are talking about multi-stakeholderism, and I was just looking at the representation of different multi-stakeholders from the panel, and I don't see representation from African stakeholders. So I guess my question would be, how involved are African stakeholders in these discussions and debates, and what can they do to improve their participatory role in these discussions. So I understand maybe government actors, there could be different processes being followed, but with the private sector, academia, civil society, what exactly is being done to increase or to improve their participation in discussions like this? And just giving this as an example, like we talk about inclusion, but if we are not going to have African voices being part of these discussions, it becomes a bit difficult to understand how we approach our multi-stakeholderism. Thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you so much for the question. And I will leave it to those on the table to comment on multi-stakeholder inclusion and participation in the dialogues from across geographic regions and lines of difference.
Yeah, thank you for your question, and happy to take a stab. I think you're absolutely right. I think we talk about multi-stakeholder participation, but if we look at the composition of the multi-stakeholder groups, it tends to be more sort of Western dominated. So you're absolutely right that there's a need for inclusion that goes and also like at the regional level, and not just bring different actors, but also actors who represent different regions. And that's why I talked about the importance of regional efforts, that we don't put all our focus just on UN processes, because there's a lot going on at region level, at national level, and the experience from those stakeholders who are very much on the field will be absolutely very, very valuable to the UN processes and beyond. So I think, definitely agree with you there. And, I think also we need to be honest about how multi-stakeholders coordinate with each other. And I don't think it's great either. I think there is definitely room to improve. But as I said, it's a learning curve on several different fronts. The focus for today is how we work better with governments, but also there is a bigger question around how we work better with each other and how we bring more voices into the debate.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think, indeed, there is a lot that still can be done, but it's also a capacity issue, I think. And coming from developing country, I think it's even more difficult to dedicate some time to come to New York and to come to those processes. And I think that's why also the initiative at national, regional level are so important. And it was mentioned earlier, it's not only about what you're saying in the room, it's actually the ongoing discussion that you have with your representative that will go to New York and will represent those points. And having those long-run discussions, not only a one go during the open-ended working group, but really like an ongoing discussion where you actually bring to your governments, to your people that will be present in the room negotiating, you give them the arguments that they will need to shape an informed policy that will benefit also not only us, but like everyone, every stakeholder groups. And that's completely part of the entire process. So we have the luxury that we can do it. We also have some diplomats that are there in different countries that can also have those discussions, not only with our national stakeholders, but also with other stakeholders from other regions. But really, like, we need those information to take informed policy decision that we will then bring to those fora. And thank you, Nick, for being a very dedicated stakeholder, being still up at 3 a.m. for this discussion. But that's exactly the kind of stakeholders that we need, like really dedicated as well. And we understand that it's a capacity issue as well. So wherever you can go at any level, try to like bring your expertise and knowledge so we can take better informed policy decisions.
I believe Bert and then Charlotte online also asked for the floor. So.
Okay, very briefly, sorry. I think a very important point. Just two comments. One is, it's the same challenge also on the government side, how to ensure to have negotiations that are inclusive. But I noticed, for instance, if you compare the open-ended working group with the ad hoc committee negotiations, through a number of measures, including that some funding is available for travel, far more countries are represented by experts from capital in the cybercrime negotiations than in the open-ended working group. And you see that the quality of the discussion is quite different in a way. I mean, I learn a lot from listening to the different perspectives, and that's extremely positive. The same applies on the multi-stakeholder side. Some initiatives have been taken to facilitate, to provide funding, to participate in such meetings, etc. But of course, we all agree, even for us, I mean, we sometimes get denied the funding for travel to New York because it's too expensive to spend 2 weeks in New York or so, and I'm sure it's even worse for multi-stakeholders. And so we have to see what more is possible there to allow participation, because if you have seen it once, then you also understand better how it works, and then that's maybe the advantage, that's also one of the positive side effects of COVID. There's a sort of a democratization of such multilateral processes. All of this is now hybrid, all of this is screened, and you can participate much more easily. And again, a key role is any government in New York, the position formulated is back in capital. So you need to work with the people in capital so that the people who sit in New York, Geneva, or wherever, they press the right button or make the right statement. So a lot of the work has to happen at national level in any event. Thank you.
Thank you. And Charlotte, if you're going to take the floor, please do.
Yes, just very quickly, and I think it's a really important point, particularly about African representation. It's something that we tested also a year and a half ago, where we invited ambassadors from representatives of the African Union in Geneva to come for a half-day workshop on all of these processes. There was definitely an appetite. There were representation from most countries of the African Union at ambassador level. So there's definitely an appetite to engage and to learn more about these processes. And I think it's also really important to demystify these processes, because we heard feedback, for example, that, oh, well, you know, we specialize more on human rights. Well, actually, a lot of what's been discussing at the open-ended working group is about human rights, and so that there are very transferable skills. It's just sometimes the language is very exclusive or very difficult for people to feel that, oh, well, I haven't followed these debates for many years, therefore I can't contribute. And actually what we saw was that there were very key messages and participation possibilities from the representatives of the African Union that could very easily transfer their skill set into these negotiations. So I think there's an appetite. We just need to focus much more on the capacity building side.
Thank you all. I think we have 2 questions I saw in the room. Patrick, were you at the mic a moment ago? And then the young woman over here. And then back over to you, Eduardo, if there's anyone online after that.
Hi, I'm Patrick Pavlak from Carnegie Europe. My question was partly asked and partly answered. So let me use the microphone to push back a bit and get a bit more precise answers. In answering to the colleague's question, many of you said, yes, the engagement with stakeholders at the national and regional level is important and we have to do it more. How exactly do you envisage this? We have 3 governments on the podium. Could you describe to us how each of your governments engages with your civil society ahead of the open-ended working groups? You know, I know for the fact that actually we very often talk about this engagement with multi-stakeholder community. It happens through the side events during the open-ended working group sessions or any other events there. And very often those meetings are really used as a fig leaf, let's say, for the lack of engagement of the national level. So if you could share some concrete examples, that would be great. Speaking about national engagement with civil society, a lot of organizations from many countries around the world will tell you that actually they have no access. It will be easier for Joyce from Chatham House to talk to anybody in the world, to cyber ambassadors, and get the access, that for the regional civil society organizations who are completely ignored, right? So how do we break that sort of a ceiling at the national level? And thirdly, I think that this engagement at the national and regional level indeed might be a more sustainable solution if we really want to create, let's say, a better functioning cyber diplomacy engagement, simply because so many countries in the world actually have this shrinking space for civil society organizations. So by creating the opportunities for engagement around cyber issues, we're also contributing to strengthening the broader ecosystem of civil society organizations. So yes, I agree, but I wonder how you think we could do this in a more specific way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. And maybe a question over here as well, and we'll just sort of take both together.
Thank you very much. I'm Larissa Causa, Head of Cybersecurity at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. I would like to first of all thank all the panelists for their interventions. And I would have one question building up on a point that I believe Charlotte made about fragmentation of the debate on cybersecurity and how detrimental it was in the period from 2019 to 2021 to the participation of non-government stakeholders. Well, for Brazil, fragmentation is a huge concern. It is a challenge not only to non-state stakeholders, but also to most developing countries. It's always difficult to have enough delegates to follow multiple tracks at the UN. And so one question I would have is, well, we've spoken a lot about the POA and in very supportive terms, and Brazil very much supports continuing discussions on the proposal, but it is not a consensus within the UN. We have observed recently a fragmentation on states that support a POA, states that still are very much in favor of starting negotiations on a legally binding instrument, which us nationally feel that it is not quite a moment for it yet, though we do not oppose the idea of something legally binding. But so I guess my question would be, do you see a risk of having this fragmentation once again, given the polarization of positions on the future of the institutional dialogue after the OEWG? And second, if the POA is indeed adopted this year, how do we avoid that the OEWG in a way is undermined or has its discussions emptied due to a decision being made 2 years ahead of the end of its mandate on regular institutional dialogue? Thank you very much.
Thank you both so much. I will leave it to you to sort of take the questions in turn or in the order that you'd like. Anyone on the stage would like to hop in, or of course Charlotte online.
So I can't answer the question what governments are doing to engage civil society. I know my government doesn't do anything, so yeah, how they should do it. I suppose, but I can sort of like, because this is of course like a very important problem, and we think about it as well, because inclusive governance is one of the sort of strategic priorities for our work at Chatham House. And you know, and just someone talked about the appetite that exists, and I agree with that. I think there's a huge appetite. We organized, I think it was last year, a conference in Jordan about, and we have a representative from the MFA here, about the cyber diplomacy in the Arab region and what are their perspectives. And I was amazed by the turnout, by how much eagerness there was from not just governments but also non-state stakeholders to be part of this conversation. But there is, of course, like an issue of sort of subject matter expertise with these UN processes, and as Charlotte mentioned, it can be a little bit too intimidating, because if you're not, I mean, even for us, if I miss one OEWG session, I'm like, I don't know what's happening anymore, It's very hard to kind of stay on top of these very lengthy negotiation process and feel like you have the expertise to contribute every time in an informed way. And so I guess there is sort of responsibility on both sides. If we look at the list of accredited organizations to the Cybercrime Convention, which, as Bert mentioned, they were all accredited after maybe a little bit of a pushback. I think there were around 160, something like that. But if you look at how many organizations actually participate, I think maybe 20, something, or maybe a little bit more, in terms of consistently participating, and although there is the opportunity for online engagement, etc. So there is also this, if you want to engage, you need to put in the effort, and that's very true. But there is maybe perhaps, how do we encourage that? I think, maybe sort of the governments, the way they have been supporting developing states to come to the negotiations, perhaps there could be some funding dedicated to bring in multi-stakeholders more into the debate. And I know, Patrick, you've done work on that in the past, and I think more initiatives like this would be extremely important. On the fragmentation point that was mentioned, I think the question was, should we be concerned about fragmentation with new processes? I think, to be honest, I think the fragmentation is already here to a certain extent. I mean, because we engage in the open-ended working group and the cybercrime process, you feel that there is, this huge desire to keep those different conversations separate. And of course, this one is dealing with international peace and security. This one is dealing with criminal activities. But the reality of cyberspace is that the lines are not, sort of like that. This division is not very clear. Sometimes it's artificial, and the distinction is not as clear cut. So there are overlaps that need to be understood. If we take, for example,
as you probably know now, the open-ended working group is trying to operationalize this point of contact directory about, each state will have one organization dedicated to sort of answer responses and requests to de-escalate. There is a similar obligation almost, or like expectation in the Cybercrime Convention about 24/7 networks and having a point of contact, etc. I mean, of course, they will have different mandates, but as we know, in a lot of states, like there will be one agency doing different, like the same role, right? Doing sort of cybersecurity stuff, but also cybercrime stuff. So we need to be more conscious in terms of where the touch points are, how do we understand them, and how do we reflect them better in policies. And I think here really, like multi-stakeholders can play a very big role, right? In bringing those sort of nuances together and in kind of like talking about them in a more sort of clear way. So that's my answer.
Okay. Thank you. Let me start with a question from Larissa, which is a very good question, by the way, because we have this internal discussions, in our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also in our conversation between Latin American states, Brazil, Argentina, etc., about this situation we are right now, as mentioned before, about this geopolitical context, which is quite difficult. And the problem is not just in the working group, also in the cybercrime. If you go to discussion of autonomous weapon system, we can. It seems that we have this sort of fracture, that is already there. So, what we can do, basically, what we can really, one of the reasons we, regarding the POA, why we supported the PA from the, not the very beginning, but from the 2021, was because it was action-oriented. So it was something say, okay, we have this discussion UN, which is, well, by the way, Chile voted against the open-ended working group back in 2019, and the same for the other committee. I can explain why, but at that moment we say, okay, this is a good idea because it's something that basically we definitely need from the perspective of our country in Latin America, action-oriented, focus on capacity building, implementation. We can keep the discussion, about international law application, etc. But we have very critical needs that we need to in some way achieve. So that's the reason why we voted against this. We supported the POA. But you're right that we have this sort of things, what we can do now, that we have the open-ended working group, the POA. The POA is part, of course, the discussion, the open-ended working group, the regional institutional dialogue, And I'm not quite sure that I have the right answer, And in a way, I think it's also connected what's going on today, worldwide, This situation is going to be stayed, for a long term, or we can just achieve a point that we can actually create or establish some consent. The discussion is quite frustrated, by the way. The cybercrime is sometimes even impossible, to agree in some technicals, on the practical solution, because we have this problem, And it's not so simple because some states have their own view, principles, and values, and other states are very different ones. So it's a cultural problem, geopolitical problems. Maybe in the next future we will have different internets. I don't know, but I agree with those, and this factor is already here. The way I can manage this is going to be something that definitely we then need to discuss more and see what can we remove on. But I agree with you that it's something that several states have a lot of concern about how to deal with the process. So it's not it's a very important matter, part of our discussions. Regarding Patrick's questions, always very good questions, very fundamental questions. I have to confess to you, Patrick, that sometimes I see a lot of states regarding multi-stakeholder in our statement. We're very clear that we support multi-stakeholder engagement and so on. And at the very end, you come back to Capital and realize that probably I not do it. Enough, to work with them. That is true. I have to confess. In my case, when I started cybersecurity in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs 10 years ago, I have no idea about the stakeholder. I think it was Microsoft the first time, Katja Siklich in Singapore, that taught me that Microsoft has this cyber diplomacy approach. I just came back to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs to explain to my bosses, ambassadors, about the role of Microsoft in international security, try to make understand to them. So that's been quite fascinating. My background is non-proliferation arms control. You don't see that, in other processes. sometimes, you know, and I can tell from our reality, or maybe also Latin America, is a lack, you know, of people, you know, you still don't have too much, you know, expert on, you know, our Minister of Foreign Affairs. You have the capacity, you know, to cover one thing or another. You know my case, I have to cover cybersecurity, cybercrime, and many other things. So we will have to have more times, you know, to engage, you know, on what I would like to do more with stakeholders is to work in some specific line of actions. You know, again, the idea of a strategy. You know, if it comes to international law, I mean, Chatham House maybe, you know, have some idea to do something, I mean, next year in Chile, you know. When it comes to CBS, or I don't know, with the implementation IHL, which is something very important, and Switzerland will be one of the champions in this, you know, how we can actually work with some specific stakeholder thing in our regions. It's something that can be done. It's sometimes like a time, the lack of resources, you know, so many things to do back in capital, but I will give you again, I mean, there's something that we did with Netherlands, you know, it's this dialogue, you know. I don't think we have too much dialogue in our regions, you know, when we can, and for that dialogue, something that we agree with the Dutch Minister of Foreign Affairs was to invite representative Minister of Foreign Affairs, not just people from Ministry of Interior or CSIRs, you know, to bring them in, the people in charge of cybersecurity, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to talk and engage with multi-stakeholders, you know, and talk about, you know, processes we have, you know, at the UN level, you know. And I would add just, and I have to think of, keep in mind that the important roles that regional organizations can play on this. And most of engagement of stakeholders, I mean, thanks to the OIS, and I think in other regions it's the same. Chile is now the chair of the CICTA, you know, the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism, when the cybersecurity program is placed there. So it's something with, and especially on the implementation of CBM, is something that we definitely need to, would like to do more and engage this stakeholder more in this process. But I totally agree with you that it's not maybe good enough we're doing right now. Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't be a better advocate for our way of doing stakeholder engagement than you are. Yeah, maybe I'll give you a bit of like my background and how it was when I started that working on cyber issue in the Netherlands. That was a few years back. So at national level, it was back in the preparation of the GGE and the Open-Ended Working Group in 2019. And back then, I went back to The Hague from Geneva, and we were having actually a consultation with other stakeholders to actually, before we entered into those rooms, more or less open, then we would be able to have an informed policy position. And I'm not saying we're doing it enough, and I think that's one thing, probably not enough, but we're already trying at that level. The other thing that we are doing is, obviously, those conferences, I think Bert pointed out quite well, that the IGF is a place also where we can have lots of open discussion. And we should also grab those opportunities that we have at the IGF, at our national IGF, at also the regional IGF, to also talk about those issues that we are facing in the first committee, and then grab all the expertise that is there. Because there are so many people around here, they know so much more than we would, then we really need to grab those opportunities. I'm talking about the IGF, but I can also talk about non-UN forum like RightsCon or the GFCE conference in Accra next month, for example. I think we need to take all those opportunities to really also ourselves engage with the stakeholder community as well. I mean, capacity building, we are doing lots of capacity building, and we're also trying to bring this knowledge about like what the first committee is about, what we're discussing, what is the normative framework, what are our objectives, and really like looking into the implementation and what it means also for people. So then when they are informed, they can also engage. So Charlotte, as you said, like we need to also demystify what's happening in the first committee. And I think that's on our side also an effort that we need to do because it's already complex for us to understand how those processes work. So for someone who doesn't have been there for so long, or is not engaged in everyday or in all the discussion, or can it be engaged in all the discussion, it's even more complicated. So I think on our side, we also need to do more on demystifying those processes and explaining what you can bring to those discussions. I have to say, we have the luxury of having a nice cyber policy, and we have 34 now cyber diplomats around the world, so we also participate in regional meetings and so on and so forth. And we try to grab all of this, but we also try to share our knowledge and our experience to make everyone be able to also engage. And we still have so much to learn, and I'm sure some others have better ways of doing, but I think it's about exchanging on how we do and then learning from others on what they have been doing. And then we can just improve the way we engage. But it's true that we have the luxury of having a bit more people. So I can happy to share, but also really happy to get some feedbacks on how you would like us to engage with you, because that's the only way we can make it better. So.
Thanks so much. Also, as I mentioned already, for us it's important we learn a lot from others, both governments, other multi-stakeholders. It's of critical importance. Joyce, you said that many multi-stakeholders were accredited to the ad hoc committee, but not so many make use of it. And that's, of course, a challenge. And of course, even for governments, I mean, these cybercrime negotiations, this year, 3 times 2 weeks. It's a huge investment. It's difficult to take, and there indeed, if you're not following it closely, it's difficult to do so. So that's a challenge in terms also of resources. And by the way, if I may go back for 1 second to the Global Digital Compact, which is coming up. Also there, I hope that many multi-stakeholders will make the investment, because it's important that one does. I was a bit concerned that everyone was invited to provide input and so on already late last year until I think March or April this year. And then I think nobody ever heard what happened to the input. And then we had the policy briefs, which I can't imagine would really somehow be a reflection of the input received. So I hear when I talk to people about that process, there's some who say, well, is it really worthwhile to invest? It's so difficult anyway. There's such limited access, and so far our input has not been appreciated. That's a huge concern to me, because we need multi-stakeholder involvement in the process in order to get the reaffirmation of the multi-stakeholder model as an outcome. So that's certainly an issue. Responding to the question of Patrick, how do we involve multi-stakeholders? And maybe I start then with the Global Digital Compact. There, basically, we use the national IGF both to discuss the whole process, but also to prepare input. So we had both a government input and a multi-stakeholder input, where we used the national sort of IGF for it. When it comes to the ad hoc committee, there we use very much our public-private partnership with the whole industry. It's called the Cybersecurity Platform, where we basically bring all the people together. For instance, telecom, etc. They're hugely interested how this treaty turns out, because it has serious implications for them. So some of them are also actively participating, but we regularly try to exchange with them. And I must say this, the weakest involvement we have on the open-ended working group, simply because, unfortunately, we're a relatively small country. The interest is so far limited, because most people are not really, it's not clear what's in it for them. So there we need to mobilize interest so that they're fully aware of it. But as I mentioned, we're working on a national position paper on international law. There we're now finalizing our government draft, and this one we want to consult with multi-stakeholder, particularly, of course, with the international law community, so to say. And then I think Pablo responded already a little bit to our colleague from Brazil on her important question of how do we go ahead in the first committee with the idea of the POA. I mean, this proposal has been now around for a couple of years and has also a lot of support. And I also think that concrete ideas that it makes a difference in terms of implementation, etc. The idea with the POA is exactly to avoid fragmentation and to avoid battles every 2-3 years over new mandates, and to have sort of a permanent body which deals with issues, which also, by the way, would permanently settle the question of multi-stakeholder involvement, hopefully, at least for that process. But again, also there, the idea certainly would be that we use the current open-ended working group to discuss in detail how this should be figured out, what the elements should be, and then any sort of configuration would be the follow-up to the open-ended working group. But we will have to see how it pans out. Negotiations on this are ongoing, but we very much hope that in the end we have an inclusive process and we end up with one mechanism after the open-ended working group, because also more, as we discussed, for any one of us, is difficult to entertain. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all for this. We're coming up on time here, so I'm just going to say, Eduardo, is there a question online? Otherwise, I think we've exhausted things in the room, and I'll move to just a final quick lightning round question.
We do have a question. I wonder if we have time to answer it, but Amir Mokaberi was questioning the legitimacy of companies participating in multi-stakeholder discussions, especially in the field of international law development and norm making, due to their democratic nature, conflict of interest, and lack of election by citizens. So I wonder if you have a quick response to that, John.
Yeah, maybe I take that one. No, I think it's a fair question and a fair thing to be concerned about in terms of what is the proper scope and size of private industry engagement in any conversations that relates to governance, whether at a national level or international level. The only thing I'll say is Microsoft makes products and services that we sell and that help to augment the digital domain. And we certainly don't want to be contributing to a space that is getting increasingly unsafe and more unstable. And so supporting these dialogues is critically important to us as an organization that is a large technology company. But I think we are always clear in that, and we would want to always be as transparent in this as possible in saying that obviously governments make the decisions here. We don't. We are, I think together with our other multi-stakeholder partners, pushing for a voice at the table, not a vote. And that seems to be always the proper boundary and limitation there. So I hope that answers that question well enough. And I will just say, in the last couple minutes, a lightning round. If there are sort of non-governmental stakeholders in the room who have not engaged before in any of these processes at the UN, what would be just a quick piece of guidance on the way they could be most impactful in helping to support government dialogues on cybersecurity at the UN? And anyone can start.
I'll start because I'm at the back of the table. I'll be short because we don't have so much time, but I would say, so approach us. We will listen and be there, provide information, numbers, facts, show the impacts of the project that you're doing, like in the different countries, in the different regions, report on what's happening. Those information can only give an added value to the discussion that will happen in the context of the UN. But also, if you start following it from it's not a one go. If you start following it, then come back to us and tell us, oh, you did this, but you haven't yet talked about that or this. And actually, I have to say, I find it very sad that people are saying that they don't see the impact of what they bring to the table. But I can say that for some of the outcome from the open-ended working group and GGE report in 2021, there are actually things there that I heard happening at the beginning of the process, when it was inside event, in discussion that we had with civil society, the private sector, academia, and actually they made their way through the end report. So actually, it's a long process. It's frustrating because it takes time and you don't always have everything you would like to see, but it made its way through. So you just continue and hold us accountable for making sure that we are taking the right position when it comes to those discussions.
Yeah, I would agree on what Marie said, and also, I encourage to approach the states, in just our conversation in New York, in Vienna, other places, but also in capital. Most of our work that we did with stakeholders is because they approached to us, proposing, side events. We did one very good in July regarding the toolkits for implementation of norms for marginalized stakeholders. That was very interesting with other states, Mexico and Colombia. And most of this relation has been because thanks to this stakeholder approach to us, to propose ideas, to make exchanges of view about what thinking about their, I don't know, the next POA or open up the working group or cybercrime conversations. So I encourage to take on the winner stage. Of course, during this our meetings in New York and Vienna, we have the chance to create a sort of, I would say, even friendship. That's one of the things I really like about stakeholder. You share beer, go dancing, whatever, and then just come back, say, hey, let's go to work on something or just have some meetings. And we were having this conversation very much with, for example, Microsoft, with cybercrimes. I always really like, of course, also the submission of documents. Probably we never really, thanks, the stakeholder about this really good documents. Sometimes even in our standing, be using some very good ideas and now present there. It's never really, recognizes, incredible work, very good documents, and they're put in there just for both, conversations. So thank you for that.
Great.
And we are 1 minute over, so 20 seconds for everybody else. No, please.
Okay, 20 seconds. I think maybe choose one thing that you think you can contribute value and not try to do everything if you're new to this, right? If I want to look at the OAWG, in July they agreed on an annual progress report with a whole loads of recommendations, very concrete actions, right? If you're a CSO, like an industry, whatever, you want to be involved, look at those recommendations and see, can I contribute to one or more from my perspective, whether it's national or regional, and maybe sort of take that as your first step, and gradually, you'll feel that you are being more involved. And as Marie mentioned, states are reading, are listening, so your input will make a difference.
I would fully subscribe to that. Build also partnerships with others. And then, again, what I also often notice is we receive a lot of proposals, ideas, sometimes very general, sometimes very specific. And very often it happens that you pick certain elements up in a statement, in negotiations, as an argument, etc. But rarely you write back to the organizations, thank you, I use this here or there. So therefore, I've thought I want to get better with this because it's difficult sometimes to measure impact, and often you might not hear about it, and you might have no idea how it was used, and you might have more impact than you think that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. And Charlotte, if you're online, for the last word for 20 seconds.
Yes, I am. I would just say very quickly, in terms of engagement, I think what is critical is fact-based framing and the timing of the input, particularly for states, so that they can then take that input and engage. So even if you can't speak at the table, that you can produce that input, but you have to do it in a timely way.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for showing up, especially late in the day here. To everybody online, especially folks like Nick who are up at 3 in the morning, really appreciate the engagement and look forward to seeing you all throughout the week here at IGF. And thank you to our panel, and please join me in giving them a big round of applause.
Good. My name is Amelia. Nice to meet you. Amelia, yes. I am a computer science major at Georgia Tech, and we were talking about multi-stakeholders, and I thought it was just... Say that again? Oh yeah. That was really crazy. That was so crazy. It makes me so happy. No one expected that. Yeah. No. I don't know. We were talking about multi-stakeholders, and I thought it was really interesting that no one really brought up the perspective of youth and how youth should be more involved in the multi-stakeholder process. So I was wondering, at Microsoft, when you're talking about multi-stakeholder capabilities, how do you involve youth? Do you think you involve youth, or what does that look like?
It's a good question. So I think it's important, how do we think about what our role is in setting up these engaging with us. So we're engaging in a process, a fundamentally collaborative process, and our goal is to sort of rock up the industry that we're part of to make sure, hey, we have this good guidance that we want to be included in this process. A lot of the processes are inherently not open to participation, so we find ourselves then having to try and create space for some of this process.
obviously a lot of private companies not necessarily have that roadmap or something like that, even like government and civil society in general. But can I give you my card?
Yeah, I'll come right back.
And I would love to stay in contact, or if you are making programs that can involve youth, I'd love to be involved. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, hey. Oh, yes. Nice. Oh, hey. Yes, how are you? Good, good. Everything's on track?
Yes.
With the, for our
Asking you or am I asking you?
I mean,
I'm just
for us,
kidding.
yes, but I think we still had like a couple as are
Waiting on
working
that.
on it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
yeah.
We,
But
we
yeah.
don't have to freak out.
No, not yet. Not yet freaking out time. Maybe later in the month.
No, good, good. I mean, the only reason why I'm also pushing a bit is because especially for the people, especially for the people who need funding. But I'm going to go through my
Three
session.
that need funding.
Yeah, exactly. But because the others don't require the funding.
Developed.
So then we. I'll send in any case I'm going to. Person,
Likewise,
yeah.
likewise.
So you're staying until Friday? Ah, thanks.
So,
Okay.
it's
This I can do. What time is it?
workshop with 8.
Ah, okay. It works. Okay, great. Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow then.
Yes. Good to see you in person. Bye. Sunday morning, which was.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. It was really good. Next time, maybe
Oh, yeah.
So it was COVID. So.
I see.
And where are you next?
I used to be the camera until last year. Now I'm academic, so I'm a research professor at Kyoto University.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is this the same course?
Yeah, I kind of, but actually I spend more time in Spain. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, but my second role.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I was just saying I didn't get much tourism yet.
So first time to come here?
Oh, I've been to Tokyo before, but my first time in Kyoto.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
I love the garden. Just
Yeah. I think here there are much better ones in the city with multiple tiers. Yeah, if you come
She's remote and she's a student.
yeah, where do you stay?
I'm in the
No,
Crown
she's
Plaza.
the remote operator.
It's like city center.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, well, you get restaurants near there, so I guess the people around here have had more difficulty. I thought we're across the way.
Are we there?
B2.
No, we'll be one.
The email that you sent.
Did I say B2? You also.
Yeah, I was going to say I had B1 and something. Maybe it was the invite, the calendar invite?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
B1.
Canada-
No, you're right.
The
You're right.
Canada invite was
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How are you?
Oh, good. Oh, hi.
Nice to see you again.
You too.
Yeah, the Canada invite was.
Well, here, I'll give you my card.
Yeah, we'll have a seat. We can. Yeah. Maybe we wait 5 minutes.
Okay, okay.
Arrive.
Yeah, 5:35.
We can start at 35.
You have.
have any order?
No order, freestyle. Yeah, that's amazing. Come here, Elizabeth.
There you go.
Hiroki and Vivian. Like
Wow,
this
it's
game.
lights. Exactly.
Each time we speak, you stick it on.
Okay. I think they auto mute and they go on.
No, no, they don't auto mute.
I don't have, I guess we have to share.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Perfect. Welcome everybody to our town hall. I'm very happy to see familiar faces, and we have an absolutely amazing lineup of speakers today, and physically here with us and also online. So this is the town hall that is called Towards Ethical Principles for Responsible Technology, and it is the first town hall at the Internet Governance Forum of Project Liberties Institute. My name is Paul Fellinger. I'm the Director of Policy, Governance, Innovation and Impact of this new organization. And before I tell you more about what we do, I would very much like to introduce our speakers today. And maybe each of you could just quickly mention your name and where you come from, with what organization you are. And I start here to my left, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Is it working?
No, not yet, but you can.
Thank you, Paul. My name is Elizabeth Thomas Reynaud, and I'm with the OECD Global Forum on Technology.
Hi everyone, I'm Hiroki Habukan. I'm a research professor at Kyoto University, Faculty of Law, and used to work for the government, Japanese government, until last year. Thank you.
I think it takes a second if you speak.
Okay, here we go. Sorry. I'm Vivian Schiller. I am the Executive Director of Aspen Digital. We're a program of the Aspen Institute that focuses on media and technology and its impact on society. And I am based in Washington, D.C. Very happy to be here.
Wonderful. And I just got a message from our panelists that apparently the Zoom link that was on our event page led him to a different session. So maybe I can ask the technical team to somehow give me the right Zoom link so that I can share it with Paul Toomey, who's the co-director of the Global Initiative for Digital Empowerment, JITE, and the former CEO of ICANN, who's joining us remotely from Australia. And with me remotely today is also Sarah Nicole, who's our Policy and Research Associate, who probably is in the same wrong session right now. So if somebody could send me by email the right Zoom link, that would be absolutely amazing. Maybe somebody of the technological team could take care of this. We want to talk today about the future. We want to talk about what's next in the innovation pipeline and how we can foster responsible innovation. And we want to look at things like the data economy, artificial intelligence, Web3, quantum technology, the future of social networking, XR, computer-brain interfaces, neurotechnology, and all of this. Basically, the underlying question today is, how do we create a fair, sustainable, and innovative digital future? So those are very big topics, and so is the mission of Project Liberties Institute. Our mission is to advance responsible innovation and the ethical governance of new technologies for the common good. We were founded last year by businessman Frank McCourt, And we at the Institute do basically three things. We catalyze solutions-oriented research on responsible innovation, on ethical governance, to foster evidence-based governance innovation. And we are very fortunate to have three founding academic partners already, which are Stanford University in Silicon Valley, Georgetown University in Washington, DC, and Sciences Po in Paris in France. Our second mission pillar is that we bring together leaders spanning international organizations, governments, entrepreneurs, businesses, technologists, academia, investors, civil society, and others to advance responsible innovation. And we currently lead 3 initiatives, and one of them, which you will hear of a bit more today, on topics such as the good technical governance of Web3 technical infrastructures, or how to create innovation frameworks for public and private decision makers for the mainstream adoption of digital ID systems, or on ethical principles for responsible technology, which is the topic of our session today. And this is something quite particular for an organization such as ours. We also steward an open source public infrastructure protocol, which is called DSNP, the Decentralized Social Networking Protocol, which allows to build social web applications that enable users to control the data they share in the digital economy, that enables the interoperability between digital services, and also gives the possibility in the infrastructure to economically participate in value creation with personal data. So, what's the intention for this session? We want to talk about ethical principles for responsible technology, and we want to look at the entire innovation cycle today. We want to look at how technology is designed, how we invest in new technologies, how we deploy commercially new technologies, and how we regulate new technologies. And we want to look at both the substantive side of ethical principles, but also we want to look a bit at processes for responsible innovation in the ecosystem. So with this, I would like to start with the first round of questions, but before this, could I ask if somebody has the right Zoom link for online participation? You're amazing, thank you. So I hope that Paul can join us soon as well. Thank you very much, Hiroki. So if we think about ethical principles, I think the first thing a lot of you realize, and you're all experts, and I see here in the panel, and I recognize some of you in the room, you all worked on very important sets. Somebody from UNESCO told me the other day that when they did the recommendations on AI, they actually identified more than 630 different existing principles. So there's certainly no shortage on ethical principles for responsible technology. This is just for AI, but again, here we look at the broad picture. And there's this sort of tension that we have so many principles that actually nobody knows anymore what to do. And that's a big problem for where we are in our society that is heavily digitalized. And if you think about all the breakthrough technologies that hit market very soon, from XR to computer-brain interfaces, I would even argue that this is slightly worrisome for where we are in the ecosystem. So my first question to our amazing speakers is, what is the state of responsible innovation in your view? And also, as a sort of sub-question, what do you think we could learn or should have learned or already learned from the past 10 or 20 years of technology development? Like, where are we today? And I would like you to sort of give you each the floor, and I would like to ask you to really give us first your ecosystem view, and you will have an opportunity to talk about the work you are leading a bit later, but I want to start by what's the state of responsible innovation today? Maybe Elizabeth, if we can start with you.
Thank you, Paul. So I'll just start out with a few thoughts that I had before and might embellish those a little bit. I think the first thing is that there is quite a strong consensus around the need for significant and timely work on these questions. We are seeing a lot of we have seen and are seeing new initiatives that are cropping up. I think there are traditional approaches and also recent lessons that give policymakers and stakeholders an impetus to say we need to start thinking collectively a little further upstream, finding alignment on values and directing the development in line with respecting human rights, building in privacy, security, and accountability by design, not as sort of add-on features, trying to encase the technology after certain concerns are raised or issues develop. Global cooperation has been cited in our early discussions as needing to be sort of an essential feature of the effort, just given the borderless nature of many of the technologies that we're talking about, and also the impact that they have on citizens from around the world. So they really are citizens of the world that are affected by these technologies, and so the approaches need to be a little broader than national or regional. It's important that those efforts are directed at a sort of human-centric and values-based and rights-oriented development and use of the technology. And again, that can't be done at the end of the cycle. And it's something that's sort of forcing us to say, are we getting this right? Are we waiting too long? Do we need to think about this and align with each other sooner in the equation? And then we need to factor those technological implications, but also the societal considerations and offer implementable solutions that are both relevant and adapted to the people in the context of their culture and needs. And I'm not contradicting myself. We need borderless global approaches, but with the informed, sensitive considerations of that. And I think there is a strong need for that. There are instances where we've seen this working and in some of the dialogues that happen at the IGF on certain issues and then go into a technical community activity or a policy-making activity. And we can see that you get a better action and a more an initiative that can have traction in the community because of those thoughtful discussions that take place earlier. And then, of course, we also need to think about how to enable the ecosystem innovation and the environment that will also reap the benefits of the technologies, not just mitigate some of the concerns that we could have. And I think the last thing I'll just mention on this is that there are a lot of spaces, so it'd be really easy to say, and there are lots of actors contributing, and all of that's positive. It could be easy to say there are too many different things happening. I think what we really need to focus on is, are we moving in the same direction? Are we reinforcing and complementing, having complementarity in the efforts that we're making? And then are we sort of playing to our strengths and linking up those rather than trying to kind of create a one-stop shop for everything?
Thank you so much. I just recognized that Paul joined us, so very happy that it works. Paul, do you quickly want to just introduce yourself, and I will give you the floor after Hiroki.
Thank you, Paul, and greetings to everybody. I hope you can hear me okay.
Perfect.
So I'm the co-chair of the Global Initiative for Digital Empowerment, which is a group of 70 or 80 sort of experts from about 29 countries, very concerned with the issues around how do you have a human-centered approach to data governance and to internet rules and the sort of technology innovation we're talking about now. And I'm also a former sort of founding figure and CEO of ICANN, for those who've got a long memory.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Very happy to have you with us remotely. So Hiroki, you mentioned today you're an academic, but you used to be with the Japanese government, and you were in a very interesting position because you led very important work on agile approaches to the governance of disruptive technologies, cyber-physical systems. I think the name was Society 5.0, which is all of what we just said, from XR to artificial intelligence to all of it together as a complex. How do you govern this? So you wrote a very important paper for the Japanese government, a strategy paper in that regard. So I think you're very well posted as well to answer the question, like, where are we with the state of responsible innovation today when we look across the entire cycle? Are you confident? How do you assess the status quo?
Thank you very much for the extremely kind words. Yes, so let me talk about the history of AI governance, or AI regulation. So as you mentioned, now we have like 630 principles, AI principles. So it started from late 2010s, so just after we started to implement the technologies. But according to my understanding, there are like 600 principles, but the pillars are almost similar now. So like fairness, safety, security, or privacy, or human centricity, or transparency, accountability, and we have all things on the table. But how to implement it is a question. And then after 2020s, we started to, some countries started to make a new regulations on AI. So apparently the EU AI Act would be one of the significant new regulations on AI. And also Canada is now discussing AIDA, which is a new regulation on high impact AI. So there are a lot of discussion going on. Now Japan hasn't adopted the comprehensive approach. So we take more sector-specific and more soft law-based approach. But so let's see how it goes. So it should be always risk-based. So, but anyways, whether you regulate it or not, we already have some very similar risk management framework for AI, such as United States NIST AI risk management framework, or ISO IC42, or also Japan has some AI guidelines for companies or the operators of the AI, and they look very similar. That says you should do impact assessment and then treat the risks based on the multi-stakeholder communication and also reviewed or monitored by sometimes the third party. So this process looks very similar. Of course, the contents are a bit different each other, but so now we understand what we should do. And we should do the risk management processes in an iterative manner or agile manner, I would say. So, but the real question is then, what is the impact? For example, what is the privacy that should be protected under the AI or generative AI, or how to balance some risks and benefits of AI. For example, if you use the AI in the camera in the public space, it will dramatically increase the privacy risks, but also it will dramatically increase the efficiency of safety of the public society. So how to balance those different values which are in a trade-off situation would be the real question. So, defining values, or balancing values, or how to solve it. Government doesn't have any idea about how to technically solve this question. So we always need to, talk with tech people as well. So, those questions cannot be solved solely by the government. And that's why we need multi-stakeholder dialogue in an agile manner. And so Japan's agile governance concept is based on that. So we always have to try to be a more multi-stakeholder and agile in governance. Governance doesn't only mean regulation, but also more soft law guidelines, or democratic processes, or corporate governance. So how to materialize rule of law in those different governance mechanisms in agile and multi-stakeholder manner is a real question. And I don't think any single person has a correct answer. So now all of us are struggling with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very interesting because I think you highlight sort of the fact that this is a very thorny process and almost like a journey for all involved stakeholders to try to come to grasp with what to do. I want to give the floor to Paul, who joined us remotely. And Paul, you might not have heard the question before you joined, but we want to understand, in your view, Paul, what is the state of responsible innovation in general today, and what do you hope we have learned from the first wave of technological innovation in the past 1 or 2 decades? If we look back, what's your assessment of the status quo, Paul?
Thanks, Paul. Well, I suppose I'm optimistic and pessimistic. So what we would say in Australia, to bob each way. Let me say where I'm optimistic. Where I think what we're seeing, interestingly, often in sort of larger or more established institutions, a real sense of trying to think about ethics as it applies to the development of technologies. And I would point out to a couple of things, quite specific. I mean, I think we're seeing people who are producing ethical frameworks for business. I mean, I'm reminded of an initiative that took place with a group of executives in the Silicon Valley, people in Santa Clara University and the Center for Digital Culture in the Vatican, of all things, working together on a roadmap for ethical technology development, a practical roadmap. So there's an example of people who are sort of working on how do you put this into effect. A lot of companies that I'm aware of have also taken one of the lessons from our community and said use multi-stakeholder processes to begin to identify issues early in the product development stage, so that they're not caught, as you said before, with having developed something then having to fix the problems afterwards, but how do you actually run a series of processes with various stakeholders that help identify issues. So I think that part's been interesting, and I think AI has been a good case study in some of this. I would say that, to give an example of potentially where I then get pessimistic, or I think we've got a challenge, is that it's one thing to say this for established institutions, or established large corporates, or corporates who've got a view about this. It's another thing altogether for what happens in the sort of startup VC space. And so the classic one example at the moment, I think, is facial recognition, where we've heard now through reporting that people like Google and others considered this and said, no, we should not do this. And then you get a startup like Clearview, who turns around and sort of rampantly goes and breaches everybody's human rights and copyright and what have you, because it's a startup and it's funded by its VCs. And I think that dynamic is going to keep continuing. And while I'm a fan of the creative creative aspects of capitalism and innovation, this is all good. There's a big difference, I think. I think there's a very big ethical difference between boards and investors and VCs saying, okay, we want to upset an existing industry supply chain. We want to upset an industry structure. We want to find new ways of innovating. Let's take an example. Any of the car share writings companies, right, as an example. There's a big difference between that and we want to blatantly breach human rights for many people. And so I think one of the challenges we have to do, as I said to a friend of mine once at Harvard Business School, he said all these students wanted to sort of create these sort of businesses. I said, just tell them it's a sovereign risk. You're just buying vast amounts of sovereign risk. And the question is how long before that risk is going to hit you. And I think that is a role for the sovereigns, is to send signals to the VCs, not just to the big corporates, but to the VCs saying, be careful about the stuff you start throwing money at. If it begins to breach human rights and other issues and other core ethical things, we will come down on you hard. And I don't know how we sort of do that when the European Parliament's begun to debate some of that, but I think that's an important issue.
Thank you so much, Paul. This is an amazing framing. We've gone from the international landscape to the view, especially of one specific government on more agile processes. Paul, thank you for mentioning the entire innovation cycle and the role of startups, the role of VCs, because those are questions we need to discuss. So I want to give the floor to Vivian, who has a very particular view, because she has been a very accomplished journalist observing all those things from the outside. She has been inside the tech industry, and she's now with Aspen Digital. So in your view, what's the state of responsible innovation? Where are we today?
Thanks, Paul. My co-panelists have said so many smart things that I'm busy crossing things off because I don't want to be too repetitive. But let me, like you said, I'm a journalist, and journalists were observers and reporters. So let me just say a few observations. We're too slow. We're too slow. A lot of these processes understand the need to be inclusive. Of course they do, but the technology is moving so fast, and no matter how hard we try to future-proof what we're trying to govern, we're still always going to be behind, and we need to think about that. Related to that, I don't think we always have the right people in the room for these conversations. There needs to be much more emphasis on technologists, in addition to all the other key stakeholders who are looking at issues like these civil society groups and government, et cetera. We need technologists. We also need big tech in the room. I cannot tell you how many times I've been in rooms with big tech not represented, and when I ask, they go, well, they're the problem, so we don't want to let, the fox in the hen house. It's like, yeah, but the fox, well, anyway, I don't know how to continue with that metaphor. First of all, they hold an incredible amount of power to actually make the change. They understand how a lot of the technology works better than anyone on the outside possibly could. They need to be in the room. That doesn't mean you necessarily have to, have complete consensus with the room, including with big tech about your decisions, but they need to be there. My next point is maybe going to sound a little bit like it's the opposite of what I just said, but we also have to remember that I've seen so much focus on, in various contexts of sort of when we're talking about AI. Oh, well, we've got an agreement now with Google and OpenAI and Microsoft, so we're set. And yes, those are incredibly powerful players, and they need to be in the room, but there's an entire world of open source out there who are not represented, and that's just going to become more substantial. Just a couple of other points. We are too quick to see regulation as the answer to everything. And Hiroki made this point. We need to think more broadly about governance. And then I will also repeat something because it's just worth repeating that Elizabeth said, which is we need to be thinking much more upstream in the process. This whole idea of safety and security or whatever it is that we're going after by design, I think is critically important. So thank you.
Thank you so much for this first framing round. And the reason why you're sitting here on the panel is because you all lead very, very important initiatives in the ecosystem of responsible technology and the use of new technologies. And I would like to sort of give you the floor to explain a bit to the people who follow us here in the room and also online on what exactly you do and how you fit into this ecosystem of how we design technology, how we invest in technology, how we build, how we deploy technology, and how we regulate technology. Where in the innovation ecosystem do you fit in with the kind of work that you're leading? And Elizabeth, you're leading the OECD Global Forum on Technology, which is a very interesting and new effort. Please tell us more. What's the vision and what's the role of this forum?
Thank you very much, Paul. And Vivian, I feel like you just handed me the greatest ball to just hit, so I'm going to try and do it really well. But it's really gratifying to hear the points that you're making because it helps me feel encouraged by some of the approaches that we're hoping to pursue with the global Global Technology Forum and what we like to call Global Forum on Technology, which we like to call GF Tech. So this is something, those of you that know OECD may be familiar that it has policy committees that work on policy topics. Sometimes they even agree on principles like the OECD AI principles. And these are tables of predominantly government delegates within the OECD membership. And then they have stakeholder communities, particularly in the digital economy policy area. They have technical community, civil society, labor and trade, and they have the private sector. And so they work on these policy issues. The OECD Global Technology Forum is not about that. It is about opening up to a wider dialogue with non-OECD members included, with other stakeholders from other areas of expertise. And so this was something that was launched during the ministerial of the digital economy policy in Spain, in the Canary Islands, in December 2022. And we had our first inaugural event alongside the OECD ministerial event this June. Now, the forum is not just an annual event. It is a venue for regular, in-depth, strategic, and multi-stakeholder dialogue. So it has that wider community, industry, academia, civil society, and technical communities will be included in that, We're aiming to foresee and get ahead of those long-term opportunities and risks that could be presented by technology. And we intend to do that through 2 tracks. The first track is going to explore technologies that are identified as ripe for immediate work. And so these technologies are going to be looked at through a lens of cross-cutting themes: sustainable development and resilient societies, responsible values-based and rights-oriented technology to achieve human-centric technological transformations, bridging digital and technology divides. And I'll maybe elaborate a little bit more on those a bit later. But the other track is horizon scanning, and this is where we're going to bring a broader community in an event or some activity like that in order to explore longer term opportunities and risks, figure out where those lights are happening on other technologies that may not be already explored and discussed, to help identify and analyze those emerging technologies that may be of interest for work at a later stage. In those discussions, we'll probably also end up talking a bit about the convergence issues, because obviously, if you're going to talk about quantum, it's going to be hard to do so without AI. If you're going to talk about synthetic biology, it's going to be hard to do without some of the interplay in those technologies. So I kind of gave it away, but the initial 3 technologies that we're going to focus on initially in the forum are immersive technologies, synthetic biology, and quantum technologies. And so in order to go into those technology discussions, we're going to do what Vivian said we should do, which is we're going to bring the technologists into the room. We have the government delegates working in the policy committees. They're going to help us identify some of their national experts, some of the experts in other areas, and we're also going to be building up a community of that broader scope. But we're looking for real technologists, and we're also looking for experts in the ecosystem, understanding how the technology works in the ecosystem and what are the policy implications of that and technology implications of that. And so we're going to try and channel the insights of these experts that will orient and suggest pathways for policymakers to pursue. And again, to the point of going too slowly, this is also an opportunity for us to use focus groups as an accelerator, as a policy accelerator, to orient OECD and its partners towards the most relevant and needed policy work. So we take the priorities and we do them first. And then the focus groups will also share amongst themselves those insights and perspectives. They'll hopefully increase collective understanding of the technologies as well as those ecosystems I keep mentioning. We're going to look to them to help identify gaps and bright spots, as well as to provide examples and data and help us do what OECD is really known for, which is building up that evidence base to help inform policymakers. So I will stop there.
Thank you so much. This is such a bold vision, I think, and it's so necessary in the ecosystem to try to bring together the different threats and basically operate at this level. One thing that actors often observe is that we're often surprised by new technology, and I think this forum is an important initiative to get on top of the innovation curve from your point of view. So fascinating. Hiroki, you already mentioned that you worked before on agile governance. Before for Japan, now as an academic and in the field of artificial intelligence, but many here in the room might not have heard about what agile governance actually is. Could you explain this for at the level of, you know, as they always say, a 10-year-old? What does that mean for responsible innovation?
Thank you. The most simple meaning of agile governance is to make our governance systems more agile, multi-stakeholder, and distributed way. And the reason is clear, at least based on our discussion so far. So technology is just changing so fast, and in Japan, it takes at least 2 years to make a new regulation or even revise an existing regulation, and it's just too long time considering the pace of the speed. So we need to change our approaches. And then what will be the alternative? Market, it doesn't necessarily work very well because of a lot of reasons. For example, in the huge information gap between the government and the private sectors, in a way that the government has now much less information than the private sectors. or negotiation power. If you just want to use the service provided by the big tech company, and if you don't have any other options, then you just click yes to your terms and conditions or privacy policies. So market is not always perfect. Then how about norms or ethics? Again, it's good, but it's not always so helpful. For example, so first of all, it's really hard to define the meaning of ethical principles like privacy, security, safety, because AI is a system which moves just based on the probability. So it doesn't give you a clear-cut answer. It always answers in a probabilistic manner. So we need to define the values, but which is really difficult. And also, we're not always correctly understanding what the risks are or what the technology is. And we just easily get furious about easy to understand news about the problems caused by the new technologies, but it's really difficult to also understand the benefits of the new technologies. So for those reasons, all these different mechanisms will not work perfect manner, but we have to do something for the better future. So we always have to combine these different tools so that we can make our technology more trustworthy. And the only solution or only direction we can go is just try different approaches and see if it works or not. And if it doesn't work very well, we should quickly update it. For example, when we talk about regulation, the first question we should ask is this activity already regulated or not? And if yes, maybe if it is already regulated, for example, car driving or giving legal advice or medical advice, then if you try to make AI do the same work, for sure we need alternative regulation for AI. But how to make it is a different question. But anyways, maybe it's better to have another regulation for AI. But if the activity is not regulated for human beings, then we really have to ask why we need a new regulation because of the reason that this is done by AI. Because what the AI does is just statistically analyze the past data and give you the most probable answer, which has been done by human beings for long years. So, and AI can do the work more efficiently and precisely. So why would we have to regulate it? So there might be a lot of reasons. For example, it will dramatically increase the privacy risks or safety risks, etc. But anyway, so we always have to consider those questions, and there will be no answer before you try. So you only understand the risks after you try it. So that's why we really need iterative approaches. And in Japan, traditionally, we believe that the government shouldn't make mistakes. So there shouldn't be no mistakes by the government. But we just have to change our mindset. We have to admit that a government can make mistakes, so as private sectors, so as citizens. And we should understand what we can learn from those failures. And that is exactly the same attitude which is necessary for software development.
It sounds like, it makes me sort of think, you used yourself the term mindset shift,
yeah.
Mindset shift, because it's almost counterintuitive, especially from a public sector point of view, to experiment and to potentially expose or accept a certain amount of risk or uncertainty. But what I find very interesting in this approach is that by actually spelling it out and just saying, well, there is always uncertainty and risk. You don't really know. And if you don't know, you call it uncertainty. If you know what could wrong but don't know to what extent, you call it risk. Okay, but it's an interesting sort of mindset shift to say, like, okay, well, if this is how the reality looks like, then what do we do? I want to give the floor to Paul because he leads a very interesting initiative that he already mentioned himself, which is called JITE, which is yet a different puzzle piece in the international landscape or the ecosystem, an example of an initiative in the public interest to work more on the infrastructure level. So, Paul, can you explain a bit more? What do you want to achieve, and how does it enhance responsible uses of technology and responsible innovation. If you are still
But I was
with us.
unmuted, but I was muted, so I'll try that again. Thank you. The guide is an international initiative by accident. And that accident was a conversation that I had with a then head of the Kiel Institute for International Economics at a Saudi Arabian G20 meeting, where I think the buses were late or something, and we ended up having a long conversation about surveillance capitalism. And we decided people should really think about this and what's the implications. And it's been a fascinating product of thinking through what are the implications of that model we've got in the digital economy from an economist's perspective, and he's a very senior international economist, and then somebody more from the communications and internet and what have you policy process. And we've ended up being joined by 70 or 80 of our closest friends, if you like. I said that jokingly, people who are experts in various areas around the topics we've come up. And what has been the consequence of this analysis? One is we've actually thought through the whole market structure for the international digital economy, and to some degree, if you think about it in simple terms, we have users, consumers. Let's call them consumers. You've got digital service providers over here, and that's still pretty basic. I sell you something, you buy something sort of model, Adam Smith. And for e-commerce, these digital service providers, they interact with other producers, manufacturers. Now, if that was just the digital economy, it'd all be fine. And that works as a market in the sense that the individuals who are involved actually do have power, partly because they've got legislative power under things like Sales of Goods Act, et cetera, but also because they've got good knowledge and understanding of what's going on. And one of the best indications that this works as a market is that the margins are relatively thin and the consumer is king. It's about $5 trillion size market at the moment per annum, and that's fine. If that was it, we wouldn't be here. But of course, we all know there's the dirty underground activity, which is the service provider saying, in return for my letting you participate in the international digital economy, you can get my app, my connection, my whatever, in return for which I'm going to harvest unbelievable amounts of information about you that you've got no idea about how much. And I would argue there's not a single person on the planet who's got any idea exactly how much data gets rewarded. Now, in then thinking through that, we've looked at it and said, well, that data gets reviewed, but the data is done in such a way that the market was all driven by advertisers and others, and the skills all sit in that market. But the people who should be the consumers are not consumers; they're the product. And so we focused a lot about what would be the implications if you were to change that such that the consumers were actually, that the users were actually consumers, and they could play a role in the market for personal data in particular. And we're not necessarily talking about making data privacy rights, but we're saying essentially if people had the right to decide who has access to key parts of their personal data and under what terms, and had the right of association and representation such that the skills that are sitting in one part of the market already could come and actually work for consumers, we would end up with the sort of liberalization and innovation that we saw in financial services over a long period of time. As Dennis would say, you're basically taking what took place between 1820 and 1860 or 1870 in the Industrial Revolution, that whole process that was both bringing people together and empowering them, which ended up with the middle class. So we think that we've got several propositions we've been in discussion with a number of governments and entities about, where that just making that shift and that policy, and there's a lot more detail behind that, could end up with addressing many of the things that have been misalignments in the digital economy, because at the moment it's driven by only one incentive system, which is advertising, and that advertising serves only one part of what is an ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Paul. This is a very interesting initiative and a very important one, and in many ways follows a similar philosophy that also led to the development of the decentralized social networking protocol that we at Project Liberties Institute are stewarding the governance of. I want to give the floor to Vivian, and you sort of have two hats on here on the panel. You're with Aspen Digital, and Aspen Digital does a lot of amazing things, but we're also jointly leading the global multi-stakeholder initiative on ethical principles for responsible technology. But before we come to this, I just want to also give you the opportunity to tell us a bit more. Aspen Digital, what are you doing at Aspen Digital, and how does it foster responsible innovation?
Great. Thank you. Yes, I will not talk about our project together. We will save that for a couple of minutes, and I'll just talk more broadly about Aspen Digital. So our favorite topics are ones that are incredibly complicated and tangled and thorny and fast-moving, and where there's a lot of chaos and a lot of misunderstanding. We love those. Good news is there's a lot of issues like that out there. And so we have plenty of work to do. What we do best, we're not researchers, but we bring groups together across sectors for information sharing and really for sense making. And I know this sounds very simple, but in many ways it is what we have discovered. It's really an incredible gap because groups, it never ceases to be shocking to me that groups are not talking to each other when it comes to complicated issues. Yep. People in government, first of all, people in just the US government, people in the US government, different parts of the US government are not talking to each other. I cannot tell you how many meetings I've had with various representatives from different parts of the United States government. They're meeting each other for the first time and going, oh, you're doing that? So are we.
Business cards, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So we bring those together. So, you know, if we did nothing else, I think that would be worth it. But, you know, groups from government, groups from the private sector tech, but also the rest of the private sector who are not tech companies, who often get left out of the conversation. Of course, academics and researchers, civil society groups, and we try to bring not the public in, but at least representatives of the public. So what's and we do not drive the action, but we ignite their ability to drive action. So just a couple of quick examples. We have a lot of focus on information integrity. And so we had something called the Aspen Commission on Information Disorder, which was sort of a panel of people from across sectors where we really identified, again, complicated issue, lots and lots and lots of people working on it, but just like what we're talking about here, not a lot of action happening. So what we did there, and which is our model for everything we do, is to look at all of the great people who are already doing that work. We're not there to reinvent the wheel. We're not trying to pretend that we're the first in the space. But what we do is we elevate those best ideas. And then we sort of distill them with these group of experts, and we drive action, which actually we did when it came to the recommendations from this commission. Cybersecurity is a big area of focus for us, both US domestically and globally. We bring groups together to, again, share critical information and then drive action. Countless examples there. We have another example, we have something called the Tech Accountability Coalition, which is for tech companies in terms of trying to hold them responsible for their commitments that they have made but don't necessarily follow through on when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion, both in the way that they recruit and hire, the way that they upskill, but also the way that they approach the development and release of products and how those impact underrepresented or vulnerable communities. And of course, lately, everything is about AI. So we've been on a round of work where we have been asked to come in and sort of help different groups figure out what's going on. Literally, we convene members of Congress at their request to help educate them on, take sort of like, so many people are in the weeds. There's so many groups that have specific interest. So we don't have a particular interest in any, we're unaffiliated. So we are able to bring in experts and help bring sense making to them. We've done the same thing, and we are continue to do the same thing for journalists and the news media. We have convened all around AI. We have convened the heads of philanthropic and foundations to help them understand what's happening with AI and how that can impact their philanthropic giving. We're doing the same thing with private sector companies around how they think about the impact of AI on labor markets. And we're now setting off on very, very substantial work around the intersection of AI, elections, and trust. I think most people in the room know that 2024 is going to be a gigantic year for elections, an unprecedented number of very consequential national elections. So that's a little bit what we do without mentioning our project together.
Wonderful.
And what are you giggling about, Paul?
Well, I'm just giggling that Elizabeth has a collector's item, which the previous organization, which I co-founded, which is called the Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network. She has a collector's notepad from the second global conference we did, hosted by the governance of Ottawa in 2018, and I was very surprised to see this 5 years later here in Kyoto.
This is the power of swag, by the way. Swag is very important.
This swag has a lot of carbon footprint as well. It won't. I think as a segue to tell you a bit more about the Global Multi-Stakeholder Initiative that we're leading on ethical principles for responsible technology. Mark, if I can put you on the spot, you ask a perfect question in the chat that is the perfect segue to the next part of our discussion. I think this microphone is NetMundial style, where you should go to ask a question. If you can just ask your amazing question, which is exactly the provocation we need.
Well, thank you, Paul.
And please introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, Mark Carvel. I'm an internet governance consultant. I work with a dynamic coalition here at the IGF on cybersecurity standards deployment called IS3C. And our coordinator is here at the back, Wout de Natras. And but my question was really about, going right back to the beginning, actually, when you started to talk about ethical innovation. I mean, that sounds like a wonderful ambition and a starting point to address risks associated with emerging technologies. But of course, innovation is inherently groundbreaking. It's getting into it's from the Latin nova, new. Yeah, everything's new, and the designer of the product or service is focused on what that's going to do in a particular way. That's going to create a new market opportunity, whatever. But of course, history shows that innovation can actually lead to unintended consequences and impacts, and even inadvertently, things that were not anticipated. And sometimes maybe when a product or service is maturing through development phase, some of those things might become apparent, but they tend to, the commercial instinct is to try and sort of skirt around that and keep going. So that raises the question in my mind as to how you can be certain in pursuing ethical innovation when there are those risks of consequences that would derail such an ambition, but which may be unstoppable. So that was my question that I put in the chat.
Thank you. I could not have invented a better segue. This is exactly, there's a name for this, by the way. This is called the Coleridge dilemma. You cannot regulate something, address something. Technology has a life cycle. Before it's not mainstream adopted, you don't know what happens with the technology, what it does itself, or what people might or might not do with it. So how can you regulate it before it's mainstream adopted? So this is a conundrum which almost sounds impossible, but yet again, this is exactly the world we live in, and with all those massive breakthrough technologies coming the next 2 decades that we already know of today, from computer-brain interfaces, quantum AI, and XR, which will transform our entire economies and social fabric. This is a question we nevertheless have to ask ourselves, even if it's an incredibly wicked problem, or non-trivial question, as engineers like to call it. And this is why we created this initiative. It is incredibly bold. but yet I hope we approach this with the necessary level of humility, because this is very, very difficult. And this is why we decided to consult the smartest people we can find on those questions. And this global initiative that we launched a couple of months ago, I think has 5 criteria or 5 elements that make it special or particular. The first element is we want to look at new technology at large, not just one vertical bucket like AI or XR. We want to look at exactly what, Mark, you just described. New technology over and over again. It's the same mechanics of very disruptive things arriving and us not knowing what to do with it, with all the different economic and social factors involved. And we want to take a 360-degree view in this work throughout the entire innovation cycle, because a lot of efforts historically have focused just on regulation at the very end. We want to look from the onset, how is technology designed and developed? How is capital allocated through venture capital and other modes of capital? How are things commercially deployed? And ultimately, yes, how are things regulated, of course. And I think a third element is we don't only want to look at principles and have yet the 631st set of principles, but we want to look at what I think especially Hiroki highlighted very strongly, at the processes and managing uncertainty, managing risk. This is a complex dynamic equilibrium, and I think this is a mindset shift that we hear from everybody we talk to. And our ambition is that what comes out of this process is operational. We don't need a 631st set of principles. There are extremely good sets of principles already out there, but the question that everybody, no matter what stakeholder group you're in the ecosystem, is wondering is like, so what? How does this work in practice? How does this apply to my work? And yes, it's difficult, but we need to figure this out, and this is part of talking about ethical principles. And last but not least, and this goes to what Paul highlighted with his initiative, we also want to look at enabling infrastructures of the entire ecosystem, the technological design of new technologies, and how this interplays with ethics by embedding them or enhancing them. So with this, Vivian, I would like to kick the ball back. Can you tell us a bit more about what we actually do, how we do it, what we've already done, and what are the next steps?
Yeah, thanks, Paul, and thanks for laying out the core principles that guide this work. It's very important, and it's been a wonderful project, and it's been really great to collaborate with Paul and his colleagues and the Project Liberties Institute on this. So we've been doing a series of consultations because we want to make sure that we are building upon a foundation of all of the good work that has come before us on this, and that is continuing to work. You know, as Paul said, we're not trying to build the 631st, we're trying to build upon all of that. So we've been doing a series of consultations around the world. We're bringing together leaders and advocates and builders and funders from various sectors. We've had 10 different meetings so far, across, after, in a couple of weeks, it will be 5 continents. We have included, to date, 200 people across those consultations. We started at RightsCon in Costa Rica. We were then in Kenya, then at Sciences Po in Paris for a European consultation. We're here now. And then the final set of consultations will be at Stanford in the US in a couple of weeks. And everything that we've heard and that we've learned through these consultations will influence and really guide a draft document that we will be sharing for feedback in mid-December, then with a final document that we will hope to be finished in February of next year. So we're on a very fast timeline. It will have very specific proposed actions. As Paul mentioned, it will not just be a set of principles, it will be a set of processes, and the so what, and so who as well. So you know, we've learned, I don't want to preempt, we're still synthesizing everything. We've learned a lot, but just a couple of insights which actually have come up on this call today, on this panel today so far. So there are all those 630 sets of principles are out there, but guess what? The problems are still with us. So so our work is not done. That's one thing that is very clear. Another insight: regulation is a very powerful tool, but it is not the only tool. And often what we fail to take into consideration, and Hiroki, you alluded to this before, is that there are existing laws that are already in place that can be applied to new technology. We don't have to create a new technology, a new set of laws or regulation for every new technology comes along. Often it is existing technologies that already exist. I'm mixing up my words. Existing regulations or laws that already exist can be applied. It could be human rights law or copyright or consumer protection safety standards. Those are in place and they are time tested, and it's maybe not always obvious how they apply to new technologies, but we should start there. The third is that we must, and Elizabeth, you alluded to this earlier, these ideas cannot just be coming from the US and the EU, but from all over the world. We are, the kinds of ideas and the amazing work and case studies that we heard in our Kenyan consultation from across Africa were really enlightening and stunning, for example. And then just lastly, we need, and again, we've talked about this earlier on the panel, we need to find ways to influence what is built before it enters the market. To do that, we need more than regulatory approaches. We'll need to have sort of open development process that balances speed and innovation, because those are important. We cannot ignore those with public interest. So that's where we are, but much, much more to come.
Yeah, and this is why I would like to ask the question to everybody who's following us remotely and who's here in the room, and of course to our amazing speakers. So how should we develop, invest, deploy, and regulate new technologies? In a nutshell, what do you think is sort of the important crux in the ecosystem that is not yet working as it should work from your point of view? Are there some remarks? Yeah, please take the floor and please introduce yourself.
Yes, hello, thank you, Paul. Wouter Natris, coordinator of the DC IS3C, Internet Standard Security and Safety. I think we're about 50% of our members here present. At least, 50% here in the room. What I miss in this discussion is the following. We have now several research reports out, and they all point to the same thing. Governments discuss cybersecurity, and they don't procure secure by design. All the research that we've done show that there's hardly any government in the world who has in their procurement documents something about cybersecurity, let alone the internet standards that run the internet. They don't recognize them in their legislation. So when we talk about the public core of the internet and the protecting of the public core, they don't even recognize what the public core is. So what my question would be is, when we talk about new developments in ICT in whatever form, should there be a component where governments take a lead when they buy it? Because that would be a major driver for industry and create a level playing field, because everybody not delivering would not be selected. So would that be an option?
I think this is a very interesting remark, and I think it's yet another remark that highlights the connection between capital, investment, procurement, and ethics when it comes to new technology and how you implement standards or roll out standards across an ecosystem. Thank you for this question. Let's collect a few more. If somebody else would like to take the floor from the audience or online, otherwise I maybe kick it back to Paul, who's following us from Australia.
Well, I wonder, just picking up on the cybersecurity one, I wonder one practical thing we do, and I'm sorry if I'm going to target somebody from, if there's somebody in the room who's from the OECD, then I just have to target them. That's how it works, really. So here's the challenge I put perhaps to an OECD audience. We presently, in most parts of the world, have a governance system for private sector companies which relies on the concept of a board, and a board having some form of accountability for how it works. And yet what we have increasingly in the cybersecurity example is a cause célèbre. What we have is boards who are made up of lawyers and accountants, and overwhelmingly lawyers and accountants, because they were the risk issues for the last 150 or 200 years in companies. But nearly every company now is a digital company. Nearly every company has increasingly become a data company. We talk about digitization, and yet we don't have sitting as a core part of the curriculum or the general multilateral governance models around corporate governance and any signaling which says board should actually know something about technologies. Board should actually know something around data. There's a clear issue there around cybersecurity, but the other part of it is also around the ethics of technology. The lawyers and accountants are there often because they are supposedly trained in their backgrounds around not only accuracy but also ethics and what is the right thing to do. We should be doing the same thing, I think, in trying to put a challenge to the corporate governance models where we have much more building in of accountability both for the ethics and the operations of data and technologies inside companies. So I put that to you as one of the things that could be a real forcing mechanism, because when the companies themselves have board members who worry about these things, the vendors will change behavior.
Thank you, Paul. I think that's a very important point you raise on the bucket of deploying new technologies. And I think we can even look at other sectors. If we talk about sustainability and climate, especially on board governance level, it's not perfect, but at least I don't know if we're 10 years ahead or more, but if we compare it to the technology sector, it's much more developed in terms of consciousness that there's a need to act, and we just start now, thanks to artificial intelligence, and it's sort of being a global cross-cutting massive issue. Those discussions, I think, start, but we're at a very, very early stage. So I think this is a very important point. I see Hiroki nodding a lot. What do you think? If you think across the innovation cycle, sort of, what's your recommendation? What is missing?
The first of all, what I believe missing is that the mindset of each stakeholder. For example, the government should change their mindset in a way that they cannot control everything, they cannot rule everything, they cannot expect everything. So, so government should be more, be more like facilitator role, or maybe incentive provider role, rather than controlling roles. So that is a part of the government.
Can I just interject? Does this mean anything goes?
Sorry?
Does this mean anything goes? Does
No,
this
no,
mean,
no,
is
no,
this
no,
an
yeah,
ultra-liberal approach to
Yeah,
technology regulation?
Great question. So, so when I said incentive provider, I mean the designing the regulation or liability sanction mechanisms in a way that promotes more ethical behavior, or sharing information about the accidents, or or private parties' initiative on setting their own ethics and implementing it. For example, if, as it is now, if we make the regulation in a very specific prescriptive manner, then it will, on one hand, harm innovation, and on the other hand, cannot prevent new risks which will be derived from new technologies. So instead of that, regulation should be more principle-based or process-based, rather than the specific, prescriptive, rule-based ones. But still, there will be a gap between what the regulation said and actual operations. So we need some intermediate rules, which might be like standards or soft laws developed by multi-stakeholders. So considering the big tech's perspective or civil society's perspective, and that could be updated more agile manner. And also it's just a soft law, so you can can achieve the better goals in a different way. So this is a kind of a type of regulation which we could consider. And also, if we consider the liability systems, at least in Japan now, if you disclose the bad information earlier, then you will be criticized more because it has more news value. And also the regulators just come into do and try to trigger the sanctions. But maybe we could make new incentive mechanisms that will give award for companies that detected the problems and reported it and cooperated with the investigation, or maybe suggest new improvement measures. So we could give award for those companies even after the accident to incentivize the companies to be more ethical after after something bad happens. So this kind of the design of regulation or liability systems are something we have to consider instead of trying to understand everything and consider trying to control everything. So that is the government part, and of course the citizens also have to understand that there is no perfection in regulation or the new technologies. So we have to always consider that there is always trade-offs, and we should focus not only on the risks to status quo, but also to the opportunity risks, which will be actually a lot if we just miss the opportunity to use new technologies. Maybe a lot of public services will not be delivered, or a lot of innovation couldn't happen because of that. So yeah, we always have to consider the trade-off. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think you started with this mindset shift, and you actually finished with talking about almost the culture of innovation and regulation at large, because how we react to mistakes, this is more than just a mindset shift. This is a fundamental cultural shift in our risk-averse cultures where everything is focused on safety and should be focused on safety. This is, again, counterintuitive to the mainstream way we approach regulation. So thanks for sharing those important yet provocative sort of thoughts. That's the kind of topics we need to discuss. Martin, if you could introduce yourself and please give us your sort of hope and view.
Thanks, Paul and Martin. Martin Botteman, and pleasure to be here, and thanks for that. And basically, the segue you just gave is from responsible disclosures to responsible technologies, right? Because I think the principle for responsible disclosures is very much that you avoid more problems by being transparent, by being active, and reduce the risk. And the good news about responsible disclosures is you're not the only country trying to find its way in it. There's many countries. And I think we can learn a lot from what's happening around the world. And I think making responsible disclosures ethical around the world would be a thing that would favor that. And we have seen some examples where responsible disclosures have led to better acceptance of that company. So it's not hopeless. And I think it's the only way. Same for responsible technologies. Paul, I appreciated what you said about, well, boards are responsible. They have a responsibility. And some of that may be ethical. The problem with ethical responsibility is that it's also different, like law per jurisdiction. Ethics is not the same around the world. So how can we come to some global understanding? Because we talk about global technologies that may be deployed in one country and may be used in 70 other countries, even if the service is originating from a third country or that same country. So that's why I think some kind of global guidance is important, and principles is a first step to it. Because if, at least from with your project, you can generate some global good practice, that sets a standard that around the world companies and maybe also governments will take into account when they're thinking of how to implement it. The big advantage of that is also that governments don't only first dive into their own jurisdiction, because there's law everywhere. We don't do this in isolation. But if they dive in their own jurisdiction first, you may end up with all kind of arrangements that are impossible to respond to for those global companies who deliver the services and things. So the earlier we have some global understanding about good practice, and the project may well contribute to that, the better. So I urge you to continue.
Thank you so much, Martin. And I want to give the floor to Elizabeth to also tell us, given also the amazing opportunity with this ambitious mandate that the GF Tech, as is the acronym I just learned, has. What's your hope towards the future of responsible innovation, how we deal with those cutting-edge breakthrough technologies and public interest developments of them?
So that's very ambitious. I'm going to be a little bit more low scale, I think, or sort of a little bit more what are the practical elements that we can offer to the equation. Because I think, like Vivian, one thing that really strikes me as we start to look at some of the technologies, perhaps not every single one of them, is that we have a lot of policy work there. And if you take the immersive technologies, and when people talk about the metaverse, we don't need to reinvent the majority of things. There are a lot of things already there. There are some questions like all the biometric data that's going to be collected, and the speed and the intensity and the density of all of that, and what are the implications of that. And that's going to then go into the discussions of the privacy commissioners and others who look at those issues and try to figure out what elements need to be tweaked, or what frameworks, or even, you know, with the OECD privacy framework, it will apply, but what are the nuances, what are the details? But other than that, there's those component parts that already exist. And so one of the things when we think about how we can help and support that exercise in the OECD context is both piping into the discussions in the Global Forum, for example, what already exists in those policy areas: security, connectivity, privacy, but also things like competition and IP rights and trade, and all of the issues that have the lever components. And I liked, Paul, good for you for being provocative, because I also think the private sector piece and understanding what the levers are there, and the procurement idea. I'm very much hoping this is exactly what we're going to hear inside those focus groups, are all the different ideas. And then some of the things that we can do is go away and understand the measurement side of that. So what happens when people are using that example in this sector? What can we understand from that, and perhaps offer as a proposal? What are those unintended consequences of such ideas, and where are the opportunities that exist that we haven't tapped to, you know, to tweak the policy? And the last thing I'll say about that is that I think we're not looking for the principles get you started, and they orient. It helps everyone understand where north is, but once you have north, you have to figure out how do you actually, you know, what are the different roads that you're going to take in getting there, and how do you, you know, get around the roundabouts and other issues, to take that analogy a bit further. And to do that, I think I was going to use the term toolkit, but since I'm on this little journey on my road, I'm going to use a backpack. And so what are the things that you need in there? And you know, you need your compass, you need your granola, and whatever. So you pull in your policies, or so you develop the kind of guidance and understanding, and it can be You know, I think of the AI example inside the OECD right now. There were the principles done, but there's this experts group, and they're working constantly to help understand things like compute and the demand for compute and what's happening because of certain policies that are in place for certain markets, and what are the implications of that on the way the technology is developing, and also divides and other things. So all of those questions and pursuits, I think, come together. So just finally, it's more, I think, a composite of things that get brought together to help the understanding, rather than anything sort of very visionary and overarching, if I may.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, and you might be slightly biased in this, Vivian, what is your hope with regards to how we address responsible innovation, and basically what we can achieve with this global consultative process and all the wisdom that people share with us?
Well, I think it's everything we've been talking about, which is marrying the principles and a practical way to see those principles turn into action. So the processes, like Hiroki was talking about, or the global multi-stakeholder nature of it, as the other panelists have been talking about, and making sure that the dream is that we can actually see some of this, all of the smart people that we've been talking to throughout all these consultations, to see their incredible ideas actually come to pass and influence and take us on a better journey. So even though we will know, I will pick up your metaphor, Elizabeth, we know that we're heading south, but we have a more detailed roadmap to get there. So we know which way, we know we need to make a right turn here and a left turn there, and what passengers we're going to pick up along the way.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing this. If I sort of ask this question myself as a sort of final afterthought on this, I hope that this global consultative process can also help to shed light on the known unknowns, as they call it in risk management. We cannot address what we don't know, and right now the ecosystem, with all the hype on AI, tomorrow's hype on quantum, and who's actually talking, we're not talking enough about computer-brain interfaces, which will be again a complete game changer on how we interact with technologies, and often more is different and changes things dramatically. I hope that we can achieve some ecosystem alignment on what are the things that we need to discuss. And I think all the things we heard here today, from the kind of fora we need, who needs to be involved, questions on mindset shift, cultures of regulation that exist up until now, the learnings that come from previous Web 1 sort of innovations, things we have learned for how to deal with very disruptive technologies. All of this, we need a sort of alignment in the ecosystem, and I'm personally carefully almost pessimistic. I believe that there's no perfect set of principles for how to address this. This is extremely complex, and you ask 200 people and you get slightly different views. But the question then is, if this is the ecosystem we live in, how do we optimize for this? And I think this is a question that we don't ask ourselves enough. We don't have this sort of meta discussion on how ethical principles actually work in practice. And we can learn from other areas. And I want to finish on this, because with a note of also kindness to this ecosystem. If we look at health, bioethics, should you clone a human, yes or no, and sort of the rapid reaction after the sheep Dolly was cloned, and everybody said, oh my God, this might have, this is too much, let's not go there. In health, in medicine, we have millennia of people thinking about what is life, what life should be saved, what is a good life, and health, and all of this. technology is 30 years old, so I think we're still learning, and it's part of where we are in the process, but it's very important that we focalize the entire energy in the ecosystem on those questions. So thank you for our amazing lead discussants on all the amazing work and important work that they are leading in the ecosystem. And thank you to all of you in the audience. I know we're standing between you and the German reception with German traditional beverages. So thank you very much. If you want to get engaged in the work of Project Liberties Institute, please reach out and enjoy the evening in Kyoto. Thank you.
Thank you.